I'm live. Am I live? Can people? Yes, there we go.
Yes,
All right,
you are.
we're live. Fantastic. Cool. Chat, do you guys see me? Is everything good? Can everyone hear and see and are aware of me in the voice chat? Not voice chat. Text chat.
Yep.
Yay!
Holy crap, what a list.
Okay, we're in. Cool. Welcome to the another stream where we're going to do the horror villain survival. We got everybody here. I feel like I'm gonna keep asking this on a weekly basis just in case. Once again, there was a lot of people who had arguments with things that I said in videos. Is there anybody who has any issues with anything I said in the video? I've given everybody opportunities to come into the stream and give me their issues, and we can argue about it. Does anyone in the voice chat or in the text chat have any issues with anything that I've said in the video?
No.
Not really.
Okay, nobody's got any issues? Okay, no.
So far.
Can I ask a silly question?
What's the silly question?
Hey, it's Dylan. Yeah, I don't ask much, but I'm not even the biggest BioShock fan. But does fire count as light?
Yeah, fire would count as light. The problem is with I know what you're saying, because I said that there's no atom that like it creates a large amount of light. Fine, but that's not. If you've played the darkness, you would understand why that argument doesn't hold up. like the darkness, they literally have whole groups of people, an entire cult who have nothing but light-based weapons and super military-grade lights, and he's still capable of overcoming these, circumventing these, destroying these, getting rid of these. Fire doesn't seem to really affect him or do much damage to him. It's pretty easy to put out. I don't see that as being a good long-term solution, especially considering that it's not like a flamethrower. He snaps his fingers and the whatever you're aiming at sort of lights on fire. So
the flamethrower didn't count until the second game, my friend.
I just don't. I'm
Philip,
talking about
another donation.
I'm talking
you
about
should give him a thanks.
Oh, hey Philip, what's up, man? Happy Halloween. We love the last. Yeah, thanks you, man. I'm gonna keep doing them. We have a horror themed one today, and yeah, it is. Well, when's Halloween? Do you guys know what day Halloween is?
It's 4 days from now, or 3.
Next. Okay, I know it's next week. I know this was the last weekend, so I decided to do it. Woo,
Tuesday.
So yeah, I'm going to. I'm probably gonna have. Man, I don't know. Do I have any other horror videos scheduled before Halloween comes out? I know my next one's not horror themed. I don't know. I'll try to get one more horror themed video before the end of.
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday. No, I'll probably get another one then. Yeah, I know. I plan on making a video on Monday that'll come out on Tuesday, and I know that one's not horror themed. But hopefully the next.
You've got 5 days.
Yeah, I got a couple. I'll try to get at least one more out, maybe 2. We'll see what happens. But yeah, no, to answer your question about the fire thing, fire is a light source. I just don't think when you compare the light sources that the enemies of Jackie have in the game and you compare it to like this little fire that you can make when you snap your fingers, it's just not, I don't think it's a good long-term means of fighting against Jackie. It's not very powerful. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage even in the game. I don't think it's going to hurt Jackie all that much. I think it's pretty easy to put out. And I'm not even 100% sure that the fire would be able to get through the darkness armor, to be honest with you, to hurt him in the first place. So, I mean, it's an option. I don't think it's a good option though.
No, just figured I'd throw it out there. Thanks, man.
No, you're good, man. No, you're not the first. You're not the first person. Well, I got a comment. I got a couple comments about that. Maybe you were one of the comments.
Terrible service.
I don't know. Anyway,
Who's
who's talking?
Who's watching some in the
Who's
background?
talking about service?
I muted him. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah. All right. No, screw that. Okay. So let's get started. We have our stuff here, and first up is Pinhead. So who has seen Hellraiser? Did you get a chance to see Hellraiser, Dan?
Yes, I watched it while we were making the tier list.
Did you like the movie?
Show you such
It was pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. Hellraiser's a solid. What was the other one you wanted to watch? It was Pan's Labyrinth. Did you get that chance to watch that one too?
No, that one I didn't. I had to go deal with my dog.
No, I got you. No, it's a solid movie. So now that you have freshly watched the movie, where do you think that Pinhead should be on the list? Now, to be fair, you've only seen the first film. There's a lot.
I only had time to watch one. I saw that there was like 6.
There's way more.
But
there's way more.
To answer, actually, I do have the list of criteria. I will be posting that in the chat very shortly. But based on the list that we literally just made the 15 minutes before the stream, I'm saying he's probably gonna be around A tier. I wouldn't put him much higher than that based on just the first film. Like I said, I haven't seen the others, so if anybody else has more Hellraiser knowledge,
I
please chime in.
wouldn't put him above. I wouldn't put him in A tier because his later movies kind of dipped in quality.
So okay, so this is actually a good point to touch on. There's two versions of Pinhead. There's the Pinhead that was acted by the original actor who does amazing, and then after that, the movies started getting made by other companies, by other directors, and basically when the director left and the company left, the movies start getting worse. They asked the actor to keep coming back, and he said no. He refuses. He unlike a lot of these horror movie actors, he refuses to come in and make the movie unless he believes that the movie is up to a certain quality. He has only played Pinhead, I think 3, maybe 4 times. Yeah, so like half of the Hellraiser movies, he's not even in it. And a lot of people don't consider those movies canon. They don't in any way. They don't have anything to do with the original movies. A lot of them shit on previous characters.
Big time.
But
MGQ says original Pinhead would be A, every other version would be C.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, I'd have a hard time even putting those later versions at C. So what I like, and what I think a lot of people like about Pinhead is that originally when they introduce him, it's not as simple as a demon. You don't actually know what he is. He says that people call him demons, people call him angels, people call him all different sorts of things. But the thing about him is that he's almost like an evil lawyer. Or like real estate agent or something. Like you can make deals with Pinhead. He was sophisticated. He was intelligent. You could sort of barter and he had a very interesting way about him. In later ones,
like a loan shark.
Kinda. In later versions of the films, he's just a demon who just kidnaps people. He loses all of his. He becomes far more demonic in nature as opposed to this sort of alternate reality. Almost like grifter as he is in the earlier films, and it completely changes what type of character he is, and nobody likes it. It is way more generic. In terms of premise, he'd probably be an S in his early years, and then slowly become like a C in his later years.
Yeah, it also loses some points for me because I think it's more gross and scary.
I think it depends on the film.
That's understandable.
So, to be clear, I've actually, not since childhood, ever been scared of a horror movie. I just don't get scared of horror movies, just in general.
Same.
Having said that, I could see why someone would find it scary. And I don't necessarily think the first Hellraiser is all that gross.
Probably not. I mean, it's just
There's like...
The only reason why Hellraiser is so scary to me is because... 2 reasons, religious faith and the simple fact that I kind of get squeamish when it comes to body horror.
Religious faith is not at any... It has nothing to do with Hellraiser. That's the thing. What I'm telling. There's no... They're not demons.
Kind of.
Originally. Like they eventually become demons as the movies get worse and worse and worse.
It's not just that. It's just, how I grew up in life, these type of movies were like, oh, this is demonic, this is demonic, this is demonic.
It is what it is. I had a friend who his mom wouldn't let him play Yu-Gi-Oh because she said it was demonic. It just it is what it is. But no, but
it is what it is.
But
I have to know this. Was Dungeons and Dragons demonic for you growing up?
I didn't even know about Dungeons and Dragons until
whoever that is who's asking the Dungeons and Dragons question, you got to up your mic volume, man.
All right, hold on, man.
Yeah, I can't hear anything you're saying. But so for Pinhead, if we take him at the very beginning of his films, I think I agree with Dan and say A. At the end of his films, it's some of the worst horror movies you can watch. I would have to make a new tier for how bad those movies get. So,
like I said, I only had time to watch.
No, I understand. I get you. So it's probably going to be B or C for me because you still have the quality first couple of. I mean, even some people don't like the second and third film. I actually think the second and third films still hold up. They're not as good as the first, but I still think they. You don't think they hold up at all? You don't like the second and third?
No.
Can y'all hear me now? Am I good?
I don't think
you
they're.
still sound like you're pretty quiet, but
You're
yeah, you're
on the
better.
other side of the room.
I don't think they're great, but I don't think they're bad. A lot of people say like I think 2 is okay.
Actually, I think Bloodline was a nice finale
Bloodlines
for
is
the
not 2
original
or 3.
series.
Bloodlines. Which number is Bloodlines? It's like 4 or 5, huh?
Yes.
That one's bad.
they do get a lot of good points. The extra credit category as we were joking around before stream in the originality design, because you have to solve the puzzle box.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of premise,
Right.
it's probably like an A. In terms of the quality of the character, it was an A until they changed it. In terms of the fear factor, I'll have to agree. Even for someone who doesn't really get scared of these types of movies, I found Hellraiser never really particularly scary. What was the fourth criteria, Dan?
The fourth was
Movie
the
quality.
premise.
Movie
Oh,
quality.
right, movie quality.
Oh, they're just trash.
How about now, guys?
That's better,
How about
much
now,
better.
guys?
Yeah, they're just trash. So yeah, I gotta say either C or B, and I'm kind of leaning towards C. I feel bad about doing that, but I think that's.
I hate
Why
saying
is there a
C, but
Rambo
yeah,
tier?
I have to agree.
because
We're gonna have
Rambo's
to-
halfway through the list.
If we're gonna have to literally freaking qualify him at with including the other movies, he's got to be C. Too much.
Yeah.
trash.
Okay.
He's
I think
definitely-
the
he would
quality
be
should
C.
be lower. I think it should be. If he's gonna be on C, he's got to be like a low C.
I
because-
think you're. I don't know about
Very
low
low.
C, but I think you're right because C is already one of the lowest tiers. I think you're right when you
I
say
mean,
C because the first
Look.
Hellraiser is solid, but there are
It
are
is.
other horror movies on this list that even have better first movies than this one does, and I would have to struggle to come up with a worse horror movie than the last couple Hellraiser films. Like it has the lowest lows and it has decently high highs, but I don't think it's like maximum high highs. You know what I mean?
Like the law of averages
Rouga.
with it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
consider the
Apollo
following.
came-
Consider the following. He's one of the many horror movie icons that suffered a
That's what I was trying to point out.
low rating when they started to go for horror movie character
So,
in space.
Yeah, this is what Apollo said. In the chat, Apollo said that you could just make a tier that was great but fell off. If I did that, that would literally be half of the characters on this list. Like
Very
they're
true.
like
say that.
Well, I
whether
was
you
thinking
talk
for-
whether you
for
talk about
future
whether you
ones
talk about
also.
Jason, Freddy, the Wolfman, like I mean you can go down the list. All of these characters fall off at some point and start having way worse films unless they're in like one-offs.
Once you go into space, there's no way you can jump the shark out after that.
Jason
That's not
is
even the worst
Inception.
film with
Jason's
Jason. There's
Inception.
worse films than that with Jason.
Jason
So yeah,
Goes
I'm
to
gonna
Hell,
take.
I think was worse than Jason Goes to Space.
I'm gonna say
I was
C.
not a fan.
I'm gonna say C for
Yeah.
Pinhead. Does anybody
agree.
disagree with that placement? Does anyone in
No,
the
Not at all.
text
Not
chat
at all.
disagree with that placement? Does anyone think he should be higher or lower? I feel bad because I
No.
actually really like Pinhead.
You got somebody
If it was just the
named, I don't
three
know how
films-
long ago they put it, but someone in chat said, Custer X said that he's an A.
He's an
Yeah,
A.
it was-
Do you change your mind on that, Custer, or are you still there?
He's not an A because like even
really
if he literally had made two movies, the first movie he made and the last movie he made, and nothing in the middle, he still wouldn't be able to be A because that last film is so terrible.
If it was just the
It was
three
objectively
movies,
bad.
I feel like he would at least be on B, but because of like the bad taste it left in fans' mouth and the fact that he started going on the internet, which was really fucking hokey.
Yeah,
to
there's
me,
so
and-
many bad things that happen. The
I
later
didn't even
films
know
get
about that
No.
part.
oh, it's bad,
Virgo,
dude.
we broke our record.
Yeah, the moment I heard
record.
internet Hellraiser, I'm like, I'm out.
Well,
Every
I
other
didn't even know
freaking
about the internet part. Jesus Christ.
every other list that you've made, we've
Oh, it
always
started
with
at
a
B?
rank.
And this one's a C. Yeah, that's true.
It sucks that Pinhead's the one that broke that.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I wish it would have
in
broke
that
it above, not necessarily below. But hey, it is what it
Hey,
is.
hey, it's fair. It's
So,
fair.
quick question:
mean-
does anybody actually know Pinhead's real name? Because that's not his real name.
Yeah,
It's his real name now.
Damn.
Nobody
Damn,
cares
hold
about his real name.
Nobody-
He will always be
So-
Pinhead.
He wasn't Pinhead before he was Pinhead.
Well,
you
no,
know?
originally he didn't.
on.
Originally, he didn't have a name. His name is never given in the original film, and people called him Pin. I think he had a name in the credits, but it's not like a name. It was like something Cenobite. And then fans of the movie started calling him Pinhead, and then the director of the film just accepted that as his name. And then for all future movies, they just started calling him Pinhead. So he's actually one of the few characters who was named by the fans of the first film, which is pretty cool. So that's the only name that I care about. I don't care about any other name that's used.
For those who are really curious and just want to know, the name of Pinhead was Elliot Spencer, but that's not really important.
It doesn't matter. He's not because Elliot. You can't even say that Elliot Spencer is his name. You can't say Elliot Spencer is his name because he doesn't remember his past. He's essentially a completely different character than he was when he was Elliot. Like he's a totally different person.
I will
Nobody
say.
really cares about his artist formerly known as.
Yeah. What's up, Dan?
I will say that at least we are being consistent because like we had the argument about how like a good movie shouldn't make or break a franchise. It has to be the whole franchise. So at least we are being consistent with that and not just like picking and choosing when that applies.
I'm always consistent. Okay.
Right, next up, Jason.
Jason.
Rocky start, but honestly,
people are gonna be annoyed at me. I don't think Jason should be very high on this list at all.
I
blaspheme, sir.
Yeah, I don't get the love for Jason other than the fact that he's of his legacy and how old he is. Essentially, he's been around longer than most. That's really the only thing that I can think of as to why he would be as high.
There's a lot of reasons people love Jason. The fact that he wasn't the killer at first in the series was like a
but have you actually seen the original Friday the 13th film? It's not good.
It really wasn't.
It's really not.
It was alright for its time, but I wasn't.
It wasn't. That like what year did that movie come out? Like if you compare the first Friday, I reject that whole it was good for its time that people say. Like for instance, the next movie that we have after Jason is The Wolfman, which came out like 40 years prior, and it's way better than the first Friday the 13th film.
Friday the 13th came out in 1980.
Yeah,
was close, off by 2 years.
The original Wolfman, which came out 40 years prior, is a better movie than the first Friday the 13th film. There were a ton of great horror films and even slasher films in the 70s and 80s that were considerably better.
And keep in mind, Jason didn't get his iconic hockey mask until part 3.
And iconics doesn't matter.
Iconic doesn't matter. I don't care what he was wearing.
That doesn't matter in this case.
My gut reaction for Jason is to put him. He'll probably be bottom of A in my mind because of how well.
Let him finish talking. Guys, don't talk over him. Let him finish talking. What were you saying?
Yeah, so like how all the characters he's up against, they're terrified of him. They can't deal with him, and he's just never truly killed until like the second to last movie, and then he comes back. So I feel like that all says something for him. But I agree that some of his movies have been hit or miss.
So
and there's some undeserved love.
Can I interject? Okay,
go for it.
Wait, I think most people are fans of Jason. Is because of his kills.
I don't think that's wrong. His kills are like you have to understand when you're talking about different horror movies of like what is the selling point of the film, and the selling point for Jason films is it's a slasher film. The selling point of slasher films in general is the type of kills you get. That's why something like you can't compare something like a Friday the 13th film the same way you would compare it to say The Shining. Two very different kinds of movies, but they're both horror movies. But you wouldn't be like Friday the 13th is a better film because it has better kills than The Shining does. Like you wouldn't say that. But as far as slasher films go, Jason does have one of the better kills in it. But I don't know, and I can't throw that out.
Basing this tier list off of.
There, read the chat. It's in the read the chat.
I just realized something. There's a double feature because he was in a movie with another character on this list.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. Crossovers don't matter.
That doesn't matter.
So, I want to say is that his character has actually developed over time too, because you find out that he's not. Well, for those who haven't seen the first or second movies anyway, you find out that he's not just some, big 10-ton brick shithouse just killing people for no reason. He's a mama's boy at the end of the day. He wants to make his mama proud, and you find out he was just like a hurt kid that wants to take revenge on the people who hurt him. you begin to begin to feel sorry for him, but not agree with him, kind of thing. And his character develops over time to the point where he even doesn't kick dogs or like hurt children too, because from what I've heard, they said that he wants to make him a bad guy, not a dick.
So
I think was kind of funny.
well. I mean, no. He follows the tropes of slasher films, which is essentially that everybody you kill kind of deserves it. That's what all slasher films did for the longest time. Like you're killing like teenage girls who are very promiscuous and kind of whorish. You're going after guys who are kind of dicks and getting drunk and sort of acting like bastards, sort of. Like everyone they go after, they're a bunch of dumb teenagers who are like going out and misbehaving. Essentially, I'm not saying that these people deserve to die.
To be fair, he has a good reason for that.
Yeah, he's got a good reason for that.
Yeah,
you kind of feel for the guy too, except for the fact that when there are two instances that ruin that characterization, and one of those movies I love, when he goes to hell and comes back as a parasite, which nobody talks about for good reason, and when he goes to space, which I love because of how cheesy it is, but it kind of gets rid of most of the characterization that he developed over the years, despite there being the sleeping bag kill, which is the best kill. I think it's his character that
want to smoke pot and have premarital sex.
Yeah,
because think about it,
a movie that pokes fun at itself is a good movie to me.
Because when he died, a bunch of lifeguards are supposed to be saving him. Just let him drown just to bang. So of course he's going to be mad about teens.
He's literally the one who rewrote the slasher genre
for him to go after those types of people.
So if we're going down the list of everything, he is a consistently written character for the most part. The weird go to hell thing, even that was just he has to be killed by a Voorhees and he can be reborn through a Voorhees. He technically didn't go to hell until he was stabbed with the dagger.
I kind of like that you have to be killed by a Voorhees, but it's ruined for the fact that it's a parasite and not Jason.
It's not so much a parasite as it's his own spirit. Dude.
So the issue
is
the
spirit.
We
gotta look at thing.
Hold up, let me talk. Okay, so let's say I think characterization. I think you're right. I think as far as characterization goes, he's not bad, and he should rate relatively well based on that. I think the premise is basically just a slasher premise. There's really nothing special about it. Even back then, it was not considered a brand new, interesting premise. It was more violent, I suppose, but there wasn't a whole lot new added to it. It was essential at the time. In fact, I would say that it was kind of considered a ripoff of Halloween in a lot of ways. In terms of movie quality, I think that's where it's going to be really hard to rate him very high because he's got some really bad movies, and I would go as far as to say that he doesn't have a good movie.
So we can't even count the first one anyway for his as a movie because he wasn't there. So we'd have to go.
I mean, he was at the very end, but it doesn't matter. The first one wasn't particularly good. And then when you go to Fear Factor, I think you can argue that the movie doesn't have much of a fear factor at all, mainly because you're not watching the movie to hope that the heroes survive Jason. You're watching the movie for Jason specifically to kill the heroes. Jason's the main character of his own movie.
I thought the fear factor was for the people in the movie,
right.
Well, no, it's the fear. It's the fear level. It's how scary the film is. These are horror films.
Oh,
right. But imagine at this point, I think we should just imagine being in the camp counselor's shoes.
But you're not in the camp. But the movie doesn't make you stand in the camp counselor's shoes when you watch the movie.
You almost get more POV of the killer than
the main. You are watching the movie for Jason to kill people, not to hope that the survivors survive. It's not a particularly scary movie. It doesn't try to be a scary movie.
Now we do have a category for the
one person at a time.
Guys. So we do have a category for him, for his how his victims view him, and that's his unstoppability. Like how hard is it to get away from him, to bring him down, all that.
Well, no, we got rid of that tier and we sort of just folded it in with Fear Factor because I thought it was just too similar to Fear Factor. But I think that he's good enough in certain areas, but bad enough. I think you could put him at C and I would be okay with it. I can't get over the
standard.
I'm thinking based on what we discussed, top of B or bottom of A.
You gotta put him on.
I'm
A.
sorry, not C. I'm sorry, not C. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the middle of the thing. Yeah, B. Yeah, I think I would be not A. I cannot. I can't put him at A. Like his movies are too bad to put him at A. Like they're not as bad as Pinhead's worst movies.
He's a scary guy.
He has no film that's as good as the first two Hellraiser films. He doesn't have any films that are as bad as the later Hellraiser film. Well, no, that's arguable.
Oh shit, yeah. Why?
Jason.
I'm about to say, Jason in Hell, dude.
That's arguable. But I would say overall his the average quality of his films is probably higher.
You should have checked it before you gave it to me. Damn.
Gold.
Jesus.
Who are you talking to?
You good, man?
Sorry.
Mute yourself or leave. Please don't do that. No, but he doesn't have any films that are good enough that are like as good as some of the best. Like I don't think he has any just genuinely good horror films, and I think that's a huge. I can't put someone in A who does not have any like legitimately good horror films.
When Jason Goes to New York,
I
he was in it
actually
for 5
like all
minutes,
of his
dude.
stuff. I went and bought all of them.
You can like it. No, I'm not saying you can like it. Like Jason has fans, and you can like his films, and you can enjoy what they're about. But considering like Pan's Labyrinth is a genuinely great film. Like The Fly is a genuinely great film. There are no genuinely great Jason films. You watch Jason films to get into a Jason film. No one would compare them with the peak of horror. You're not going to compare it to The Exorcist. You're not going to compare it to The Shining. You're not going to. They just don't. They're not that type of movie.
That said, he's the go-to slasher genre in my opinion.
That's
Yeah,
that,
he is the one, but that's iconic stuff, man. We don't do
Still a
iconic
scary guy, though.
well, not if he's
I'm
saying
not
that he
saying
just thinks it's
I'm
the best.
saying I'm not saying he's iconic in that. I'm saying, like, if you want to be entertained with a slasher film, he's gonna do it for you.
Personally, if I was one of it depends on what you derive your entertainment from. If you're deriving your entertainment from violence and like how good the kills are, then yeah, you could probably go and watch Jason. That would be your thing. But I would say that Scream, like the first Scream, is a better slasher film than any of the Jason films. It's not as good as far as the kills go, but it's overall a better written and better put together film than any Jason film.
We'll see. Technically, Scream was a murder mystery more so than a. But anyway, sorry.
It is a slash. No, it's got a murder mystery tied up into it, but you cannot call a movie that's about a guy going around and stabbing people to death not a slasher film. It's a slasher.
I still disagree on the fear factor, though. Like, dude, he's a scary guy, especially when he's undead.
The movie itself is not scary.
Into their shoes. Ruga is saying the movie themselves.
The movie's not scary.
I agree with you. If I was sitting in Camp Crystal Lake and Jason was stalking my ass around and I'd shot him in the face with a shotgun and he just stood up and then skull fucked me, yeah, I would be like, this guy's scary.
Look, if we were just taking the film, if we were just taking the characters as how scary they are, literally any character on this list would be, except maybe Chucky, would it be absolutely terrifying if they came at you trying to kill you. Like all of them. But the fact is that is the movie made in such a way that he is a terrifying force of nature, or are you just watching it because it's fun to watch him kill people? And at the end of the day, you're watching it because it's fun to watch him kill people. You're not watching it because you want to be horrified.
It's also the setting that helps the fear factor too, because
he doesn't. Pinhead has the highest kill count of all slashers, I believe.
I'm certain you have to attribute the entire space station that he blew up.
Who was in the space?
Jason X.
Well, okay, did he blow it up? Did he blow it up himself?
Caused it.
He's the one who caused it to happen. Because he's the one
he still didn't blow it himself, though.
Did he? Because I mean, I think that's indirect. That's indirect murder. Like he didn't actually kill them.
Okay, so he vehicular manslaughtered them all. My bad.
I don't know. It's I don't know. I just like it wasn't even on purpose. Put him
in B for now and then figure out where he falls later.
I think B is a decent spot for him. Does anyone disagree?
I disagree. Yeah, he should be on low A at least.
I can't put him. I can't put someone on.
Move him up later.
I can't put someone on A.
Hey, wait. You know what? Actually, here's an interesting.
Why are we interrupting Rouga, guys?
Everyone, yeah. I can't put somebody. Shut up, Trip. I can't put somebody on A who doesn't have any great films, and most of their films are bad. Like even for the people who like Jason, they'll agree that only a couple of their films are really solid, and the vast majority aren't good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you could put someone in the second
they all
highest
fall
tier.
into that cheesy entertainment. Like it's your guilty pleasure horror film. It's something
Right.
you
Yeah.
watch because it's what you've
Yeah.
watched. Like I
See,
watch
I feel more
Gremlins on
guilty.
Christmas.
I personally would feel more guilty liking Scream movies.
And because
Way more better written.
and
Way more
because
better
and
written. But
because
yeah, I would
it
say
does what it's trying to do well enough, I can't put it lower than that. I wouldn't put it in C or D because it doesn't fail at what it's trying to do. It just doesn't try to do anything more than what it tries to do. Ergo,
Okay.
I think middle of the road is probably a good place for it.
I do
Yeah, you
have
know what?
to
Can I-
kind
there's
of
actually-
jump in here for a second.
Go
So
for
Trip,
it.
sorry, I will let
Yeah,
you
no.
speak in just a second. But one of the big criteria on here is movie quality and the characterization. Those are 2 of the 4 criteria, so that accounts for about 50% of this. And Jason is not only inconsistently written, but I would argue he is poorly written when he is consistent. And on top of that, his movie quality suffers a lot from being an early 80s slasher film. Like you said, Wolfman's up next, and that 1940 movie is leaps and bounds better than the 1980s movie that we have. So
Clearly an
I would have to argue that Jason is probably lower than Hellraiser's based on the fact that none of his movies hit even the lowest high of Hellraiser, but they hit far lower lows.
I agree.
That's a damn good point, actually.
Okay, there's a few arguments I have to say.
Go for
Okay,
it.
other than the stupid Jason Goes to Hell thing, he's been fairly consistent in his characterizations and actions. Like,
Yeah, I'm more inclined to agree. He's actually fairly consistent.
So, Dan,
now,
why do
now
you think-
granted, there's 2 movies that kind of took that in left field.
Well, hold up.
but
Let Dan
they-
explain
but
why.
they still
Guy,
root for
Guy,
them.
Dan.
Okay.
Let Dan explain. Why do you say that he's inconsistent?
I say he's inconsistent because, like, as much as people are saying, like, you can ignore the first movie and the 4th movie where he goes to hell, you can't. Like, all of
Well,
this
yeah,
is about
but
the
that was
franchise
still-
as a whole. So, if we are looking at the franchise as a whole, Jason didn't start as the killer. He has been rewritten and rewritten until the point that he isn't even really recognizable anymore, to the point that, yes, he is a mama's boy in the recent movies. However, when he first started, he wasn't supposed to be. Originally, it was a mother trying to protect her child. In the second movie, it was a child getting revenge because the counselors killed his mother. In the third movie, it's all of a sudden, now he's a supernatural entity punishing random teenagers, and then suddenly he goes to hell and then to space. I would argue that that is so far removed from consistent because at the end of the first movie, it's implied that he's still alive. At the end of the second movie, nah, he's just some weird supernatural being with all these different powers.
Oh,
Like,
so he evolves. I'm sorry, an entity is evolving, and other than
really, Trip,
the
you want to
Jason
go
Goes
there?
to Hell
No,
thing
it's
was
not about
stupid.
his evolution.
Dude,
It's
what
about
hell
the
is
fact
going on?
that he literally goes from being a dead child to suddenly being a literal embodiment of, like, a psycho killer, like the essence of a psycho killer.
He
in
was
a
pretty much
walking corpse.
always described as a mama's boy. Even in the second one, the severed head of his mother was what was used against him to actually stop him at the end of the movie.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but that
the
that
corpse
had nothing to
thing
do
didn't
with
happen.
the fact that it was
Hell was way later than the 4th movie. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure it was close to the 9th movie in the franchise, and then Jason X, which was going to space, was the 10th. So those were the last 2 movies.
Okay,
It's been a long time
from-
since I've
from
watched the whole
point-
series. Okay.
He goes in essentially, and at one point he gets the shit beat out of him by some psychic chick, and that was the biggest off the left field. But he's still just killing people doing bad shit that resulted in him dying. Through every movie, he's always killing people who did bad shit that resulted in him dying. Smoking weed, getting drunk, premarital sex, all of that. That is his bread and butter. That's how he rewrote the franchise, the slasher arcs back in the day. You know, he revitalized them. That was his target modus operandi. And the thing is that he becomes undead because Tommy Jarvis decides for some reason to stick freaking lightning pole into his chest and let him get electrocuted, and he comes back as an undead monster at this point, where he may or may not have teleportation powers. There, you know,
Don't get
that's
me
an
started
argument
on
for
that.
later. We're not going there. I'm just saying that's an argument for later. But he is always consistently written as the unstoppable force that is going to kill these people. Even when he takes an axe to the face in one of them, he's still reaching for you. He's always that unstoppable force that's coming after. It may not be babysitters like it is with Michael Myers, but it's a bunch of horn dogs that are doing shit they're not supposed to. And the final girl is usually the chaste one who wasn't drinking or smoking or doing any of the other stuff in the franchise.
Well, he's the epitome of a juggernaut, quite simply.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
see, and
Also
that
to
kind of
clarify,
makes
there's
sense,
12,
but it's. No, go ahead, Skirk.
also to clarify, there's 12 movies. The Hell one is the 9th, and if you buy the Friday the 13th box set, it's gonna stop at 8. It's not gonna. The other 4 are not even included as if they're bastardized or something.
And then you got the remake with Sam Winchester from Supernatural in it,
Yeah, but we're gonna try and stick to the original. We're not gonna go through all of the reboots and remasters.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
we're
I would say B.
I'd also like to agree with Rouga on something that I think puts him at a solid B. There's 12 Jason movies, and I think 3 of them have a fairly good high watchability rate if you just like the genre. But the rest of them, they're kind of one and dones.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's solid.
They're not
B
good.
based on what we just said.
They're not good movies. They're
Under that rule, he would have to
Well,
stick in C.
I'm not necessarily agreeing with that, but I'm saying they don't have high rewatch value. So I think a solid B to say, because he's good in a lot of categories, but he's diminished in other categories.
I'm gonna
So
put him
I
in.
think he's a good hurdle.
I'm gonna put him in B because I think that I don't think any of his movies are great, and I would argue that most of his movies aren't even good. But most aren't terrible. They're just fine. They do what they need to do, and I actually agree with Alden, not Dan. I think his characterization is more or less consistent. I do think that he has a. He goes. It's clear there was a retcon or something happened between the first Friday the 13th and the second one, where they did not make the first Friday the 13th with the expectation that Jason would be the villain of the second movie. But I don't necessarily think that that's an issue. It worked fine. I'm gonna put him in B. If somebody wants to argue and say that he should be lower or higher, put your arguments in the chat or whatever. But I think B is comfortable for him. I think
B is good.
Okay.
Dan, thanks for answering that in chat, man. I didn't even know why he wasn't on the list.
You know what's funny?
What, Michael Myers?
Yeah. I didn't know that it was for only monsters. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's
I
monster.
see monster.
Some
but
people
I
might
wasn't
argue
thinking
that certain versions of Michael are monsters, but they're not. He's just a dude with superpowers eventually. He's still just a guy. He's not actually a monster.
Well, Rouga, who's going in the Rambo tier?
I don't know. We won't know until we get there.
Rambo probably can't go in the Rambo tier on this list.
Hey, look, Rambo is always in the Rambo tier. That's why.
Anyway, we're on Wolfman. What's up?
Wolfman. Okay. Does anyone think that Wolfman should not go in S?
Honestly, it's a classic.
I don't know why he wouldn't.
In terms
No, he should absolutely be an S.
In terms of quality of his movies, and now let's be clear, we're talking about the original Lon Chaney Jr. movies. We're not talking about the one with Benicio del Toro or all of the different, or the Werewolf in London. We're specifically talking about the original black and white version of the character, of which I think he had 4. He had Wolfenstein meets the Wolfman, and there's a couple. I forgot all the names. I'm sorry, Wolfenstein. No, it was Frankenstein meets the Wolfman was one of them. I think there was one where he did a crossover with Abbott and Costello. All of those movies are pretty decent. Even the ones that, obviously the Wolfman's the best one, but the crossover films are actually pretty damn decent as well. He doesn't have any bad movies.
There are 5.
There's 5. Okay,
His
that's
Abbott
4.
Costello movie he was in was good.
Yeah,
good.
They're all solid. All his movies are solid in terms of characterization and themes and all that. The character he's done very, very well. The movie, I actually would argue the movie is probably scarier today than it was back then, due to the soundtrack and the black and white. And sort of just the general way that 1940s movies were made. I think people would find them more scary today because they're unusual. If you go back we haven't gotten to.
Also the.
What's up?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say also the 2010 remake was solid.
I'm not talking about that one. I'm specifically talking about the Lon Chaney Jr., the original. the originals. But like if we go like I actually think there's a certain fear factor to those old black and white movies that current movies don't really have.
They lack.
They're really like those old movies are creepy, and I don't know if it's because we're not used to watching like movies that old, but they have a certain fear factor that the current movies don't have. What?
Oh, and I remember one subtle touch in the original movie when he was at the shooting range and he was just popping the things down, but once he saw the wolf, he just froze. That's some nice. That's another way to build tension in a way. Like, well, not tension. It was interesting.
Even as someone
to answer
someone who actually.
Go one sec. To answer Steven in the you're good. To answer Steven in the chat, we didn't use aliens because aliens can be its own list. So
and there's like hundreds of alien.
Yeah,
monsters.
we didn't use aliens. What were the criteria? We didn't use aliens. We didn't use ghosts.
No aliens, ghosts, or psychos. It was trying to think as purely a supernatural monster as you could.
Yeah, it was just it's a monster list. So yeah.
And Jason counts as a monster due to his revenantness, or that BS.
Demon. Jason counts as a monster because of the parasite arc.
So
I think the revenant part was his.
I mean, he's an undead. In case you don't know what a revenant is, that's an undead spirit of vengeance.
And Splinter is technically an alien then.
Splinter's not an alien. They never say where it comes from.
Yeah.
I thought it shoot it in from on a rock and from space.
Blob did. Splinter.
Blob
I don't think Splinter. They never.
Is that one of the? Do I see one of the Death Angels on the list?
That's also an alien. It's not on the list.
Blob 2 technically actually will qualify as more of a monster than Blob did because of how they went about it, but that's debatable.
I don't know, but in the first Blob movie, it arrives on a meteor, so it's an alien.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But Splinter, at the beginning of that movie, they don't actually explain where it came from. It just starts it just shows up. It starts you don't know if it's like a government experiment. The actual characters in the movie started like talking about where it came from. It's made mysterious on purpose. So
to go back to the Wolfman thing real quick, if I may interject, as someone who does still watch classical old school white movies as I grew up on them, yeah, I'm old, deal with it.
Old school white movies? What would an
old
old
school
school white movie?
Black and white movie.
I didn't hear you say black and white.
Them good old whitey movies.
Those good old white movies. I like to watch movies that represent me and my whiteness.
By the people of color.
Birth of a Nation is my favorite movie.
That laugh though.
What are you talking about?
In all honesty, though, as someone who does enjoy good old-fashioned black and white movies,
I don't like how you emphasize black there.
I do find that Wolfman and Nosferatu, Bela Lugosi, all those, they still have a certain kick to them that modern movies just lack.
They do.
In general.
I agree. They're just.
Also,
go ahead.
Yeah, called subtlety.
I also do want to chime in here. Like the older movies, like the colorless ones, they do suspense and they do the soundtrack so amazingly because that's what they had to work with.
Yeah.
Like the special effects, not it. The special effects, not it. But you can't blame them for that. Like they had to use only practical effects, right?
Well, honestly, I don't necessarily think the Wolfman effects are bad. The Wolfman effects, they're really good.
They're not bad.
They also had to rely on actor talent too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, they had to rely on actors, and like I feel older horror movies do so much better than modern ones because modern ones try to rely exclusively on like jump scares and like.
Well, even then they don't do it right, if you ask me. Personally.
Yeah, no.
Jump scares, fake outs, surprises. Like, come on.
Like the Wolfman did that infinitely better than when he jumps behind the bush in sequence 2. I mean, come on.
Well, Philip donated $10 and said, "There's so many movies that scare you with sound, but these movies scared you with next to nothing, pioneering in their field."
Yeah, I agree. I actually think most of the time, silence is more terrifying than music.
Oh, Philip has made a donation and made a nice point.
That was already been pointed out.
Dan just said that. That's exactly what he...
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Okay, so does anyone think that he shouldn't be at S? That was my main question.
Wolfman should definitely go in S tier, bar none.
What about the chat? Does anyone in the chat room think that he should not be at S?
Give the OG his respect.
S
He's
tier
the
hands
first of his
down.
kind.
S tier. I'm not seeing anyone saying not S tier. So I'm
Well,
putting
he's
him up
the
in
first of
S
his
tier
kind,
for
so I
now.
understand why he should.
Give the
Change.
black and white movies their dues. Come on.
Well, sorry, Long Cheney.
Very
I
solid.
guess you are living forever, and that is what you feared. Sorry, Frankenstein.
yeah.
Frankenstein versus Wolfman reference.
A part of me almost thinks that some of the, because most people I've met in my real life have not seen this movie at all. A part of me actually feels like people are going to say it belongs in S, because of almost the opposite of recency bias, where it's like that's the OG. So it's like
The
even people who
nostalgia
haven't
factor?
seen, even people
goat.
who, no, not nostalgia, because nostalgia means you had to have seen it. I think a lot of people who haven't
Right,
seen these
what it
movies
came
would still
out.
put it up there just in terms of respect, almost like a respect for your elders sort of thing.
I
I've
won't
seen
lie,
it,
that's part of it.
and luckily they're really good. But I do think most people probably haven't seen this movie nowadays.
I've seen
I
it. and
have
I'm
seen it.
20 years
It's
old.
been a while.
It's been a while
have
since
to
I've seen
ask.
it, but I've
It's been
seen
a long while since I've actually seen it.
Yeah, it's
Ruga,
good.
I have to ask.
Yeah,
I
I
have to ask,
actually.
is Nosferatu on this list?
it.
Nosferatu,
Dude, look on the screen.
He's
I mean,
it's right here.
sometimes it's hard to see. Yeah, he's right under the Graboid.
It's right here.
Okay, thank you. I just saw it because my site.
Yeah, I didn't want to put. I was thinking about putting the original Dracula as well. Well, okay, so people are saying that the original monsters aren't on here. Why is only Wolfman? Because they're all part of the same Universal universe, and I don't like using the multiple characters in the same universe. And to me, the quintessential monster of that universe was Wolfman, so I chose Wolfman. Also, I already had a vampire in Count Orlok. That was my vampire representation.
Okay, that's a good pick.
Yeah, Count
That's a deep
Orlok
cut.
was my So I also think he's probably one of the scariest vampires in fiction. I really have to think about what vampire would be scarier than him. But yeah, anyway, let's go on to Freddy Krueger. So
Great, Mr. fucking burnt ass bitch.
he's kind of got a lot of the similar issues that Jason has.
Jason
I also do a lot of good lines.
His movies are all
There
over the
were some
fucking
good
place.
lines.
Well, my issue with Jason is that he went
Well,
from being a horror character that kind of has some good lines to being just a straight up
Kinda being a
goofy, like ridiculous,
Yeah.
over the top comedy
You meant
character.
Freddy.
He turned
Yeah, I
into
got
Well,
a
I mean,
parody of
if you-
himself.
If you think about it like this, you're gonna be in the dream world. Why not fuck around and
No, I have it.
Ironically,
Zakila.
being around
Kinda
is
still
how
be a deal,
his
though.
powers work. Ironically,
Oh, hold up. Zakila put $10. No, I have not seen Super Deep. Is it good? It's about like an underwater monster movie. Hold on, let me add it to my list.
It's a great little monster flick.
Let me
so-
let me add it to my
Let me
list.
get flipped.
I have a list of movies. I have
Is
to
this
watch.
Freddy Krueger? Wait, is this Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, we're on to Freddy Krueger.
Oh, the guy from Mortal Kombat. God damn it! I can't make that-
Oh my gosh.
God damn it! I can't make that joke.
Are you gonna make a Fortnite joke next, man?
He's gonna make a joke when Freddy
I
Krueger
knew
was here.
somebody was gonna make that fucking joke though.
I added it to my
It was
list.
inevitable.
Guys, calm down.
It's
like,
fine.
Seriously.
It is what it is.
Sorry,
Okay,
piggyback
so Freddy Krueger. I honestly kind of almost think he should go pretty much where Jason is. Like I have
I would have to agree.
all the same
I would have
issues
to
I have
agree.
with Jason. I have with Freddy. I would even say Freddy's probably less consistent than Jason is. I tend to enjoy his worst movies more than I enjoy Jason's worst movies, though.
If I
like-
can make
A
a
lot of
point real
people would
quick.
agree with you there.
Yeah, like even Dream Warriors and what's the other one that came out
Dream
after?
Child.
Is that what it? Okay.
Yep.
Even those,
If
which
I
are,
could
are trash and nobody likes them, I think it's because they lean more into the humor, even though a lot of them aren't funny. They're just more entertaining to watch than the worst of Jason's movies.
Look, I really like Dream Warriors, but I didn't like
Can
Dream
I-
Child.
There we
like-
go.
Can
I'm,
I
pro-
make a
I'm probably
point?
thinking of Dream Warriors was the one where there was like 4 people and Dream Child only has 1, right?
Yeah, Dream,
Yeah.
Dream
Yeah,
Warriors
there
was
was
the one
all
where
the
as they kept dying,
mental
one girl kept
institution.
getting all their powers.
Yeah, I'm
Dream
thinking of Dream.
Child is where that girl got pregnant.
I'm
and
thinking
then
of Dream
her
Child.
baby.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Dream
Yeah.
Child. That movie was
Yeah.
terrible.
Hey,
But
guys, Lord had something he wanted to add. So
ahead.
Mind if I,
on this
just call me God, man. I'm no Lord, but appreciate it.
I just
But,
go based on the first part of the name, okay?
Yeah. Fair enough.
There's
Fair
no
enough.
women in here. Oh.
But yeah, in all honesty, my whole thing with Freddy is just the fact that he got goofier and goofier and kind of lost the plot with that as he went. Even in Dream Child, even in like his worst objective movies, like the way he goes about trying to scare you, with the whole horror genre being that it's supposed to scare you. that's the point of it. It falls off because of its goofiness. So I'd actually rank them lower personally for that lack of scare. Because even as a 5-year-old kid watching these movies,
they're not scary.
Well,
okay. To be fair, I actually think that the first Nightmare on Elm Street is not really scary, and I think it's unintentionally funny in moments. Like, for instance, there's one scene, I think everyone's seen it, where he's about to kill, or he's trying to kill the first girl before she gets swapped out with Nancy, and he grows his arms super long, and each of his arms are like 8 feet long, and then he starts chasing her down the alleyway, and that is the most unintentionally hilarious. It's not scary at all. It's ridiculous
because all they use is a damn tubing for
and it's just like it looks so weird. I'm like, if you wanted him to grow his arms out and just look at him real quick and then flash away and not see him anymore, fine, but showing him running down the alleyway with like these tube arms that are like 8 feet long each looks so ridiculous.
Now
these
Wolf,
inflatable tube man arms, like seriously. Like,
Wolf, we're not doing remakes, and he wasn't officially made into the pedophile. Hey, he wasn't officially made a pedophile until the remake.
Alden, I have to stop you there because you are technically wrong.
Yeah,
no,
I don't agree with that.
It was heavily hinted at, but it was never.
Yeah, I understand
said.
that. People, okay, so when I put Freddy Krueger in one of my videos, and I said that he was a pedophile, and everybody was correcting me saying he's not a pedophile. Yes, he is. It's strongly implied. They don't state it directly.
Well, Wolf is saying Freddy would have been fine before they made him a PDF file.
He's always been a pedophile. He's
technically there was the whole heavily applied child murderer and worse thing.
There is not a child murderer on Earth that isn't also a pedophile. Yeah, everyone knows
he was a pedophile, but they didn't officially come out and say it until the remake.
They didn't want to say that at the time.
I know. I'm just saying, like, he's
okay.
I'm just telling him why.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm really just covering this because so many people corrected me on this when I made my video telling me he's not a pedophile, and I could not believe that people didn't yes, he's a pet. What child killer is not a pedophile? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, if you're going to kill a kid, you might as well fuck it, right? I mean, you're all.
Okay, guys, calm the fuck down.
He also kept trinkets of him.
Yeah, he's definitely a pedophile. But yeah, I kind of agree that he should be somewhere in B, probably either above or below Jason. I think Jason does what he's trying to do more consistently than Freddy does.
I do agree with that.
Actually,
I would also argue
as much as I like Jason,
one person
at a time.
Okay, as much as I like Jason, I would almost argue that Freddy is actually more consistent.
I don't think you could say that. I don't think you could say that.
Oh my god.
He literally goes from being a horror character to being a comedy character. And then he goes back to being a horror character. Wait, what's up?
Again, though, Freddy? You're in the dream realm. You're gonna do literally whatever you want.
He's been trying to talk for 15 minutes, man.
I guess he was flanderized. I guess that's the.
Mute them if you have to, Dan.
I already did use it. I didn't want to use it again. Okay, Freddy being a pedophile was actually in the original movies. It got written out because the the publisher of the movie told the director, "No, you can't have that."
No, he's
which is why it stayed as heavily implied.
Yes,
however, it is confirmed by the creators that he has always been a pedophile.
Of course, he's a pedophile. Like it's like I don't understand why. I don't know why people think, and I think this is kind of a part of like a large portion of people who watch my videos being kind of like scalar and part of the scaling community. The scalers are so terrible at like taking story, like the thematics of a story and inferring what the artist was trying to say with that story. They're awful at it. Everything has to be said directly to them and stated and factual and mathematical. It is very clear in that film that he is a pedophile.
Not good for them.
It is incredibly clear in that first film that you watch that he is a pedophile. Like, they don't have to directly. It was the 1980s. The 1980s, despite it being the launch of the slasher genre in a lot of ways, although technically it happened in the 70s, but the 80s was known as a time where you weren't allowed to get away with shit. Like, kind of how our current Hollywood censors our movies a lot. This was going on in the 80s a ton, and a lot of directors will talk about this. Quentin Tarantino talks about this a lot, how in the 80s, basically, movies just weren't allowed to do what they were supposed to do. Every character had to be likable. No, you couldn't have, like, an evil main character. If they were, they had to be very sanitized. You had to make them as likable as humanly possible. Even the villains had to be likable. So they couldn't just make Freddy up. They didn't, like, just want to say outright, he fucks kids. But he did. It was clear. It was clearly implied from the very beginning. I really don't understand how you can watch that movie and think he wasn't.
I mean, seriously, I'm with you on that.
Sure. Like, there's so many hints to it. It's not even funny.
Oh, it's all over the place. It's all over the place.
It's all over the walls. Like,
even the mom. Like, if you see the scene where the mom is explaining to Nancy what happened to the kids.
It's very much said.
Yeah, it's like she the way she says it and the way she, like, you could tell she's still holding back information as she's explaining it to Nancy. She's not telling her the whole story. It's very heavily implied by her acting and the words that she uses that she's hiding the fact that he was actually having sex with kids. Also, he even like a lot of his murders are very heavily sexual assault. Like Nancy, Nancy over the phone where he tongues her in her tongues her in her mouth when she's trying to talk to him on the phone. The girl that he murders while she's in bed, she just got finished having sex with her boyfriend, and he appears under the sheets. There's
when he tries to drown that one girl in the bathtub by reaching out from between her crotch.
You're right.
Even the homoerotic tones of the second movie.
Aiden, did you gifted someone a membership? Who'd you gift?
It's always random. I don't get to choose who it does, and the hilarious thing is the guy who's giving you $20 today is the guy who got gifted.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I was actually gonna do that. Thank you for doing that. I found people in the text chat. I found out yesterday that I can actually gift memberships during these streams. I didn't know that. I'm gonna start doing that more often. And yeah, I was gonna get Philip one.
You can't choose who you gift it to.
I didn't know I couldn't choose.
Random ass people.
So Dan, how would I do that?
Click the money.
If I wanted to get.
Yeah, there should be a button right next to where you run the ads.
Okay, show your support for Rouga. Super chat and super sticker.
Click it, and then scroll all the way down.
It's
only not giving you the option.
Why?
That's weird, because it gives me the option to give out free memberships.
Alden, you have more members. It might be a numbers thing.
Oh, that would be weird, but all right.
Oh, yeah. I don't really do the membership. So wait, I can't give someone memberships?
It doesn't look like it allows you to. YouTube is supposed to just give 10 to everyone to give out, but maybe your lowest tier is too expensive for YouTube to want to do that for you.
It's only $3.
My lowest tier is $1.
It's like $3. I only have one tier. I didn't make multiple tiers. Whatever. If you want to keep gifting out memberships throughout the stream, go ahead. I'm cool with it. Gift out as many as you want.
Yeah, Alden, spend your money on Rouga.
Before we continue, can we just agree
Oh wait, you have to pay for. You're paying for it, Alden. You paid for that.
It was $3.99 to gift one. I just wanted to show you how to do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. I thought you were just giving them out for free. Oh, that sucks.
No, you pay to gift those to people.
Yeah, you have to pay for that.
Oh.
Unless YouTube's giving you the 10, which for some reason they told you to piss off. So
I think it's your membership is $1 and you have more members.
Yeah,
so
I think
that's probably
honestly I think it's just because it's $1. Because even when I had no members, I was able to do it, but mine's only $1
so
for the
I think
lowest
it's
tier.
probably because his is
maybe
10.
I don't know. Maybe I'll make another one. Maybe I can make like a second tier.
Yeah, you can make more tiers, and
I'll look into it. I'll look into it
after the stream.
I'll look into it. Sorry guys, I planned on gifting you.
Whoa.
I planned on gifting y'all stuff, but.
Okay.
Yeah. I need to make a point on Freddy though. Like, again, I go back to the whole thing with it coming down to his goofiness throughout the entire thing. Like, it kills any horror vibe. Like, and the narration it's all over the place, like we said.
I don't disagree.
Quite frankly,
I think he's inconsistent. I think his movies are become more comedies than horror. I think that their overall quality of them is pretty low. The only reason why you watch is because you enjoy Freddy himself, but even Freddy is not particularly consistent, and I don't think he really tries to be consistent. Even the director of the film, after like Freddy 2, like after not Freddy 2, Nightmare on Elm Street 2, has basically disowned most of the films until he came back to make the one that was super meta that was in the new Nightmare. Yeah, he kind of So I think
that's my point.
Yeah, I think
if we're gonna judge him based off consistency, narration, and the whole horror genre aspect, I couldn't even he'd have to be bottom B or high C for me personally.
I'd have to say he's below Hellraiser, but again, I haven't seen
below.
all the Hellraisers.
I don't think any Nightmare on Elm Street movie is as bad as the later Hellraiser films. But again,
I would agree with that.
And again, I haven't seen Hellraiser.
They are. I am not kidding. The last 2 or 3 Hellraiser films are some of the worst films you can watch. Like, I would compare it to some of the worst Pauly Shore films in terms of quality. They are bad. They're
very bad.
They're incredibly low. They're incredibly low. Okay, so just to give you an update on why those movies even exist. The original owner of the IP doesn't own it anymore. It was purchased by another company who I'm forgetting, and they only make Hellraiser movies when they're about to lose the license. So the last 2 or 3 Hellraiser movies that they made, not including the reboot that they did on Hulu, the last 2 or 3 before that were literally thrown together. Most of them for like tens of thousands of dollars to like $100,000. They did not throw any money into it. They got people who had never directed movies before. They got actors you would never recognize. They're not known actors, and they just threw as little money as possible, and they rushed it into production at the last minute just so they can keep the rights to the film, because there's a rule in it where they have to make a Hellraiser film every 3 or 4 years. If they don't, they'll lose the rights and they'll go back to the original. It's the same deal that Sony made with Marvel for Spider-Man. Sony is required by law. By the contract to make a Spider-Man movie once every 5 years. If they wait over 5 years, they have to give the rights back, which is why they keep rebooting Spider-Man over and over again.
That brings me to my point, though. Like, if we're gonna bring external factors like that into the equation, then he should be in C.
No, okay, so if we're looking at him, if we're looking at him from like the same perspective, because you're Rouga, you're saying he should be with Jason. They both have the same tier of movie roughly, and their scare factor, if you will.
They both have roughly the same highs and the same lows.
Yeah, they have the same highs and lows. He is less consistently written. I will have to agree with Lord, because because
I agree.
They do jump into the cheese factor a lot in some of them, and then all of a sudden they whiplash you and try to do super scary when he's the real world one that you were saying when Wes Craven came back.
Yeah.
And then they whiplash you again and make him into the goofball pedophile again. So just under that, he's under Jason on B.
Well, I mean, the new Nightmare wasn't exactly Freddy Krueger. It was essentially the boogeyman.
Yeah, but
sadly,
out of all these horror films that are on here, though, because of his premise alone, he's the only one who's ever actually given me a nightmare, just because of the premise.
Well, here's my thing with that. Like,
that is a good point. I feel he's a much more interesting premise than Jason.
Shush. Yeah. So in terms of premise, he's better than Jason. I'll say that outright. In terms of consistency, he's worse than Jason.
As a big Jason and Krueger fan, I will say, in my opinion, the only thing that Freddy has over Jason is the fact that he's way harder to deal with, and that he thrives on the character sphere, but in every other category he's lacking.
Well, even in that way, he's inconsistent, because in the first film, literally just ignoring him is a way to overcome him, and they completely get rid of that weakness for him in the next films, because they realize it's way too easy to overcome him. If just literally just ignoring him and not being afraid of him is the way to beat him, then he's super easy to overcome. But even then, they bring it back for the Freddy vs. Jason film, and they bring it back for later films. So it's kind of all over the place. Like, is that his weakness or is it not? Even that part of him is inconsistent. The one thing I will give Freddy that makes me kind of maybe want to put him above, but just barely, is that overall, I think entertainment value, even Freddy Krueger's worst films still have some form of entertainment by the goofiness or just the batshit. What the fuck am I watching? Like, the bad Jason movies, I don't want to watch. The bad Hellraiser movies, I straight up can't watch. The bad Freddy movies still have something where I'm like, I'm not liking this, but I can. I'm still like watching it. I'm
still have their moments, yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of want to put him below. I don't think that's enough to put him above, though. I still think he should belong in B, but I would say below Jason in B. Does anybody disagree?
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah. I'll give you
I was
that.
gonna say.
I will make this final point. His goofiness does kind of, or.
And he went
Okay, he keeps cutting off. You have to fix your mic, or you got to get out of stream, man. Because that's like the third time you cut off halfway through a sentence.
Well,
of course,
I guess Freddy's problem was he's a victim of Flanderization.
Yeah, I've heard that once. What do you mean by that?
What?
Ned Flanders. It's basically when they made the character so much into what he was that it turned into a hyperbole of what he is.
Yeah.
It's basically a parody
it's a criticism term.
They kept stretching out
see.
one aspect of the character until it became an all-consuming thing.
Yeah, but I people like I don't think that Wes Craven was expected people to be attached to Freddy in the way that they were after the first film. So then after that, he sort of leaned on the character a little more, and then each time when other directors came in and took over, they went a little too far with it, and then by that point it was too late. It just like they just kept going with that in that sort of direction. But yeah, I would say below B. I think that's a fine place for him. I cannot put him next to Pinhead because those final films are so bad. Like
I was gonna say, Freddy's consistently not. The fact that Freddy is more goofy than scary kind of hurts his fear factor. But you know, the first film and a few of the other films are like, yeah, he is there. He is frightening.
All right, let's move on to the Pale Man. Let's move on to the Pale Man. So the Pale Man. Okay, so I don't think it would be a stretch to say that out of all of the horror movies on this list, Pan's Labyrinth is probably the best one. I would have to maybe you Wolfman might be have like some kind of comparison there. The Fly might have some comparison there, but for the most part, I think Pan's Labyrinth. It's also the only film on this list that's been nominated for Best Picture. It's easily the best film. The problem with the Pale Man is, despite being the best monster in the film, he's only in one scene. And that's
the only scene I've seen.
It's the only scene he's in. He's not in anywhere else in the movie.
In that scene.
It's a terrifying scene. He's got everything that you need on the list. He has it. He even has a backstory. They don't talk about it, but you could see the backstory that's painted on the walls when you're like the characterization and the visual storytelling of that scene tells you everything you need to know about the Pale Man from the very beginning. You know that he kidnaps and eats children. You know his whole history just based on that scene. He's creepy. The makeup's amazing. My only issue, he would be easily S. My only issue is that he is only in one scene. And he's nowhere else to be seen in the entire movie. He's not even a threat in the entire movie. It's not even like it's a horror movie. For people who haven't seen Pan's Labyrinth, it's not like it's a horror movie where there's a monster throughout the whole movie, but you don't actually get to see him until the end. He's literally in one scene, and his presence isn't even anywhere else in the film. So I can't put him at S, but I think he does everything.
Actually, I hate to.
What's up?
Hey, see, that scene actually made me laugh. Like, girl, how are you this stupid? The writing is on the walls of how you're in danger. The fairies.
Because you're not taking the concept that the child is starving.
Right, she hasn't eaten throughout that.
She hasn't eaten in several. At that point, she had not eaten in several days. I think even a week at that point. And so what people are just for people who haven't seen it, what he's referring to is that there's a whole scene where this girl is told that she has to enter the lair of the Pale Man, and she has to grab this certain thing. I forgot what it was, but she has to grab something and leave his lair. She is told that there's a ton of food, like really like a delicious cooked food, like it's a whole it's like a feast. And she's told that she cannot grab anything on the table. Don't touch any of the food. She is very hungry and starving at this point. She goes in, she grabs the thing, and she's about to leave, and right before she leaves, she grabs one thing, and the Pale Man, who's just sitting in a chair, like sleeping, instantly wakes up when she grabs and starts eating the food and starts chasing her, and she has to like get out of there. And the Pale Man is this eyeless, creepy, like baggy skinned, very like creepy looking dude, and he's going to murder her because Pale Man is a child murderer. So that's the scene. That's what he's saying. He's saying that she's stupid for taking the food.
And his eyes are in his hands. He's so that guy's
creepy.
so wow.
He's creepy. But He's saying that she's stupid for grabbing the food, but I think he's forgetting that she's starving. That's why she grabs the food. That's the whole thing. It's attempt.
Remember that whole movie is like her family and she are like war victims. They have nothing.
Yeah. So that's why. So yeah, I mean, she is a 10-year-old child, who is being told to go into a place where everything she needs to live is there, and she hasn't seen it in like probably her whole life, and she's told not to touch it. Like I'm not. I think there would be adults who would probably be like, nah, I'm still taking the food. Like I don't blame.
That's an allegory for. That's a big allegory for like desperation and the things people will do to survive.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the movie's great. If no one's seen Pan's Labyrinth, I know Dan, you said you were going to check it out, but I didn't have time. Even though we're already doing this list, you should still check it out. Pan's Labyrinth is a great film.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so good.
It's that movie everybody needs to see at least once.
Yeah. Also, it freaked me out. So there was this movie, show. Has anyone seen the Shannara Chronicles?
Part of it.
Okay.
I've read the books.
It's not a good show, but they came out with a show called the Shannara Chronicles, and there's like a big part of the show is that there's like this love triangle, and there's a dude. Austin Butler is the main dude, and then there's two chicks that are following him throughout the movie, and both of these chicks are gorgeous. There's like the model like looking one, and then there's like the dirty kind of like rebel looking one, and when I was watching that show, I was like, man, that dirty rebel looking chick is doing it for me. Like she is so fucking good looking. Like I'm watching this show being like, the only reason why I'm watching is because I want to see somebody fuck this chick, because I want to fuck this chick. And I'm watching, and then I found out like halfway through the show, it made me feel really weird. That's the girl from Pan's Labyrinth, the 10-year-old girl from Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh my god!
Because when I watched Pan's Labyrinth, she was a 10-year-old girl. But when I watched that show, she's like in her early 20s, or I think she was like 21 or something when I was watching the show. And I was like, now I feel weird because she was a little girl.
The same feeling
last time I saw her, and then she's like a grown ass, and she's like really, really good looking. And I'm like, this is weird, dude. I saw you in a movie when you were like 10, and I was it's like, this is weird, dude. It threw me off.
It's kind of the same feeling whenever I watch The Grinch with Jim Carrey, and then I listen to the freaking the Pretty
the Pretty Reckless. Yeah, the chick from Pretty Reckless is the girl from The Grinch, and she's very sexualized. She sexualizes the crap out of herself in her band. She constantly comes out wearing no clothes and shit, and it's like, that's the little girl from The Grinch. It's so weird. No, one that threw me off was the Game of Thrones with Arya Stark. So Arya, when you start watching it, she's like 8 years old, and you watch her the whole season, and she never grows. Like even in the final seasons, she's very short. So in my mind, I was still like, yeah, this chick's like 15. And then at one point in the last season, she removes her clothes and she's bare ass naked and she starts having sex with this dude. I'm like, whoa, what did they get away with here? And then I looked it up and I'm like, oh, this bitch is like 24 years old.
All the from Warner Brothers.
Yeah, and then I looked at, I'm like, oh no, she's like 24 years old now. I didn't realize she aged that much. But yeah, because I always figured in the first season she was like a little girl, and I in my mind she was still like a preteen or something.
It's just because she never freaking grew.
She just didn't grow. She's still short. And I was like, man, this threw me off. I was like, how did they put child porn on this TV? But yeah, that threw me off. But no, that I just thought that was a funny story with Pan. Every time I watch Pan's Labyrinth, I'm like, this is weird.
So A rank, right?
Yeah.
So getting back to the Pale Man, another little tangent. So they kind of reference this in there's a Netflix anthology series called Love, Death, and Robots, and there's like this scene that's supposed to be like Christmas, and what every kid thinks Santa is, and then it's like, oh, Santa is a very different creature, and it's like a clear reference to the Pale Man. Like, it doesn't have eyes. It opens up its hands to kind of like see you, and like this thing goes up to the two kids, says that they're both good, and then it puts the presents under the tree and then leaves, and then like afterwards, the brother looks to his sister and he's like, hey sis, so that thing basically said we're good, right? And it was real creepy, right? What would have happened if we were bad kids?
I think it just. I
think I know what you're talking about. Was it like stop motion?
It's a clear reference to that. So it's clearly well known enough to a bunch of people that it's.
I think you're stretching that.
I think it's more. So I was just pointing out, like, I think people do know this creature.
I love that episode of Love, Death, and Robots, though.
It is a great episode. That entire series is really freaking good.
I especially like the one, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. I would say though, you do have a point. If this thing is only in one scene, like it uses up that scene well.
Yeah.
But like
there's
not much to it.
If he was in the whole movie, he'd be an S. Like if he kept that quality throughout the whole movie, he'd be an S. But it's one scene. That's why I can't. But I also can't put him as, because his only appearance is better than anything that Jason or Freddy has ever done.
Somebody pointed out also in chat the whole scene.
I would actually go as far to say that his appearance where he is sets the tone for the rest of that movie.
Well, I mean, he appears relatively. It's not the beginning of the movie. He appears like it's decently
like
into the film.
It's like the middle second half.
Something like that. Yeah,
but like that completely changes your perspective and sets the whole tone for the rest of the movie.
It's a memorable scene. It's a good scene.
Someone in the chat also said it basically plays out like a Silent Hill level. You have to sneak around a big unstoppable monster, unlock a chest with the key, etc. All that kind of stuff. So I think A is fine. S should not be.
I think A is good. I think A is good. Yeah, like I said, if he had,
a lot of people are saying A, but some people are still saying B.
I can't put him in. I wouldn't put him in B because neither.
He'd be the highest of B tier if he was in B.
I don't see how you could put him in B. He's just because he's not in it a lot. I mean, his quality is so far and beyond what you could consider average. So like,
I would say low A is fair because of the fact that he's only in like one scene, but because he does so well with it.
Yeah, I gotta put him in A. I can't put him in B and I can't put him in S because he doesn't have enough. Like I can't compare him to someone like Wolfman who has a whole series of quality films, and I can't compare him to somebody like these two who has so much bad shit and never reached the highs of Pale Man. So I think A is.
People in here are saying A.
Yeah, I think A is. I think A is good for him.
Fighting against each other was a high point, but we weren't counting that movie anyway. So.
Okay, so next up we have the Graboids.
Oh my god! This is my guilty pleasure series.
This is a good.
There's nothing guilty.
The first one's
the first
good.
4 movies.
I like.
Great, it's the Alaskan bullworm.
I like.
The first 4 movies are good. The next one after that, that's the guilty pleasure.
No problem, Philip.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I'm sorry. I wanted to come into this stream and gift everybody subs. I did not know about the limitation on the sub gifts, or not the membership gifts. I specifically came in. I was going to give out 10 free ones. I feel so bad now. But yeah, no.
Chad, don't worry. Next week we'll be back and I'll have it all set up for them so
I'll
that
try
we actually know what's going on.
I didn't know they wouldn't do that. No one told me. Anyway, okay.
I didn't either. Ruben. I'll be looking everything up.
Graboids, the Tremors franchise has like 7 movies in it now.
There's a lot, and to be fair, there's a lot of bad
TV series.
There's a lot of
the TV series don't count.
I didn't even know there was a TV series. That's new information.
It's horrible.
I think I've probably seen the first.
There was like
4
one
or
season
5
of
of
it,
these.
I think.
But
what are these Graboids things? Are these from Tremors?
Yes.
These are the Tremors.
Yes, these are the ones from Tremors.
Oh, I love these things.
Yeah, they're great.
That's such great movies. Like this is the one quality thing that I had with my second grandfather. Like.
Okay.
They're just good quality movies.
No, they're a lot of fun. So in terms of premise, it's a fantastic premise. It's a monster that's underground that you can't touch the ground. That's by itself. That's a pretty solid premise. They have a good design. The movies themselves are are a decent quality, especially the first one. I think they do get bad eventually. They start to get bad. I'm not gonna say they don't get bad. I didn't know there were 7. I haven't seen all 7. I think I've probably seen 3 or 4, maybe.
And is it okay if I ruin something major for you?
It has some pokiness.
I mean, I guess.
I think it's meant to be a little lovable.
At the end of the final one, Burt Gummer dies.
Oh, I already knew that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was 7, but I heard when he died in the film that he died in one of them, but I didn't know how many there were. But overall, this is really good. But because it drops in quality quite a bit and it starts to get worse, I feel like it should be probably highest of B or lowest of A. I have to think about.
Thinking the same thing.
Are any of them? Since you guys have actually seen them, I haven't seen the last couple. Do any of them just get straight up dog shit?
Okay.
Yes.
So
no,
they never get worse than Perfection, the one where they go back to the cowboy times.
Yeah, they get worse in a way that still makes them good and entertaining.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying perfection was bad. I'm saying it was probably where it bottomed out, and they stayed that good the rest of the way through.
You know what? I agree with that. Yeah,
they're very consistent in their level of everything. The only thing that's weird is they added a offshoot evolution of the Graboids.
Yeah, I know they started doing ones that could fly and shit.
No, not that. I'm not talking about Asperger's. I'm not talking about Shriekers. They had an offshoot evolution, which was like, as he would say, like the Alaskan bullworm, but it was more of like the warm weather version of them, which could jump out of the sand like the baby ones could in the perfection one, and so they were a bit weirder, and they were faster than the original ones. But that was like their only inconsistency, is that all of a sudden after 5 movies you found a new subspecies of the same creature.
And then there was the Afghanized one, which they just added spikes to it.
I don't really mind. Well, that's not like a negative on the movie. I don't have an issue with them coming out with new movies.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
because of the ecology, it makes sense that things have adaptation.
Not necessarily. I mean, not everything needs to have an adaptation, but it makes sense in terms of a horror film that if you're going to keep making films, you should add new concepts and new things to keep it interesting. There's good ways of doing that. Like, you know, having the creatures have some sort of evolution where they get new powers. And there's bad ways of doing that, like Jason, where you had one of the killers the whole movie not actually be Jason, but just be a guy who's posing as Jason. Or you have one movie where he's a parasite that infects people. And like, those are bad evolutions. But just giving them new like creatures and shit, I don't necessarily think that's a bad version of evolution. So where should we put him? It feels weird to put him next to the Pale Man.
Then make him top of B.
You go top of B, like you said.
But I think top of B is probably a good spot.
And if anything else jumps up with Pale Man, we can ask the audience if they want to vote him up, like we've done in the past. You know, so he's spaced out from Pale Man, not right next to him.
Well, does anyone in the chat think that he should be anywhere other than top of B? The text chat.
You mean the species of the Graboids?
Yes, the species of just the worms. I don't think he's counting Shrieker evolution or freaking.
Oh no, I mean I'm just talking about the monster. The monster as a whole. If you want to do the Streakers, whatever.
I actually like the Streaker because it's a new horror that's with it.
I think B.
It's
everyone's
saying
B.
It's an expanding threat, like almost a zombie, where you're gonna face more in certain circumstances. You know, the whole eat and then they barf out another one.
All right, next monster.
Giving a monster new things it can do does not necessarily make it worse.
So are we actually going to argue Rambo, or are you just going to put him in the Rambo tier?
Well, obviously he's the best one, so clearly the Rambo tier.
I think Rambo belongs in D tier under these conditions.
Okay, but
how?
He's unstoppable. His movies are all consistently written. He's consistently written as a character.
He's terrifying.
He's going to go in the Rambo tier. He fits all those categories.
Except for the fact that
they're consistently written as very Rambo movies. That is true.
He makes everyone who watches his thing shit their pants. I mean, come on.
He's easily the most terrifying thing on this list. Obviously, Rambo belongs in the Rambo tier. Like
ironically, he actually makes a really good slasher genre.
How terrified will you
PDF
be
is hilarious.
if Rambo came after you? You know, that would be horrifying.
But how terrified would you be if Jason came after you?
I would rather Jason come after me than Rambo.
Guys,
I would much rather Jason than Rambo.
PDF says Rouga implying that veterans with PTSD are monsters. Shaking my head.
Exactly. He gets it.
Some of them can be. Let's be honest. And I can say that my father is a veteran.
Okay, someone is saying that Last Blood never happened. I reject that. Last Blood was not a bad movie. People really didn't like Last Blood. I think a lot Rambo fans did like Last Blood because it gave everybody what Rambo fans wanted. Look, Rambo movies. God, I'm gonna fucking talk about Rambo in every video we do. Okay, Rambo.
You did this to you.
I did this to myself. Well, I added them as a joke. I just thought because we were making the tier list and somebody said, "Oh, you should do Rambo since you love Rambo so much." I'm like, all right, so I added Rambo to the list. But No, Last Blood. Look, every Rambo film is a stand-in for some kind of right-wing political thing that's going on at the time. Like they're all right-wing political films, every single one of them, and it just happened to be that Last Blood was about the border crisis. Like that's not like they made one about the Iraq War. They made one about the way that people were treating vets when they came back. They made one about do it.
Wasn't the one in Afghanistan before the
it was based
started?
I think it was
three is Afghanistan.
It was based
it's before Russia is out.
Stop interrupting. Rouga.
Yeah, they all have some sort of political leaning. I don't really know why someone would see Last Blood and dislike it more than the other ones, because it basically does the same thing that the other ones do. The only issue that I have with Last Blood is that it's not as good of an ending as Rambo, the one that came out before it. I think that was a perfect end to his story, and Last Blood continued the story but did not end it nearly as well. That's my only issue with that film, generally speaking. But in terms of the violence, the action, the political themes that every Rambo movie has, it's a Rambo movie. Like I don't get the hatred for the film. I know that some people hate it. Maybe, but the thing is that the funny thing is if you go and look at the ratings of every single Rambo film when they come out and you look at the reviews, they're all negative. Like critics and reviewers do not like Rambo films because they are all super violent and they're all very politically charged. So that by itself is going to make, like, every single Rambo film that comes out is the people complain that it's too violent and that they don't like the political message that it's pushing. But that's every Rambo film. So, like,
but that's every random film. That's like hating Halloween.
Almost every action film.
Oppenheimer had good reviews. It's not every film, man. Come on.
I mean,
it's every horror film?
Action film, because action films are what you most action films. When you have film critics watching them, it's usually like, okay, they're looking for actual, like, critically, how is this film? And most action films, the stereotypical action film, Rambo is one of them, is typically, okay, shoot a bunch of bad guys, then talk about how sad we are, or how awesome we are, and then shoot more bad guys.
That is not, okay, first off, you, sir, did not pay attention to Rambo films, because that is not what Rambo films are about. Rambo films are actually very deep. There's a lot of shit going on in
Rambo is deep when you actually look at it, but when you have like a ton of movies that you have to watch, and sometimes shitty critics, but also you have people that are more like they have other films they typically have to watch and all these other things they have to do. They typically look at it at face value and what it has to offer, and then later on look at it like, okay, is there anything actually deeper that we have? Well, it's not necessarily... Films are not even the only thing that do this. Films are usually the best example.
It's not necessarily later on. It's when politics change. Like at the time that when the Vietnam War happened, people like left wing hated the war, and they hated on the war. They thought the people that were going over there were cruel and vicious for going over there and doing it in the first place.
Baby killers.
And when those people came back, it was like a left wing talking point that they hated on those types of people. Today, it is currently a left-wing talking point that PTSD and mental health and all that is a big issue. So that's why Rambo 1 is accepted today by left-wingers, but wasn't accepted when it came out. Because what left-wing values has changed over the years, just like what right-wing values has changed over the years. You can even look at the first Rambo and not necessarily call it a right-wing film anymore. And you'd be right if you made that argument. So it's just there has always been, no matter how far back in film you look, if a political statement is being said that is against what the current tropes of Hollywood are, those films don't do very well. And I'm not just saying that all right-wing films do poorly in Hollywood. There were times when Hollywood was ruled over by more right-wingers as well, specifically in the 50s, the 40s and 50s. And in those films, left-wing films were not looked at very well. It was really when in the 60s where it started like changing, and then you started seeing a lot of right-wing films get shit on, and the left-wing films sort of took over, and that's kind of been the case since the 60s with like small. I would actually argue the only really successful director that makes like right-wing films that aren't hated by the public, which is going to be weird because most people don't realize it, and I think this is kind of a part of the quality of the films. I think you would have to really fight hard to convince me that Christopher Nolan doesn't make right-wing films. Like, I think his films are very heavily right-wing. What's up?
Yeah.
I was saying I had a feeling you'd say him.
I mean, the fact that you had
have a political message, yeah, they do. Yeah, they are.
I mean, I can't really.
Christopher Nolan films are kind of apolitical for the most part.
No, well, okay. I'm not gonna say. Well, it depends on which one you're looking at. Like, if you're looking at something like Tenet.
Right wing though.
Oh well, okay. Like if you look at the Dark Knight series. I mean, look at the storylines that happen in the Dark Knight.
What? The police with the
Dark
police
Knight is good
being heavy
because the
focus.
thing is about Batman is all the Batman series has basically just been about like one man on his own cannot do all of the things that Batman does.
Well, look at the Dark Knight. Well, okay, look at the Dark Knight Rising. Look at the Dark Knight Rising and what it's about. The whole point of the Dark Knight Rising is that Catwoman's character doesn't like the elite. She is very, very anti-elite. And the whole concept of the film, especially the last third, is that by the end of the film, exactly what Catwoman wants happens. The elite get overthrown by the sort of, I don't want to say scum of society, but like the lower end of society. They overthrow, and things get way worse for Gotham once the elite are taken out of power. That is not a left-wing idea at all. That is a right-wing concept.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
And the entire movie is based on that premise.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see how that could be interpreted like that.
And it's not,
I mean, what I was getting at though was like how Batman is if this in a real-world situation, what should we do to lower organized crime and stuff like that? In Christopher Nolan's case, it's give more funding to police and help them out, so they can stop crimes. That's a very right-wing talking point. Whereas with left-wing stuff, it's more.
That's another thing. Yeah, Dark Knight Rises is extremely pro-police officer. It's insanely.
Yeah, that's where you were going with this.
The entire at some points it is, but it's also partially
they turned the
some
police,
points where
the Gotham PD into an awesome, badass, organized, gruff fighting force fighting against a bunch of people that are trying to blow up
the stupidity of the entire police force is dumb enough to everybody go in the tunnels so that way they all get trapped. That does not sound entirely like a good right-wing point. But it also is probably just a thing of we need some tension. Okay, here we go.
Well, okay, so I'm not saying that that's. Well, no, I'm not saying that that's like. Well, I don't think the movie was written fantastically.
I think it's more right-leaning in that case.
Listen,
but
there's many problems with the right.
I think that the movie. I think that the cops all being trapped underground at the same time is not an issue with right-wing or left-wing or what the premise of the film was. I just think that was a bad writing option. But the idea that all of the cops were too afraid to stand up and fight against because all these people, and then at the end of the movie, despite not really having to, they all come together to stand up against it because that is what's right, and they're fighting for justice and all that sort of stuff. And again, I think that if you would have made that type of point 20, 30 years ago, it would not be considered a right-wing point, but today it is. Today that would be considered a very right-wing point because pro-police officers and the general outlook that police are good and positive and that we should hail them up as sort of these heroic figures, that is right wing today. That's not left wing.
Treated with some degree of humanity.
To be fair, though, when that movie came out,
because it shouldn't be right. That shouldn't be right wing. That should be all.
Oh, it was 9/11. Is that what you were going to say?
Cops are people. They're not superheroes. They're not like fucking Superman or Batman. They're people that have taken an oath to the city to protect its people.
Okay, guys, this is gonna get real polarizing if I let this keep going. So,
hello, gentlemen. On politics tonight.
I was gonna say one thing, and that's to be fair. When that movie came out, I don't think that was an entirely right-wing point. I think that was a very politically neutral point.
No, but the Catwoman point that I made was right-wing even when that film came out.
Sure, but I mean the thing about the.
But that's what the plot of the movie is about.
Topic anyway.
But that's
so
what
we
the
should probably get back on.
No,
topic.
but that's what I don't care. We can talk about whatever we want. I don't care if it's polarizing. I'm going to talk about whatever I want to talk about.
Well, it's not so much of polarizing as much as it is.
No, but Dan mentioned that it was polarizing. I don't care if something's polarizing. Look. Anybody could I've said this before. I'll say it again. Anybody can talk about whatever they want in my streams. Anybody can talk about whatever they want in my chat. If other people don't agree with it, that's fine. You don't have to agree with everything. If you want to say something I don't agree with, it's fine. I don't care about this. I don't do what you want.
It's the internet, man. You can say what the fuck you want.
But
we could literally tell someone to go fuck themselves and they literally can't do anything.
But the
Pineapple
concept,
belongs on pizza.
yeah, but the concept,
That's
the concept when the film came out, like the actual entire plot of the film is about elitism. It's a classism film where the actual answer to that classism, they say, is that the system that we have now with elites in charge is actually a better system, even though the movie does call out that there are corrupt elites in charge. They say that the alternative is worse, and that was even back then, that was a right-wing talking point, not a left-wing talking point.
There is
Fair.
some like weight to the topic. I mean, there has to be some order and not just complete fucking anarchy.
Well, no, it's not necessarily that there was anarchy. It's that once the lower class took over the country, it fell into complete disarray. It's not that there wasn't any sort of control. They had court systems and all this sort of stuff. They like there was fucking Scarecrow's character was literally the judge, like accusing the elites of stuff and stuff. It just became worse. It wasn't that there wasn't any sort of controlling factors.
It was literally just a mob. It was a mob court.
Yeah,
basically.
And you can kind of say this about quite a few of his movies. Oppenheimer and certain other movies. A lot of his movies have very right-leaning-ish sort of ideas. I'm not going to say that he's just straight out like a right-wing guy. But a lot of his movies end up coming out and being like, you watch the movie and like, this has right-wing themes. There's like, it's hard to not see them. I don't think they're preachy.
But it doesn't. I don't take. For me, that doesn't take away my enjoyment of the.
No.
It doesn't have to.
No, I don't understand why it would.
Because Christopher Nolan is actually classy about it, and it doesn't like fucking shove it down your throat and force feed.
He's never been insulting in what he does. Like there's stuff out now that's just in your face. It insults you. Like
it's not like The Acolyte. That just like, oh, you don't like this show? Well, you hate women, so go fuck yourself. You're wrong. You're a sexist.
You know, that's a discussion on the internet. There's a lot of that about the internet, actually.
In other words,
that's an interesting discussion. Let's save that for the end of this video.
Yeah, we'll circle back to that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All
right.
So the next
in it, and we'll move it back.
I was more so just hoping we would get back to the topic of the video more so.
Yeah.
But you know, it is your channel, Rouga. You do what you do
for me.
It just let the conversation flow. Don't try to control what direction the conversation goes into. I don't care what you feel like the conversation should go. It's just wherever it is. So, but
completely lost the point of this conversation. We have hit
one person at a time, guys. One person at a time, guys.
All right. So I personally feel this conversation's hit a good stopping point, though. I feel like, and I want to know what the heck is this picture I'm looking at as the next person to come.
These next two are
from The Fly.
It's The Fly. It's The Fly. This is Brundlefly from The Fly.
The massacre on the wall.
This is another one that's from a fantastic movie. He's only in one film. There's a second film, but his son is the monster in that film. And actually, I kind of like.
Nobody likes that film.
No, fuck you. I like the Fly 2 is not bad. It's pretty good.
Oh wait, are you talking about the guy like the one that Jeff Bloom actor?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember his full like.
It's fantastic. It's an amazing film. It's a great monster. It's a character study, which instantly makes him
very, very like.
Well, wait.
Disturbing.
Should we count it? Oh, sorry. Should we count it when he's
Trip? Stop talking. He was talking first. Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's also very disturbing, like allegory of like watching someone slowly die inside as they like go through like it's terminal illness.
It's body horror. Like the horror. The horror of the film isn't necessarily a monster. It's watching this guy fall the fuck apart as he slowly becomes something that he's not. And then the horror at the end of the film finally becomes a monster movie once he actually turns into the monster. But throughout like 85-90% of the movie, it's just this guy's body falling apart and like he's just physically, and that's a terrifying, like your body just like at one point all his teeth fall out and like his flesh starts getting all weird and his arm like starts shaping and like he loses body parts as new ones start to grow in. Like it's scary in that sort of aspect. But then you know,
I would say absolutely it should be at the very least an A, maybe an S, But I'm thinking A, mainly because the majority of the film is the transformation first and not so much the monster.
Yeah, but it's still a monster film. It's still a monster film.
Monster film.
It's still a monster film.
And even before the end of the film, he still does monstrous things before that. Like there's a mid transformation point where he like rips this dude's hand off, and there's another part where he spits this acid shit at a guy. Like he does his horrifying shit before we don't see the full monster form until the very end, but he is he is turning into a monster the whole movie, and he does monstrous stuff throughout the movie.
I mean,
he's instantly over the Pale Man just because he's got so much more screen time.
Absolutely.
And the fact
a high A, low S.
The fact that he is without a doubt, I'd have to think about it. I think he's the best character on this list.
Jeff Goldblum.
Because it's literally the movie is literally
the movie. Surprising because it is Jeff Goldblum. That's one of his biggest critiques.
Dude, it's disgusting.
Not like the characters as an actor.
This I like the idea that the more the main character deteriorates, the more the monster slowly takes form.
Yeah.
It's a great film. That's part of what makes his whole thing. Like, it's funny because his consistency as a character is his consistency towards transforming into this. He is very well written. He is a very the body horror there is very spooky. Every character in the movie starts to fear him. Even the people outside of the movie start to fear what's happening to him, even if they're not expecting that fear on themselves. Like, oh, there's no way I'm gonna fucking step into a portal device and get my DNA spliced with a fly. But you feel the fear. You can feel the ick while it's all happening.
So when compared to these other films, I think XSL is correct. I think it's a better story than any of these other films for the most part. I think it's a better character study. The character itself is better. The quality of the film is better. You'd have to convince me. A lot of people are saying A, and some people are saying S. I need a reason as to why it wouldn't be S.
First poll.
No, well, I haven't. Well, people could say A all they want, but you got to tell me why you would not want it. If someone gives me a good reason as to why it shouldn't be an S, give me one flaw of this film that kicks it below S, and then I'll make the poll.
Monster.
But if everyone's just saying A but can't come up with a reason as to why it shouldn't be an S, then it's going an S.
I mean.
Well, the thing is about the Fly is that it's not your typical monster. It's not blindingly attacking people.
I mean, you could be a monster without being.
Yeah, you don't have to be blind.
Someone who's
kills
attacking things.
He attacks people,
but,
and he.
It's also not it's also not. Okay, it's not like your typical let's say werewolf, but it's also not your typical. Jason Voorhees. They're not
bad way of putting it. Beauty and the Beast. Technically, the Beast is just some dude who got cursed, but everyone else sees him as a monster. It's still a monster, but he's not evil.
Right.
I mean, I'm at the belief that
he's looking for revenge. He's not trying to target someone. He's just a dude that has gone under some unfortunate circumstances, and he finds out, holy shit, this happened because that happened. That's my mistake. He's not like, oh, they'll all pay, or like, oh no, how dare you? He's just like, ah, shit, this happened to me.
I would think that would make it more.
It should make him more sympathetic, but it doesn't really do anything.
All right, guys, one at a time.
I was doing the shot, but I just.
It should make him a more sympathetic character, but I feel like it just makes it more. It just makes it less of a monster and more of just a guy down on his luck.
No, you cannot argue. You cannot argue that a guy who turns into a fly and starts killing people is not a monster. I'm sorry. There's.
Also, counterpoint to that, you've got the wolf.
One at a time.
And he's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I was
He's a normal guy who would never do any of this stuff.
It's a tragedy because that guy that would normally do this.
Damn it.
Yeah, no. The only argument I'm seeing in the comments, is that someone is saying that it's not enough impact on the culture, which is just iconic, and that's not a factor that I look into. I don't care if it's not iconic.
That doesn't matter.
No, I don't.
Can
so
someone tell me what that thing next to the fly is? I can't tell what that icon is.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. So the Fly. Okay, so I'm sold at S. Now the question is,
I'm
does it
also
go
saying
over?
badass.
Does it go over Wolfman or does it go below Wolfman?
Below.
Not
Below.
over
Mine has one
I
good
say it goes
movie.
above
It should go over
Wolfman has
Wolfman.
several
If
good
it's gonna
ones.
be on S, it's gotta be below Wolfman. It's
Okay.
not as threatening as the Wolfman if you try to introduce it to someone. Because when you think wolf, you think her scary claw guy, but you think fly, oh, fly swatter.
Well, flies are
Yeah,
disgusting.
That's
but
well, okay. That's the worst. That's probably
Wolf
one of the worst arguments I've ever heard for anything.
Well, that's the shortened version. It's just going to be really hard to convince someone that this is a scary movie just from the title alone. Because
I mean,
who cares?
I mean,
I would
okay.
To be fair, The Birds is one of the when it was made at the very least was one of the scariest things that was released and one of Alfred Hitchcock's best. But if you just told someone, "Oh, I'm going to see this film. It's called The Birds. It's really scary," people are gonna look at you like,
well, no, that's different
hell?
because
Why would
birds
the villain
can
of
be
The Birds be
dangerous.
scary?
That's different because birds can be dangerous. They have attacked people before in large droves.
I don't see why. Wait. I don't see why. I don't see why
Hold on.
the title of this film should in any way affect anything.
shouldn't hamper
It's
it.
not even the only
I-
title on here that's
I
just
have
like.
an argument. I wanted to make an argument that saying that, listen, The Fly is a good movie, but
It
The
is.
Wolfman is it has the same amount of tragedy, and I would feel like it makes a little. It's fuck. I can't speak today for some reason. It's I feel like that it was the first one that did this type of tragic, unwilling person
Tragic.
that became a twisted monster.
A tragic body
Again, that's
horror
what the
movie.
Wolfman is,
in
But
other words.
that's what The Fly is.
That's what
So
they're
the fact
all-
that the
both
wolf
are.
came out
That's what I'm
first
trying
doesn't
to
make it
say.
better.
They're both
I think-
tragic body horror movies, so they should.
I think
be
if
at least at
anything-
the very same placing. Is all I was trying to say.
I think if anything, looking at the
Wolfman's not a
criteria
body
of,
horror
like-
movie.
Looking at the criteria that you have, I think there's one thing that makes The Fly possibly get over the Wolfman. I love Wolfman, but I think looking at the criteria, there's one thing, and that's premise. You think the Wolfman, you think, okay, it's basically like a werewolf. I get the idea. You think about when you look at the premise of The Fly, it's a man slowly transforming into a monster through a freak science accident, and it's slow, drawn out, but it's like the entire time you notice the changes slowly growing. And I think that alone makes it a better premise, which just barely, as controversial as this might seem, just barely makes him edge out the Wolfman.
I don't think it's controversial. I don't think it's controversial. People are gonna have to tell me why they think the Wolfman is better than the Fly, and it's got to be something other than the fact that it's older and that it's a nostalgia factor. Somebody in the comments said Brian Ennie said the Fly is the Wolfman done better. In a lot of ways, I have to agree. The Wolfman and the Fly are very similar movies, except I do think the body horror is done. There is no body. The Wolfman's not a body horror movie. Let's get that straight right now. It's a monster movie. It's not a body horror movie.
If you're also gonna have to also think about how both of these guys suffer, like the Wolfman, you're suffering having to turn to them every full moon at night and continuously attacking people with no memory of it, depending on your lore. The Fly, you're slowly watching yourself deteriorate away, losing skin, hair, nails, and then like you're practically like your whole
sanity,
your face. It's like that. I feel like it's more terrifying slowly watching yourself decay than knowing that you're just going to transform at that.
Well, the horror of the Wolfman.
I'd like to bring up a point for discussion. Now I haven't seen The Fly, so I'm kind of just broaching the discussion to make it a case. The thing about the Wolfman is that he doesn't even die in his own franchise. Like it's really hard to get him gone. And isn't the Fly something that dies in that movie? And does it have a sequel? Like what's the story behind that?
His son. He impregnated a person early on in his DNA mixing.
Yeah, that's another terrifying part of the first movie. Is the movie starts off as a romance between a scientist and this I think she's a reporter, And they have this whole romance, and the scientist is creating a teleporting machine. And at one point he uses the teleporter, but a fly gets into the other teleporter that he's supposed to go into, and it basically becomes a gene slicing, where it slices him with a fly, and then slowly throughout the movie he starts turning into a fly. The woman finds out she's pregnant, and a big question of the movie is, what am I pregnant with? Am I pregnant with a human being, or am I pregnant with this like half fly thing? And this becomes a big part of the movie, and she slowly starts seeing Brundle is his name. She starts to see him falling apart and becoming this hideous fly monster, and she's like, she fell in love with this guy, and she's like losing it. And as he falls apart and becomes this fly creature, she gets more and more fearful of the baby that's inside of her and what she's about to birth, and that all goes into the fear factor. But as he's turning into a fly, a part that he does say, at one point, that one of the best parts of the movie is when he sits her down and he starts to explain like flies, you look at them as like they're not a big deal, but in the actual bug kingdom, flies are violent, they're dangerous, they're uncaring, they kill things, they brutalize other bugs. Like they are not something that they're actually like very dangerous. And he actually tells her, you have to stay away from me because I don't know what part of this transformation is going to start affecting my mind and have me start acting like what a fly would act like, and a fly would kill you on sight. And he does, as he starts losing his mind, he does become less caring. He starts to become more erratic in his behavior. It's not just his body that's changing. It's like who he is as a person starts to change as he becomes a monster. And then by the end of the movie, he's just a straight up fly monster who still has kind of like Brundle personality. Like he still has his memories and stuff, but he's basically lost in the transformation.
Okay, so solely on
asked to be ended. Of course, not with words. With
I mean, yeah, towards if you want to
shotgun to his head.
Yeah, he begs at the end of the movie for people who haven't spoiled the movie. I mean, yeah, but yeah, and then the sequel, you end up finding out that his son actually did have the fly DNA, and then throughout the movie, when the son the son's like late teens to teenage years, he starts turning into a fly just like his father did. And that becomes like a whole plot of the second film. The first film's way better. It's not even close. I still have a soft spot for the second film, because the second film, by the end of the film, it's not even a horror movie. By the end of the film, like the dude just goes ham on a bunch of military soldiers as the Fly, and he just starts slaughtering people brutally. Like it's really cool. Like the first movie is a horror movie. The second movie takes the Fly monster and like, let's take that same monster and just have him just kill tons and tons of people like in entertaining ways. And that's the second movie.
Kind of reminds me of like the transition between Terminator and Terminator 2. Like the first Terminator very much is like a horror movie, whereas Terminator 2 is transforms it into much more of an action.
I don't think there was much of a transformation there. I think the first movie's still an action movie. I mean, there's a whole scene where the Terminator slaughters like 40 cops in a police station. It's just a shootout.
I mean,
it's not horror.
Yeah, but it's also the whole thing of the way that it's described.
There are horror elements in the first Terminator film, but it is an action movie first and a horror movie second. The second movie gets rid of all those horror aspects and becomes straight up action.
Of like, it's kind of like that in a way.
All right,
terms of like, for sequels.
So Rouga, based on your answer, I'm at least gonna say that Wolfman has a superior factor to the Fly, and that he's a lot more unstoppable. He's a lot more contagious. So he's like the Wolfman thing can spread. Like that's how the main character gets it in the first place. He gets bit and doesn't die. And if you kill him as a human, he just comes back. He'll just heal and come back as the Wolfman.
No, he doesn't.
No, he did. He did. Wolfman versus Frankenstein. It's basically been confirmed that. Yeah, you could shoot him with a silver bullet, but if the bullet ever comes out of his body, he's gonna get back up and alive again.
Okay, but does that make the movie better, or does that make the movie worse because you're retconning the entire plot so you could do a crossover film?
One of your criteria is how unstoppable.
No, look at the criteria again. It's fear. We don't have that anymore. That was before the stream started. We changed the criteria.
That's wrapped into fear factor.
Yeah, you told us to wrap it.
Not really a huge.
Well, here's the scary part. It's like, why Wolfman is so terrifying, because whenever the full moon is out, and when the full moon is done, and you transform back to normal, you could wake up God knows where. You could wake up on a roof in a field full of sheep. It's like it's this dark side of himself that he does not know.
I'm not saying the Wolfman's not a scary movie, but and I'm not even saying that it's less scary than but you're arguing like almost more subjective ideas than normal. I mean, this is generally subjective in of itself, but if you're going to say, oh, what's more terrifying, turning into a Wolfman and then turning back and not knowing where you were, or having your body slowly fall apart as you become a monster permanently, I would argue that slowly falling apart would probably be more terrifying.
Here's the thing, though. What the Wolfman deals with is he's going to be a threat to humanity forever.
So is the Wolfman.
Keep living.
I mean, so is the Fly.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, he's going to eventually die.
So with the Wolfman, you shoot him with
they both die in the film.
Yeah, but the Wolfman could literally spread through an entire population.
But he never does in the movie. What are you like? I don't know what y'all are. I feel like y'all are trying to change with the premise of the idea of what the tyranny is.
Wait, hold on. He doesn't in the movie, but he has the capacity.
It doesn't matter. Look, if we're talking about Contagion, then we would put fucking zombies as S tier. That's not Contagion. Doesn't matter. That what matters is what was actually put into the thing of what God, y'all filled this shit up. Y'all filled this shit up with a bunch of messages. Look, there's fear factor.
We're saying that the Wolfman has a higher fear factor because because anybody can become the next Wolfman.
So
like that. Like,
why does that make the Wolfman more scary? That there's going to be a different character.
Well, hold on, let me finish. He's a lot harder to kill. I think if there wouldn't be a sequel if the first Fly just ended himself.
There is a sequel. I mean, the concept you're talking about is he spreads the Fly into his next of kin.
The Wolfman can't end himself. In the first couple movies, they don't even know.
That doesn't make the movie better.
And
the fact that the characters keep coming back, okay, so based on your argument, I should put Pinhead and Jason and Freddy. But based on your premise, I should put Pinhead, Jason, and Freddy in S because they can't be stopped.
No, because that's not the sole premise. We're solely going off of fear factor. I'm saying that Wolfman's superior to find that way.
Enough.
No, he's allowed to argue if he wants to argue. I just don't think it's a good argument.
I'm trying to butt in here because Chad is starting to tell you to move on.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because it's just.
Yeah, we've been stuck on this point. Well,
honestly, to be fair, we were on Jason for a lot longer. But fair.
I mean, but I feel like Chad's just annoyed at the circular notion this is going in.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's going back and forth. It's like a never-ending battle. I'm willing to say that both have their good points, and that maybe we should not try to put one above the other. One has a good point, so does the other. So let's just call it a draw.
No, I disagree. I don't think Spriggan has a good point at all. I think it's a terrible point. I don't think that's a good argument.
I think putting them about equal regardless is still fine.
We could always leave this part up to chat and literally just ask above or below Wolfman and let them have their say.
Maybe, but you'd still have to give me a good reason as to why he would be below Wolfman. That's my issue, and I don't think anyone has given up a good argument as to why he should be below Wolfman.
I don't think there's a good reason for him to be below Wolfman based on these criteria.
He's basically just Wolfman's story, but slightly better.
Yeah, and updated and
I mean, it's updated and changed to body horror instead of.
Even the Wolfman's transformation would be considered a body horror thing.
Well, even concepts of the people are saying that the Wolfman has a whole lot about the fear of what, because a lot of the fear of the Wolfman is what you might do, and you being terrified of what you might do to other people as the Wolfman. That is also a premise in The Fly as well, because Brundle is actually changing who he is as a person and the way his brain works to become more violent and vicious. The only difference is that he's aware of it when he does it. But it also has the added factor on top of the body horror and actually your body actually falling apart. It's got everything Wolfman does, plus a bunch of other stuff, plus the amazing special effects, plus a better character, probably the best character on this list. There's just so much there that I mean, you'd have to give me a really good reason as to why Wolfman wasn't above him. And I don't think anyone's done that.
I will say this, regardless of whether you think the Fly should be above or below the Wolfman, I think even if something, I think they're so close in terms of like which one is higher than the other, that even if something gets up into S tier, I don't think it should even come between the two because of how close and similar they are in so many aspects.
Maybe. I don't know. It depends. We'll see. I don't know if anybody else is going to get to S. I haven't really thought about it.
I'm not saying that the Wolfman is a better version of the Fly, or the Fly is a better version. Like, they both make this concept of the main character's a monster, an unwilling monster of an unwilling monster that is dangerous to everyone around him that he loves and cares about.
I'm saying the Fly is a better version. That's what I'm saying.
I think the reason why it's so hard to debate Fly or Wolfman in this case is because they're so similar in their differences.
I don't think it's hard. I think it's hard to defend how Wolfman's better. I've been defending how Fly is better. I don't think it's hard at all. I don't get the arguments. I don't think that there's any that's really that good. But let's move on. If y'all want to bring this back up later on, we will. But let's move on to the next. Okay, people are gonna be mad at me on this next one. It's the monster from The Host. I can't pronounce its fucking name. Does anyone know how to pronounce this thing's name?
I don't even know what.
It's Korean. It's got a Korean name.
Don't make it up. If you know, you know.
Guolaharahan. I can't pronounce it. Anyway, it's the fucking thing from The Host. Who has seen The Host?
Actually, that's the only movie that didn't translate itself to English that I fully watched. So I think that should actually tell you how good it is, because I kept watching it despite mostly being in a different language.
Okay, so you told me that you watched it. Talk about it. Where do you think it should be on the list?
I think I only seen the
really?
end of the movie.
I'm finally giving you the chance to talk, and now you don't want to talk. Where do you think it should be on the list?
Anybody else seen it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to abstain from this one, guys. I've never even heard of The Host.
Okay, fair enough. The Host is I'll take over. The Host is a Korean.
This one.
It's a Korean monster film. Essentially, in real life, back in the year 2000, a bunch of Americans came over to Korea and they did a bunch of business shit, and they ended up dropping a bunch of fentanyl into their river. This river flowed down to a nearby town, and all the fish were essentially mutated. This is true. This part's like a real thing that happened. And they actually found the fish, and the fish were all mutated. One of the fish was like shaped like an S, and they looked fucked up because they were pouring fentanyl into the water system. The director of this film saw that real occurrence and decided to make The Host, which is essentially based on that. Like, a bunch of people were pouring shit into the water, and it mutated this fish, and now this fish can run on land, and it's like the size of, I don't know, like 3 rape vans put back to back, and then the fish just starts like killing people and hunting people and dragging them into the water. It's like a mini Godzilla film.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what you're telling me is we have a monster from Asia that comes from the water, is based off of a real life, like, tragic actual thing that happened.
Yes, it has a lot of similarities with Godzilla. It's basically it is a real life tragedy turned into a legitimate movie to take advantage of the fear. The thing that makes The Host such an interesting monster movie that people really enjoy and praise it for is it's one of the few monster movies that has the monster coming on land in the broad daylight. You see the monster fully the entire movie. It doesn't feel, for a lot of the movie, it doesn't feel like a monster movie. It feels like a rabid animal that has been let loose on land, and it's just like slaughtering through people and taking people. And the monster behaves like an animal because it is an animal, and it's a pretty solid movie. It's very, very good. Having said that, I don't know how high it should be.
By the way, the pronunciation is Guemul.
Guemul? Guemul?
Guemul.
I don't speak Korean. I don't know what like Korean words sound like.
But that is the pronunciation.
Okay. Well, I'm actually lying. I actually used to know how to spell count to 20 in Korean. I do know some Korean words.
I don't know if this is gonna be. I don't know if this is gonna make the host monster lower or higher on the list, but I've only seen the ending, and from what I remember, the host thing gets his ass whipped by a guy with a street sign and then just kills it.
Well, the sign fight was in the middle, and that guy did not survive.
Okay, so I'm remembering.
No, that's not the end of the movie. Yeah. And yeah, one of them, he doesn't kill it. So 2 guys attack it with a street sign. The first guy dies. The second guy hits it with a street sign and then just dips. He runs. He's just like, nope. And that's the dude who's like the main character of the whole movie. But yeah, the movie does not like Americans. Like there's like a couple of throughout the film. There's a couple of Americans in the film who speak English, and they all get brutally murdered because the event that caused the fish to be born was done by specifically American businessmen who came on and started.
So the Americans die first.
So in the movie, they actually have all the Americans. Yeah, even the heroic Americans, like the guy you're talking about who got killed at the street sign. He was an American character who's like, he wanted to help people. Like, he was like, no, man, we got, like, the main character wanted to run, and this American guy was like, no, we have to help these people. We got to get them out of there. And like, he's acting like the generic hero character that's going to fight and survive, and he dies immediately. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah, and the main character.
That's very funny.
Yeah, and the main character who's like kind of scared and doesn't really want to do it. He sort of survives the longest. But
okay. So a couple things. First of all, I looked up via Google how to pronounce this thing.
Dan already did that.
And it's supposed to be pronounced Gwimmel.
That's what Dan just said.
Secondly, fun fact about that. That literally translates into monster.
Yes.
So the film is just called Monster.
Yes, that's true. I knew that. Yeah. That's
oh my god, that's fucking fun.
That's true.
I can see why they called it The Host when they brought it to other countries.
Well, let's just call it The Host because, to be fair, we call it The Monster. It'll probably get fucking confusing.
Well, no, I mean the movie was called Monster.
So
Brian does have a good point.
Brian asked me how does the monster compare to the Graboid. Overall, I think the movie quality is higher because there's only one Host movie and it's better. It's better than a lot of the other Graboid movies. Having said that, it's not very scary. It's not very interesting. It is just a monster film. And while it's a good monster film, it's not. I wouldn't even say that it's like Godzilla levels of like it was super popular when it came out. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people watched it. I watched it. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It's a fun movie. But I have a hard time even considering it a horror movie, but it is technically classified as a horror movie, which is why it's on the list. But it's
would
more.
You consider it more of like akin to Hellboy?
No, hell no. That's like an action superhero film, basically. Yeah. If you're talking about the movies, it's a superhero.
Right, but it's not. But I wouldn't call that movie scary either.
It's not a horror film. It's not even kind of a horror film. That movie.
I will say this. I will say this, Rouga. In regards to that, since even though it is technically a horror movie, but it's not really scary, I would say put it below the Graboids. Even though
I don't think Tremors is scary either, though.
I refuse to believe that this monster is better than Freddy or Jason.
Yeah, from what you're describing this thing, it belongs in D.
The movie's better. The movie is considerably better, and the design and the movie's it depends. It's what the movie is trying to push forward. The movie is not trying to push forward a great characterization of the monster. The movie is trying to push forward a specific theme, just like Godzilla did. Godzilla in the first Godzilla movie is not an interesting character. Godzilla in the first Godzilla movie is a stand-in for nuclear power. And then the fears of that and nuclear it's about the fear of what people are feeling because of this thing they can't control that's happening to them. That's exactly.
I'm seeing some people say low B, and I think one person said low B, high C.
So before you say, okay, I'm not putting it in C. And the reason why I'm not putting it in C is because Hellraiser is trash after the first 2 movies. The Host has one film, and it's a good film. It doesn't have any bad movies. That's why I like the idea of putting it around the Tremors. I like the Graboid. I like the idea of putting it either above or below the Graboids.
I would 100% agree with you, Rouga. Like, I have actually seen the film. It's just hard to get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I do think that like the premise is done very well. There's not much of a character there, but it's because the character is the premise. So I think that like overall with how well the movie is done, and there is like some of a fear factor, like it's not really scary. It's a little closer to like a thriller movie in that aspect, but it does still do a little bit of that horror well. So I would say that yeah, it's probably around the Graboids, even not having seen Tremors myself.
Well, it's a different
I do
type.
agree that it's better than Jason and Freddy.
I'm not gonna say it's not a horror movie. It's a different type of horror movie. There's multiple. Not every horror movie has to be in the dark and creepy and slow and kind of slow burn and sort of like not every horror movie has to be that way. The idea of a massive monster that just appears in a crowd of people and starts grabbing people randomly and eating them and then pulling them into the water, that could be a hard, like they can't fight back, they can't defend themselves, there's nothing they can do. That in of itself is a terrifying situation. It's not an action movie. Like it's not like dudes with guns fighting a giant monster.
Half of the VHS movies were done. Half the skits in the VHS anthology movies were in broad daylight, which is scary shit happening. So yeah, your premise stands.
Hell, one of the classic pre-movie monsters was exactly that, the Kraken. This is just a new take on it.
Kinda. Yeah, kinda. Although I think
that far, but
well, okay. I think he said Kraken. When he said Kraken, I was thinking like the monster of the Black Lagoon.
Well,
I get what you're saying.
Like, will grab you and pull you into the water and drown.
Yeah, the
you.
water.
That was a legit fear the Kraken could do.
Yeah, the water. The Kraken's not from a horror movie. The Kraken is a Greek mythology character, so I don't agree with the Kraken. I do agree when
I'm saying like that fear, like that kind of thing that it does. Like,
that's not what fear. That's not what people fear. No, that is not what people. I think you're thinking of the Black Lagoon. I don't think you're thinking of the Kraken. The Kraken is a giant titan that appears at the end of Clash of the Titans, and they get into a massive fight. It doesn't pull anyone into the water.
But I'm also talking like even back in the ancient days, like that idea of something in the water.
Wait a minute, are you?
If the books don't matter, then mythology doesn't.
Yeah,
matter.
mythology's not gonna.
Like the giant squid?
I'm trying to say, because of that, like fear of what that can do, especially because the sea is so frightening, like that makes it, even though it's not really like, even though it's in the bright of day. Like, that is still a real legit horror that people have.
Okay, so Swift has thalassophobia. Now, moving on, I do still think it should probably be B tier above Jason and Freddy.
So someone is asking in the chat, they're saying, Nipero, he's saying, give us a reason the movie is better.
No, I'm pretty sure he's just behind on the stream. He actually messaged right after that. Wait, never mind, I'm behind.
Oh, never mind, I didn't read that one. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Like, I would feel like Jason and Freddy are literally a little bit more terrifying than a mutated bunch of fish.
It's not a mutated bunch of fish. It's not a mutated bunch of fish. It's one massive mutated fish that takes people and drags them in the water and kills them.
One literally is an unstoppable force that you literally can't shoot it and it dies, and the only thing that stop it is literally you can't even fucking kill him. You have to weigh him down and make sure he's stuck in one place. And one is a literal fucking dream demon that comes into in a place that you're most vulnerable in when you are sleeping and can literally kill you in the most creative way possible.
And you know how you escape them? You just get off of Elm Street or you just leave Camp Crystal Lake and you survive. So
No. Jason will chase you down.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
New York.
No, he doesn't. That's one
New
movie.
York.
That's one movie in a franchise of like 12 films.
In space.
He's brought there. He doesn't go there himself.
He was literally cryogenically frozen and brought there in the future.
He does not leave Camp Crystal Lake. He does not chase people off of Camp Crystal. Even in New York, he's brought to New York.
He
doesn't travel there.
And the other time was
one person at a
time, guys. I swear to God, one at a time.
Here's the thing: he chased them to New York. He wasn't brought there against his will.
Yes, he was.
In his mind, he chased them there. He got onto the boat of the party boat and just chased the people on
That's
top,
not.
on
You
top
can't
of the boat.
chase someone
It's not
on
like
a. No, the boat was in Camp Crystal Lake. He got on the boat, and the boat traveled back to New York City. It brought him there. He did not walk to New York City. He's trapped in
He fell into the river and then still decided to swim after them.
He did not swim all the way to New York City. He was already there. What is this? This does not answer the question of how good Jason is as a monster villain just because he can fucking travel to other cities. That's stupid.
And I mean, the only true time he ever traveled out of Camp Crystal Lake was when he chopped the person's head off, put it in the other woman's fridge, and I believe the beginning of the second movie, and then put a screwdriver through her head. That was one time that he did it on his own.
Well, that's because he killed his mother.
Okay, but
that's because he killed his mother.
None of this really matters, General, because at the end of the day, it's the fear factor from Jetty and from
I'm gonna type that in here.
From Freddy and Jason are the only thing that you are arguing for, whereas there's 3 other criteria here, which Guillermo does way better.
All right, I guess that's true.
So as much as everybody's gonna sit here and love on Freddy and Jason, at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter because Guillermo did everything except the fear factor better, at least in my opinion.
He's more consistent. The Graboid, he's more not Graboid. The fucking monster. I'm not saying that word. I don't speak Korean. He's more.
I gotta admit.
He's more. What?
Okay,
he's more consistent. The movie that he's in is better than any Freddy or Jason movie. It's a very solid film. He's arguable as far as threat goes. Yeah, nobody could stop him. He's just as high of a threat level as the other monsters. Really, the only issue is he's only got one movie and he doesn't have much of a character. But his character is he does. Okay, I don't think it's actually fair to say he doesn't have a character. It's simple, but he has the characterization of an animal. He comes up onto like there are times in the movie where he comes up on. A lot of people have actually praised the movie for this. That it actually behaves like an animal. He behaves in the same way that a lion would if you released a lion in the middle of a city. If you release a lion in the middle of the city, the lion doesn't just instantly attack the first person it sees and then just keep attacking people, just like this monster doesn't. When it goes on land, it will actually just walk right past certain people and not attack them until it finds something that it specifically wants to eat, and it will take that person for whatever reason.
Okay.
It behaves in much the same way that an animal does.
Okay, in consistency-wise, I am willing to admit because Jason at first was not at all afraid of water, but then in the later movies, apparently he somehow developed.
There's a lot of inconsistencies you could talk about with Jason, a ton.
And then apparently
we've already talked his and Freddy's consistencies.
Okay, so I'm gonna say I like the idea that he should be around the level of the Tremors of the Graboids. But should he be above the Graboids or should he be below the Graboids? That's the main issue.
I would say below.
Why?
Yeah.
Because you said the first Tremors movie is legitimately scary for some people.
It's not scary. None of them are scary. Not even the first one.
But in terms of like the premise, like I mentioned it before. This thing is basically just like a different. It's basically just a different way of telling
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The Tremors has a better premise than the Host does.
Yeah.
The Host is a monster that comes out. Yeah, I can agree with that. The Host is just it's an underwater monster. It's Godzilla. It's a small Godzilla. There's differences. It's not exactly like that. But
I would say the Graboids also have a bigger threat because their hunting grounds is anywhere you can step, whereas this Korean monster's hunting ground is.
Yeah, I mean. That's a part of the premise. That's part of the premise, right? Like the concept that you can't touch the ground and you don't know where it is, and like you have to.
So because of that, I think like the fear factor of oh shit, I could be anywhere and these things will kill me.
Sure.
Whereas,
I'm mostly talking about I'm mostly talking about the movie itself and how scary the film is. The film is not scary. But yeah, I would admit that the whole idea of something that you cannot attack because it's underground and it's gonna come and eat you and shit. That's like you can't even drive your car because it could pull your car under. That's
it literally pulled the station wagon underground.
So
ate the people
that's the premise that premise of you cannot touch the ground or you are dead has been used in other horror films. Not better horror films than Tremors, but other horror films.
Was Tremors the first one? Did any of them happen before Tremors?
Tremors was first. Tremors was first.
It doesn't matter.
Before Tremors.
I think Okay,
but,
so for the text chat, does anyone have any arguments with this character going below Graboids? Does anyone think it should go somewhere else?
The monster seems like less a monster and a good movie, says Brian.
And another guy says, below the Graboid, the fish's design is dope, but the movie doesn't have Burt Gummer. Okay, I don't think that's an argument.
Whatever.
Brian
It's the only one we got.
Play a game of the floor is lava just fills me with childish glee.
Basically.
You know what? Sorry, that's the best argument I've heard from the text chat so far of anything. Not sure if it should matter, but it's the best argument I've heard.
Shout out, Rouga.
No.
Shout out.
Can I interject with some trivia about the host monster?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What about it?
Some fun trivia. So you know how in Jaws the people on set would refer to the animatronic shark as Bruce?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the director of the host referred to the monster as Steve Buscemi because apparently he based his design off his character from Fargo.
Wait, my God.
Steve Buscemi.
Steve. We're just calling it Steve. Okay.
Good trivia.
Some trivia also apply. Sanji from One Piece is based off of Steve Buscemi from Reservoir Dogs.
Fuck off. There's no way that's true.
Yes, that's true.
How's it going?
That sounds accurate. That sounds accurate.
The design of Sanji is based off of Steve Buscemi from Reservoir Dogs. That's true.
Okay, that I would believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the design. And Frankie in One Piece is based on. He was based on two characters. He was based on Popeye the Sailor Man and Ace Ventura.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes sense.
That makes sense
Oh my
too.
God!
Oh my God!
Oda confirmed Sanji was based off of Steve Buscemi in Reservoir Dogs.
Told you.
Before we keep
I know my
going
shit.
a little too long, Alden said that it's shoutout time. He's got a dip.
What is that? Oh, okay. Do your thing, Alden.
All right, guys. If you guys want to see anything about, Souls-like games or any kind of RPG, I've got my channel.
FromSoft in general.
Yeah, FromSoft games. I did an interview recently with a former Ubisoft employee about all their issues. So if you guys want to see something like that, head on over to my channel. It's Alden Fuller Gaming. Rouga usually puts, or Dan, one of the two, usually puts a link into the chat, and I hope to see you guys there sometime. You guys have fun, and I will see you guys next Saturday in the next one.
All right, see you, Alden.
All right.
Yeah, Dan, can you post his shit in the chat?
Yep, I'll grab it, and I'll keep posting it periodically as we keep going.
That's fine. All right. What are we doing? Okay, so next up we have Art the Clown from the Terrifier. Who's actually seen this film?
Oh, I
just watched 1 and 2 today.
Okay.
I watched the first one, and I've seen bits of the second one.
Ooh, I'm seeing.
I know.
Instant S's. A lot of S's.
I'm at the personal belief that he's a guaranteed S here. I mean, he's by far the most creative and most unsettling motherfucker I have ever seen.
Okay, so explain that. What makes him so creative as opposed to any other? I mean, I know he's easily more violent, but what makes him?
It's not just the more violent. It's the more creative kills because. I'm gonna take some examples.
Yeah,
from,
can I say one too?
From the movie. What?
An example I like to pull up is like my favorite one. It's kind of funny, honestly. It's just like the Halloween scene with like the they're all like
the head.
Fucking,
yeah, I know. Okay, I was about to say that one. So literally in one scene, he chops off the head of a woman, stuffs it full of Halloween candy, and then opens the doors to trick-or-treaters and gives them the candy that's inside the head.
Well, yeah, I get that. I understand that he's more violent. I understand how he's more violent, but you said that he was more creative. Are you saying in the way he kills people is more creative, or his actual concept and like who he is more creative?
Okay, I meant to say like his
I don't see another killer clown like him.
Like I don't see a lot of like him as a character. Like he barely talks. I know Jason barely talks, but he's mute. He's mute.
He reminds me of like.
But here's the thing: like his body language and the way he just smiles at people. When the way he just smiles is already naturally unsettling.
Those rotten teeth and shit, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, and at the end of the first movie, when he stops smiling and just looks completely enraged. You know he's no longer playing with you. He wants to fucking kill you.
Yeah, so it's the character that you like. You like the character and the way that the actor plays the character.
Yes, yeah. and the creative kills, because I have never seen a kill where where a killer would literally just start cutting up a person, or bleach and salt on them at the same time.
He's so nonchalant in everything he does too, and I feel like that adds a factor. Like he acts like he's like not doing anything wrong, you know? Like
he's the literal definition of a twisted clown, because he literally has like a bag of tricks. He pulls out a bunch of random shit.
Okay. Does anybody in the voice chat or the text chat believe that he should not be S? Because the moment I said his name, everyone said S.
I just love him, dude. He's my favorite.
Just before we go with that, Solar Hypercane just donated $2.
Let me say.
Let Dan talk.
Something.
Let Dan talk.
Okay, let me know, Dan. Let me know when you're done, because I'm ready.
I'm trying to read out a super chat here. Solar Hypercane just donated $2 and asked, "Do you think Cole McGrath is overranked or not?"
Overwanked.
Overwanked. Yeah.
I think pretty much
no clue what that means.
I think pretty much everybody at any point is overwanked.
To answer your question, Dan, when they mean like, you know, the fans make him seem like he's too
like he's way more powerful than he is. Well, yeah, because there's people who believe that Cole McGrath is destroying the moon. Like I've talked to people who believe that he is a moon destroying character because
I don't even think I know anybody that said that.
I do. I know several. Well, the reason why they think that is because in Infamous 2, there's an alternate future version. Oh, is it Infamous 2 or Infamous 1? One of them, there's an alternate future version where they show that the Beast not the Beast, but the moon was fucking destroyed in an alternate future, and everyone's saying, well, okay, the Beast is clearly the person who did that. Ergo, the Beast is moon level. You beat the Beast.
We don't know that though.
I know. I am aware. But, so, I mean, look, any character you take, and I'm going to say this for basically anything, any character that you say, like, oh, is this character wanked? The answer is both yes and no, because every single character is going to be overwanked, and every single character is going to be underwanked. Some I think are more than others. Like, I think Dante is, like, DMC characters in general are insanely overwanked more often than they're underwanked, but they are overwanked a lot. I think Cole McGrath is probably one that's overwanked a lot and also underwanked. That's just kind of the way it is. I think Dragon Ball Z is incredibly overwanked and incredibly underwanked. Like
it is so definitely overranked.
Okay, Rouga, it's interesting you mentioned that. So I'm going to probably out myself here. I'm a member of the Death Battle fan community. Now, this community will do fan blogs of like upcoming fights, and when they did Cole McGrath versus Alex Mercer, the blog actually brought up, can we scale Cole to the Beast destroying the moon? And they said no.
No.
For one, we don't actually see the Beast affect the moon. It's just destroyed in this alternate timeline.
Yeah.
There's no time frame or method to go off of. It's probably not a dramatic metaphor, but it is hard to gauge how powerful it is. He could have torn it apart over days or blown it apart in one single blast, and any interpretation could be viable, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
Therefore, a reasonable calculation.
But the fact that y'all brought it up at all and talked about it in the fandom means that there's enough people that believe it.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying of like people are saying that, and that is a problem. So.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. I'm not a scaler. I don't scale.
Yeah.
I don't care who people think are wanked or not wanked. If you watch my videos, I barely even talk about tiering. Like I really don't at all. Like in the last BioShock movie I did in the last BioShock video I did. I mean, did I mention how strong the fucking Baron of Hell was? Did I mention how strong the Space Marine? No, I didn't say. I just was like, it would be cool if they fought. Like, I don't care about the tiering. I think that it gets bored down in a bunch of bullshit. I don't like scaling in particular. I like the scenarios more than I like the concept of the math and the scaling.
I think scaling can work in certain situations.
I don't. I think it's all. I think it's all completely.
Relying on entirely.
I don't think. I think the entire community of scaling have all come together to say a bunch of wrong shit as unanimously as a group. Like I don't.
That's a fair argument I've heard made. Even some people in the community I'm in have said like scaling is a very kind of awkward thing to. You can't overly rely on scaling. Like think about that in a real life situation. Like
they're just wrong. Let's say I'm a
karate student. Let's say I'm a karate student. I beat, my sensei in order to get a certain rank, and then my sensei has to beat certain other people to get to his rank. Does that mean I am better than someone that's higher ranked because of scaling? That doesn't make any sense for various
even if you go forward than that, like there's so many things that are accepted as parts of scaling that is just, even if you think about it for 5 seconds, just don't work. Like the idea that that if you are capable of punching at a certain level, that means any attack that's less than your punch, you cannot be harmed by. Your durability would overcome it. That's not true. Anyone who's ever been in a fight knows that's not true. That's completely false. The entire concept of dimensional tiering is completely fabricated and made up. There is something called dimensionality in science, but the way that tier people in scaling like to use it and manipulate it and change it to work for their scaling is completely fabricated. That's not a part of dimensionality in terms of scientific theory. It's just, they just make up a bunch of shit and throw it out there, and that's not necessarily my issue with scaling or scalers as a whole. My issue with scalers is that they make up all this fabricated bullshit, and then they bully people in the community to go along with whatever it is that they just determined and made up, and if you don't, you get ousted by the community, which is why, as a general rule, I don't like communities at all, just any community. Doesn't matter what the community is, because that's basically what all communities do. It essentially starts this cult-like mentality where everyone has to follow this particular way of thinking, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it's stupid. I think they're a bunch of bullies, and I'm going to continue to make fun of them. And I think a lot of the reason why my channel has gotten as successful as it's gotten is because people are fleeing the scaling community en masse because they know how bullshit it is. And I've kind of just picked up the stragglers.
I mean, I've been into a scaling server, and I pointed out some things, and this guy refused to believe what I was throwing in. Like, he believes that, like Superboy, Goku beats Superboy, which is factually incorrect.
Oh God, why?
Okay, no, we are not doing this right now because these comics are inconsistent as fuck. So is Dragon Ball Z. So we aren't doing that.
Yeah.
I never engaged in power scalar stuff because my argument has always been when dealing with fictional characters, they're as strong or as weak as the writers want them to be.
Literally.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, well, it's also like I was saying earlier in this video, in the stream, thematic relevancy is an important thing. Like when it comes to any form of story, you want to see what was the author trying to say by writing this into the story, and scalers throw out any thematic relevancy, and they're just like, let's just like calculate this shit, and it's like a lot of shit can't be calculated in that way because
they only care about feats, not the content.
Yeah, some people only care about what's the math, and completely fail media literacy.
And the math is most of the time wrong.
Was really bad about that.
Yeah, and the math is most of the time wrong. Like I haven't seen Death Battle in many years, but there's been times where I've seen Death Battle and I saw the math and I'm like, that math is wrong, and no one's gonna question it. I will say this, they've been wrong a lot. I have personally put math. I've only put math in 2 of my videos the entire time I've done these the survival challenges. I've put 2 math portions, and both times I purposely made it wrong just to see what people would say. Like they weren't slightly wrong. Like they were so wrong. Like go back and watch the mythology video that I made where Bruce Lee shows up. Go look at the math that I did for the speed of Bruce Lee's punches.
I was about to say that made no sense.
There were 2 comments. There were 2 comments in the video where people actually called out the math. Nobody else even noticed. And it was so unbelievably terrible, Matt. Like anyone could have seen that and been like, that's bad. I thought that people would have seen how bad it was and just like known that I was just full of shit. Like I was just bullshitting.
I thought it was bad and just didn't bother to say anything.
Yeah, well,
my thing is I don't care about the overall thing of who actually wins. And when I look at the fights, I look at, first of all, how entertaining is it? I don't necessarily care on who wins, unless it is so egregiously, obviously wrong, where it's like, the only way you could come to that conclusion is if you were a fan of the specific thing, or you were
like
just
Popeye versus But anyway,
I agree with Swift on this one. That's how I would like to.
Well, I don't have a scaling channel, and I don't have a versus battle channel. I have a survival challenge where I like to talk about
No. That's why I like your content.
No, I'm glad. I'm just
and I like it.
I'm just saying I get a lot of scaling questions on my channel. And it doesn't matter how many times I say I'm not a scaler, I don't scale. People will continuously ask me scaling questions. And it's fine. I'll answer them and we'll talk about it and stuff. But I am not a versus battle channel. I'm not a scaling channel. I don't want to be. The videos that I made were initially, when I first started making them, were satire of scaling channels. And they were purposely supposed to be ridiculous, over the top, and wrong, because I was making fun of scalers. And then I feel like a lot of people just didn't get the joke, and then they came to the video. Like, I don't see how you can watch videos like my Office Space video and not come to the conclusion that I am clearly just satirizing scaling videos. But it just is what it is. But yeah, no. To answer the question,
a shuckster, a scam.
I have an important question too.
What's up?
Could art survive Rambo?
Nothing can survive Rambo.
No way in hell.
No. Art.
Right,
Art is the
I
demon
did
that
have
Rambo
something I wanted to say about art. If we're back on the subject of art.
Yes, we're back on the
Can we
subject
get
of art.
back on the subject of art?
We are back on the subject.
So I don't know if this would move him out of S. So many people said S, but
I don't think he's gonna be S.
I don't consider him a compelling premise. I think he's just extremely unique. Because even killer clowns have been done before.
I mean, the problem. I actually think they shouldn't have made him a clown. I think they should have made him a mime, because I think he fits the premise of a mime closer than he does a clown.
I think he's supposed to be the combination of them.
Does he ever speak?
No.
And
he does everything.
Cry out in pain when he's hurt.
The actor that plays Art the Clown was a professional mime, which is why he's so good at portraying his emotions and shit. They should have made Art the Clown a mime. I think it would have been way more interesting.
The fact that his name is Art the Clown actually doesn't disqualify him from being a mime.
Is a mime a type of clown?
Yes, a mime is actually a type of clown.
Oh,
so he's a clown.
Art the
I
Clown
didn't want to be a
is
smart ass, but I
probably
was gonna say
actually
that.
a mime.
I would never call it mime a clown. I get it. They're
Actually, I have a fun mime fact. Hey, I actually have a fun mime fact for us.
Go for it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Monster suit actors would sometimes ask for, would actually ask for dancers, and if they can't get it, mimes. For the movement of people in the suit. So yes, mimes are just a lower tier of dancers when it comes to monster portrayals.
Okay, I'm not even 100% sure what that was about.
Yeah, I don't know what you were trying to say.
Back to my point.
Yeah,
like we've had killer clowns before, and yes, let's go along with mine being a type of clowns. I know that to be true as well. It's not like he's unique in his execution, but he's not that compelling of a premise. And I'm sorry that I just watched I watched the first and second movie today back to back, and the second movie is actually makes him less scary because it explains him in a weird way. Like,
I think I'm bummed out. I'm kind of bummed out that I made this, and I'm sorry. I'm kind of bummed out that I made this and I put it on here before I've seen Terrifier 3, because and I feel like none of us have seen. Is Terrifier 3? Did it come in theaters?
I don't think it's out yet.
It's out yet.
People have seen it. I know people who have seen it.
It's on Prime Video.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
maybe
I've seen a little bit of it.
Should we abstain from?
No, I'm not abstaining. We're doing what we're doing. I'm not abstaining. The movie hasn't come out. It just is what it is. But
it's out.
It came out on October 11th.
For several weeks now.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't checked it out. I haven't checked it out yet. It's still been out, so it's fine. We can't spoil the film anyway, so that's fine, because it literally just came out. I wouldn't spoil it regardless. The Art the Clown, the premise of the movie is not to be solely unique necessarily. It's to bring back horror films to a point that they haven't seen in a very long time. It's bringing us back to those old slasher films and stuff, but it's even going farther than most of those. I mean, this film is more violent than any slasher film from the 80s.
Oh yeah, like
by far. It takes those. It's like, let's do this premise again, but let's take that shit to 11. Let's bring it to a place it's never gone before.
No, it's not even at 11. Like, the dial has completely been fucking broken.
And
like,
that
like,
is
he-
that
he
is
smashed
the
it.
premise.
like,
when
rupture
you
someone's
look at
anus,
when you look
like-
at what a premise of a film is, you have to look at what the premise was attempting to be. And the premise was not attempted to be this like thing that no one's ever seen before. It was attempting to be a callback to older films, but then just go way farther with that than they ever could. And in that particular case, it succeeded. It succeeded in what it did.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't see Freddy or Jason fucking injecting someone with fucking acid and watch them melt from the inside.
I saw one horror. I don't know what movie it is. I saw one horror movie where it was really fucked up. This dude, it was humans. They kidnapped a bunch of people, and one of the people they kidnapped, they injected into her ear a bunch of spider eggs, and then the spider eggs hatched and started. They were inside of her head, and they were crawling and biting her brain, and they started crawling out. They started crawling out of her ears.
Worse than someone.
Yeah, they started crawling out of her ears, and they were crawling out of her nose, and they were down in her throat and stuff, and they were like basically just spreading in that inside of her body, and she could feel it and shit. And I was like, that's some fucked up shit. That's one of the most fucked up shit I ever.
Man, I was eating pancakes when you started doing that shit.
Okay, so back to the point.
He was getting like a reference to Vincent from Final Fantasy VII Mission Abridged to talking about the spiders that live in his skin.
Back to the point about Art the Clown and his premise. He is actually a very interesting premise because it's like Rouga said, it's not something that is that has never inherently been done before, but it's done to a level that we haven't seen before, which it's also characterized really well in that regard. Because Rouga, you said you'd prefer him as a mime, which he is a mime by all accounts, and like from the makeup he's wearing, that's a lot more mime than it is clown.
Yeah, he's
it is much more mime than it is clown.
I guess I would just prefer he be straight up mime.
Supposed to be a fusion of them.
I would really because I think you're right. There's so many horror movie clowns. I'm kind of sick of them. I would prefer him to be just like Art the Mime and just be a straight up horror version of a mime.
Well, see, he's called Art the Clown because like mime is a very difficult word to translate properly if it's not English or French, because the English word is literally just the French word but anglified. So mime isn't a word that translates well into all those other languages because all those other languages don't have a word for it. So he's called clown in order to translate better.
Okay, fair enough.
Everything else.
Fair enough.
It's also good for marketing overall, but yeah.
I mean, I get it. I still would prefer. I would still prefer him being just a straight up mime. I understand why it's done. I'm not dissing on the movie.
Well, he is actually just a straight up mime, is what I'm trying to say.
He is a mime. That's
he's
the
a
thing.
mime, but he has the moniker of clown.
He looks like a clown. They call him a clown.
He is a mime, all but in name.
Yes.
Right. So he's
That's
just
exactly
a clown. He's just a clown by name.
I think his design is that of a clown. They call him a clown, but he behaves like a mime. I guess I'm saying I would prefer him look like a clown. I mean, look like a mime.
Well, mimes and clowns actually did dress almost identically for long periods of time. It's hard to differentiate the two, and the main differentiation is actually the noises.
Where did all of this random fucking mime history knowledge come from? This is not normal knowledge to have, Dan.
I don't give a shit, Rouga. I read books. Remember, I'm gay.
I mean, this is still
super. Who reads mime books?
Oh my god! Man, not even they know what a mime is.
Who the fuck reads mime books? Even if you did read, that would be odd.
Isn't it also good that
I read encyclopedias for fun. Okay, chill out.
The only
isn't it
mime
also
knowledge
good that
I
he's a
had.
good combination of the two? Because people are scared of mimes also.
I mean, the only mime knowledge I ever had was that the mimes are just a French take on clowns.
Yeah,
like
no,
that's
that
the
is
only
what
thing
they
I
are.
know.
They're a subset.
No, because that would mean that France doesn't have clowns too, but they do.
That is factually incorrect. Mimes are not just the French take on clowns. Mimes are actually a specific subset of clowns who make absolutely no noise no matter what they are confronted with. So
I did say
that's
that.
why I asked about if Art makes any noise or speaks in his movies. That is what classifies him as a mime. That and the black and white attire. Clowns will usually have at least one more color.
I will say in the
blue, red,
second
or
movie,
yellow.
he did pick up a horn and start squeaking it in somebody's ear.
Okay, but mimes can use props. That's the thing.
Okay.
Mimes can use props. They cannot make any noise with their body or their
Yeah,
mouth.
he himself, even if he's in pain, he will mime the screaming action, but no sound ever comes out. He will mime laughter,
I think
and no sound ever comes out.
Dan, Dan, I figured out what your YouTube channel should be about. You should just have mind knowledge, that deep mind lore. That's what.
Rouga, I am not doing a channel all about mimes.
No, you got this, man. Okay, so chat. No, we're gonna get this started. So voice chat or not voice chat. Shut up. Text chat. I have been trying to talk Dan into making a YouTube channel because I think he's got enough knowledge and he's good enough at the tech stuff that I think it would be very easy for him to do it. But he's avoiding doing it because he doesn't know what he would make a YouTube channel about. So I think that everyone should say that he should make a mime channel. I think this is something. I think we should do a thing. You know what? I'm gonna make a poll.
For the fact that I have coulrophobia, I might.
Nope, I'm gonna make a poll. We're making a poll. Should Dan?
Oh my god!
Oh god!
Like,
He
would the
really
mime
is.
survive
He's
Oz?
literally making
Make a mime
Chat,
channel.
I mean absolutely no offense by this, but I'm not making a fucking mime channel even if you vote yes.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. We're gonna make sure this happens. Should Dan make a mime channel?
Rouga can literally pay me, and I will not do
We
this.
paid you to make a mime channel.
There you go. We
If
got
all of you come over and donated $100 each, I still wouldn't make a mime channel.
No, he's making it. It's gonna happen.
Oh my god! Let's see the fucking results of us.
This needs to happen. All right.
Jesus fucking Christ, guys.
Now, while that's happening, we're gonna put an ad
I
on.
have coulrophobia. I'm not making a channel all about clowns and mimes.
80% say yes.
What's claudophobia?
Now we know.
Yeah, it's the fear of
It's
clowns.
the fear of clowns.
Now we know exactly why he knows so much about clowns and mimes, so that way he knows what the fuck to avoid for the rest
it'll
of
be
his
great.
life.
Dan, you'll be like Batman. You know, like Batman was scared of bats until he used that. He used that as like a thing.
I'll become Clown Man.
You become Clown Man, and you start making the mime shit. It'll be great.
You fight.
No, it's so he knows what to avoid if he goes to other parts of Europe. Which, oh wait, no, he can't do that anymore because of Brexit. But okay, let's see. Mimes, yes, avoid them. Jesters, maybe not. Maybe they're okay.
Jesters are just trolls.
Harlequins?
Oh yeah, Harlequins are actually historically they're actually fighters. Like they will pull knives out and start chucking them at you.
Oh.
Yeah, look, John even got a name
Uh,
for you. He's got the Mime Files. That's great. That's a fantastic name.
So we have 20. We have 27 votes.
I know facts about mimes.
79
Still does not
voted
answer
yes.
the Harlequin question.
Mimes.
Okay, Harlequins are a different subset of clown. They were mainly used in rodeos or in place of court jesters. As mentioned, they were famously combatant types of clowns. So they were typically formally trained in combat arts such as sword fighting, martial arts, or
knife throwing.
See, Dan, this is a great advertisement for your mime channel. Like
Rouga, I'm not making a fucking
look at
mime
all
channel.
this. Look at all this knowledge that you're just bestowing on the people. I can't bestow this knowledge upon the people. Someone has to bestow this knowledge.
You can become the first ever clown-themed superhero.
And you know what?
Clowns are cool, man.
You kept telling me that the reason why you weren't making a YouTube channel is because all the premises that you had were just oversaturated, and you don't think you would be very successful. I guarantee you, there is no mime channels. I don't think that's a thing. The lore of clowns and mimes, like you have the monopoly on that premise.
I'm not
Yeah, and if you somehow, you know what? If you even somehow covered everything, Dan, you could then bridge it out to like other types of performers and like the histories behind them. Like how did lion tamers and bullfighters become a thing? Like you could actually bridge out into that.
Well, ringmasters
Oh
are also
my
the
god,
fiction of
the
clowns.
He's still going. He's still displaying it.
He has to educate you on this because it's his calling. He can't escape it.
Yeah,
calling.
under calling, dude.
One last thing before we One last thing before we go back to art. Whoever said that Dan would become the first clown-themed superhero, that is incorrect. There actually is like an alternate universe Joker that made it his way into the main DC universe. That was a superhero.
Are there no clown-themed superheroes?
Fun fact:
There are
the Joker is not
clown
technically
themed
a clown.
superheroes. They're very rare.
I don't
because,
buy
you know,
that there aren't
people hate
any.
them.
I think there would be one. Dan, you know everything about clowns.
They're just not
Yeah,
very.
clowns are cool.
Is there a
man.
clown
Clowns
themed
are cool.
superhero?
Kidding.
I'm not sure about the clown superhero thing, but fun fact: the Joker is not technically a clown.
Oh, it is.
The clown prince of crime, sir. No.
What is he?
He is not technically a clown by the definition of clown.
Marvel has obnoxious.
Is he a jester? What is he?
This is why you need to make the
This is
channel,
why you
so
need to make the
can
channel.
point the stuff out to
Yeah,
people.
This is
there's
why you need to make the
literally
channel.
somebody on
You're
YouTube
really
who
not-
has a channel about if people are good ninjas or not. I think you have your call.
Oh, Gaijin Goomba. Is it Gaijin
That's
Goomba?
the only thing he does, but it is like a big show that he does do on his channel. Yes.
I'll tell you
show.
this.
Mind the mime?
I am super upset that this is not unanimous in wanting Dan to make a mime. I don't like that it's only 80%.
You know what? Did you
You are
vote for
denying
that?
the world a masterpiece, motherfucker.
You are.
20% of you should be ashamed.
Yes, and Dan should be ashamed that he's not going into his calling. He's rejecting it.
I'm not
It's like
making a fucking
it's
mime.
like if it's like if Mozart didn't write music or.
I
Guys,
am by no
think of
means
more
the Mozart of
examples.
clowns.
It's
guys.
like
There are
it's
people
like
that
it's
want
like
more
when
information.
it's like when fucking like Saul was
Maybe
called to
just
like he
be a
wanted to go
clown.
and slaughter that town, and then God came down and was like, no bitch, change your name to Paul, this is your calling, sort of thing. You're gonna have that moment. It's gonna suck when it happens. I'm just letting you know
What
that.
the fuck are you talking about?
It's the Bible, you uneducated fuck.
You're
It's
speaking
the
facts
Bible.
there. Yeah,
Okay.
you're speaking facts there.
Yeah, fuck the Bible.
Awful,
The Bible.
awful, blasphemer. Okay, let's
Love the
let's
Bible.
let's get back to
Yes.
let's get
Get
back
back
to
on
Dan's
topic,
favorite
love
topic
God.
and talk about the mime art. So when I first started talking about art, everybody said S. Okay.
Yes.
Does anyone
Yeah.
think he should not be at S? Because if everyone is unanimously saying S, then that's what we gotta do.
I don't see a
think
reason
he
why
might
not
be-
to put him at S.
I don't
I
see
do
why he
love
shouldn't
the
be on
series
See the
because
thing-
he's fucking terrifying.
He's
That's why
shoving
it's
candy up the
fire.
fly man's ass. That's all I gotta say about that.
Okay. So does anybody in the text chat think that he should not be at S? Does anyone
I
say
mean,
A?
error's saying above Rambo, so.
Oh, there's
No,
no
no-
such
no
thing.
way.
Okay, this is
Rambo.
nonsense, guys. This
Oh, he's
this is
joking. No, he's joking.
You gotta put him in the A tier because his name is Art.
A for art.
No.
A for art.
All
Okay.
right.
Are
So
you
the
gonna
question is,
take-
where
are you
in
gonna
S?
post
Is
that
he
poll
top of
like
S then?
or-
Because
I agree.
nobody has any reason why you shouldn't be.
I don't.
Is that a
I-
thing?
Well, the only reason why I would say that he doesn't deserve to be an S is because his movies aren't of the quality of the movies that are in S. Like I like his movies, and for what they're trying to do, they do
Okay,
it well.
I would
But
say
there
that.
is no Terrifier movie that's as good as The Fly or The Wolfman. There isn't
Yeah,
even
I
a.
also didn't like 2 that much. I liked 1, but not 2.
We
I
could
like
just
the
put
idea-
him
I
at
can agree with
the.
that
We just could
opinion,
put him at the bottom of S tier.
I like
Debating
the
the
idea
No.
that he should be the gatekeeper for S because I feel like he is like right on the edge of it, but maybe not quite there.
But
so I like the
I
idea
feel
that he's
that's
above of
fair.
A
But-
and gatekeeper.
having him be the gatekeeper of S that is in A, I think would make more sense than being the because I don't
Yes,
think he
that's what I'm
belongs.
saying.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
think he
saying
belongs.
he
Okay, I
belongs
thought
at
you
the
were
very
saying he should
top
be at the
of A.
bottom of S. You're saying at the
No,
top of A.
I'm saying he belongs at the very top of A as the gatekeeper to S tier.
I think that works because I just character-wise and quality of film-wise, I don't think he doesn't deserve to be shoulder to shoulder with these two. But
Yeah, you're right. Like
agree with that.
Wolfman and
Another-
The Fly are like horror classics that are so done so well, while art is just a niche idea that was done very well.
it's they're not bad movies. They're not great movies either. And you could say that The Wolfman and The Fly are great movies. So I think high
The
A.
thing with the Terrifier series, it is meant to be as violent as possible, and the
Yeah,
violence
and it does
is
what
the
it needs to
major
do.
reason. It's
With
yeah,
a
but
with a
because
likable
of that-
a villain that is interesting to watch on screen, a likable protagonist, like it does what it needs to do.
But in terms of like what would be considered quality, yeah, it does what it needs to do. But what it needs to do might also make some people like not as willing to look at it as a good film and more just a reason to have violence.
Well, I don't think the story is particularly amazing. I like the characters okay. I don't think there's like amazing character writing here. Yeah, there's just like honestly, it's really weird to put it ahead of the Pale Man, but the only reason why I'm doing that is because the Pale Man's only in one scene of the movie, which is the issue here. I think overall, I would say the Pale Man like is a way higher. Like the one scene the Pale Man is in is better than anything that you see in Terrifier, but it's one scene, so it's limited by that.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, the Pale Man is sort of the gatekeeper to be, because of how little he's actually in the film, and I like how Dan was saying how Art is the qualifier to get into S. I like that, and then pretty much anybody who's not going to be in B or S is going to be between these two. I think that works.
Okay, I'm sold. I think that's exactly what should be the case.
Okay,
and I agree with a lot of what you're saying.
Okay, so next up we have Sam from Trick or Treat. Who's seen Trick or Treat?
I've seen bits of it.
I've seen it once my entire life, and I never went back to it. But not like that. Like,
okay, so
Rouga, have you seen Trick or Treat? This is gonna be a little rough if I have to be the only one talking about it, but I can do it.
Oh no, I know a bit.
Okay.
I know it's based off of a I know it's based off of comics.
It's based off of a comic.
It's based off a book. It's actually based off a series of short stories, which is an anthology, which was adopted.
I think it's made a comic after the movie.
Okay, I'm not too annoyed.
Seen the movie.
Well, the idea is I wanted to use like movie created characters. I didn't want to use like comic book characters and stuff. There was actually another comic book character that I took off because he was a comic book character first.
So it's not based on a comic really. This story was adapted into film, but it's also a graphic novel, and those two things came out very nearly around the same time, or at least I believe the movie was in the works at the same time as the graphic novel was coming out, something to that effect.
Wasn't it a book first?
Yes,
like
it was a book first, and then it became a
lot of these were books.
A graphic novel.
Yeah, I'm okay with it being a book. I'm okay with it. I didn't want to take like a video game character. Like I took, like, people wanted me to put on Pyramid Head. Yes, people wanted me to put.
It didn't originate as a comic.
Yeah, people wanted me to put Pyramid Head in it. People wanted me to put Nemesis, and I was like, I'm not putting video game characters. We're putting.
I think the only thing I'm seeing about it, I'm seeing an adaptation was done for it, and if it was it was probably also done too. If it was released before, that was probably too.
Okay, so I looked it up.
It's the movie, which gets done a lot, so.
So I've looked it up, and apparently there's a Meet Sam comic that was a 10th anniversary.
Sure, but it's not based off the comic. It's fine. It works. He's already here. I'm not about to take him off.
In the movie, he's his own character. Like it's separate stories. He's basically an anthology character. He gets
which is what I was actually going to get to. So the whole premise of Sam is that he is, I guess, a demon or a spirit or some sort of force of Halloween that comes out.
I would like to more
spirit.
Okay,
and I like to think he's like a guardian of Halloween or something.
Fine.
Like he makes it.
Yeah, he's essentially the Krampus of Halloween.
Okay. So I
can
go ahead
here before you get going, Rude.
Yeah, cool. What's up?
He is essentially supposed to be the new version of the Sam Hain spirit, which is the spirit of Halloween. The whole reason that you put pumpkins out and dress up is to avoid him, because he would walk around with a lit pumpkin after being denied from the devil and from God. So he was never allowed into hell or heaven, which is the whole reason that Halloween became a thing. So Sam is supposed to be the new version of that Sam Hain spirit, which is why his name is Sam.
So is he inspired? Is he inspired by Sam Hain, or they actually explain in the movie that this is his backstory?
So I'm not.
They
sure
don't say that in the movie.
Explained in the movie. I believe it's bits and pieces given to you throughout like all of his stories, but he's mostly inspired by it, is the way most of people look at it. But I do believe that lore is kind of trickle fed to you if you look at like all of his media. So
all of his media. What is there other than the movie?
The graphic novel and the books.
And the comics.
Okay, so like I'm just making sure they didn't make another movie or a TV show. Because someone told me that they made a TV show of, I think, Tremors, and I was like, what? There's a fucking TV show?
I do believe they are actually working on a second movie.
It was sci-fi.
I don't think it's coming out anytime soon.
It was a Sci-Fi Channel original series.
Okay, yeah, I don't, which is crazy because I watch sci-fi all the. Sci-fi is super underrated. They had some great shows on sci-fi. No, but okay, so basically the whole premise is Sam is a spirit or whatever it is you want to call him, and he shows up and essentially punishes people for not treating the traditions of Halloween the way they should. So if you're not giving out candy, yeah, with respect. Like, if you're not giving out candy on Halloween to children, if you're not, like, you have to follow the certain rules of Halloween. If you don't, he punishes you. The issue I have with Sam, and the main reason why I don't think he's going to be very high, is the same issue that I have with the Pale Man for the most part. He's not in the majority of the movie. It's an anthology movie. Like, he's barely in his own movie.
Characters,
like,
so there are
he
other.
does. Sorry, go ahead.
There are other characters in the movie that I feel like are scarier and do more throughout the movie. Sam is kind of the mascot for the movie, yes. But like the werewolves that are in the movie, that's way more terrifying.
We already have a werewolf.
Plus there's the principal and his son that are fucking scary as shit.
But it's also heavily implied that Sam is the one orchestrating.
He caused it, yeah. Yeah, I would even say they go farther than just implying
if you do something bad, he's the one who's making you suffer.
Yeah.
So they pretty much show that Sam is the one who creates the werewolves. He's the one.
Yeah, you're essentially finding the underlings as the more dangerous and threatening.
Sam's tricks, like it's basically just Sam playing a trick on the people during
That's exactly
Halloween.
what it is. It's a much larger version of a traditional Halloween trick. So where the people weren't obeying the traditions of Halloween, they would get a trick and not a treat. Whereas you actually even see he's very benevolent to the ones who do follow the traditions, and he leaves them
like
whole bags of candy.
But at the end, he was actually pretty forgiving because the old guy that wasn't giving out candy, Sam just left him.
Well, everyone.
Then the zombie kids at the end came
well,
back.
You're actually right, and this is kind of a sort of thing that I kind of question his motives a little bit, because he's right. He does kind of leave certain people alone, but also every single person that he punishes throughout the movie are really, really fucking bad people. Like he punishes a child murderer and like a bunch of other, like he doesn't, like, does he kill any innocent people in the whole movie?
Well. You can't really say. You can't really call because she killed a woman in a robot costume just because she doesn't like Halloween. That's not exactly a crime. You can't really call her a bad person for that.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure the way Sam works is his tricks will always fit the crime that he's punishing. So like the old guy who wasn't giving out candy, he got tricked. And it was relatively harmless. Like, it still caused him a little bit of psychological trauma, I'm pretty sure. But it was relatively harmless. Whereas the woman who killed someone, or the man who killed someone, I can't remember, it's been a bit.
The principal. Like, yeah. I think it was the principal or some shit.
Whoever murdered that chick wearing a robot costume, was...
That was Sam.
Hey, I'm pretty sure the old guy that was driving the bus was the dude that killed a bunch of kids because he drove the bus off a cliff.
Yeah, so if I remember from the premise of the movie, the old guy was driving like kids that the parents didn't want attending school in town, and the parents paid him to drive the bus off the cliff. So he became a very bitter man, and at the end of the movie, I guess Sam might have been responsible because maybe that's why he left him alone, because he knew the guy was going to die anyway.
So my question is Sam a benevolent figure?
A benevolent?
If he's only killing people if he's only killing evil beings who specifically go out of their way to cause problems and hurt other people, like, you know, child murderers and shit, and people who murdered a bunch of kids with a bus, is he even evil? Like, who does he kill that deserves it? That doesn't deserve it?
He is not benevolent, because I'll tell you this, because he's only following the rules of Halloween, not actual like morality. Because you could be the best person in the world, and if you blow out your pumpkin too early when Sam is around,
but one of the guys on the stream just said that there's people in the movie that he leaves alone who do break those rules.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing: Sam won't kill you just for blowing out a pumpkin early. If you have been a decent person for most of that Halloween. Sam isn't exactly a benevolent, he's more a judgment spirit. So he's neither really good nor evil. He kind of walks that middle path and punishes both.
So he's lawful neutral.
He's lawful neutral, and as long as you obey his laws, you'll be fine. So if you are a bad person and have done something wrong, your punishment will fit all of your crimes. It's essentially the guilt that weighs on you is how Sam punishes you.
Yeah. So, like what if you're a bad person who follows the rules of Halloween?
Then you're fine.
Sam won't do anything.
Okay.
But the principle.
So does he kill anyone in the movie who doesn't follow the rules of Halloween but is good?
Like I said, if a child goes and disobeys a rule of Halloween but hasn't committed anything like a murder, Sam might leave a razor blade in his candy for him to get cut on. But if a murderer goes and disobeys a rule of Halloween, Sam's gonna drop a bucket of razors into their throat.
So it's kind of like a 2-point thing. It's like you have to do 2 things. You have to, 1, break the rules of Halloween, and also be evil, like year-round.
Exactly. In order to get killed, you have to be evil. In order to get punished, you just have to break the rules of Halloween.
I mean, okay, so the way the principal, the murdering principal died was by the werewolves eating him alive.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the werewolves didn't eat the girls that turned out to be werewolves. Weren't only eating just the principal. They ate like a bunch of like other like a guy in costume who assumed did nothing wrong. Was that just Sam playing a trick on people, or are we assuming?
That's a good point.
It's not a good idea, because are we assuming that these guys did something as bad as the principal did?
That's a good point. How much are we? Is it just that the people we see him kill are bad people, or is it implied in the story that he actually kills other people? We're just seeing the worst stories.
So by Sam's own logic, the reason that those werewolves ate those other people is because they were looking for the principal, which the whole point of wearing a costume on Halloween is to avoid the evil spirits. It's to try to hide from them. That's why the werewolves get mixed up on their target, but Sam himself is much more methodical and direct. He picks one person and knows who that person is, because he is the mastermind behind it. The werewolves are his underlings, so they didn't know any better. They go after everybody in a costume.
So it seems to me that Sam is indifferent to the suffering of others.
Yes, very much so.
But here's the thing.
He's kind of a god of death, in a way.
But here's the thing. The principal by far is not a good person, because he poisoned a kid with candy and then had his son turn the kid's head into a jack-o'-lantern.
He's a child murderer. Yeah, no, that's been established.
No, but that's been established. But here's the thing. He didn't break any Halloween rules by a technicality, because he still gave out candy and he still had jack-o'-lanterns on his
giving out candy that's poisoned to children would break the rules.
It does. It's like giving out candy with a razor blade.
Of course, you're breaking the rules of Halloween.
Only Sam is allowed to give out poison treats, and he gives it out as a punishment for people who have given out poison treats. Fittingly enough.
Yeah. Or he bites a pumpkin lopsicle into a fucking dagger.
Yeah, that would be like the whole thing that they used to fearmonger back in the 90s, when they would say like, oh, don't go Halloween treating because they're gonna put razor blades in your kids' candies. Although I don't know if that ever actually happened, but that was something that people would fearmonger to parents all the time.
There actually were a couple cases of it.
It doesn't surprise me.
Way out of proportion.
It doesn't surprise me.
It only happened after the fearmongering about
it
started.
There was a
oh, hey, we can do this.
I told y'all about the AIDS needles they put on the back of gas pump handles. People were doing it and getting AIDS, and then they were doing it to children's playgrounds. They were putting razor blades on children's playgrounds, on like the monkey bars and stuff. So people would go and jump on the monkey bars and like cut their fingers off, and like little kids. Like people are sick. It doesn't surprise me that it happened, but I don't ever recall a story where it did happen back in the 90s when they were telling me this. I kind of always assumed it was just like, come on, like how many people? Why would you even do that? Like. You know what I mean? And it's even possible that you could probably track that candy back to the house that they gave it to you too. So that's also an issue. Anyway, so getting to the point, where do you guys think that Sam should be based on all the stuff that we've just talked about?
I don't want to put him above Art or the Pale Man, but he's still pretty scary. Like,
given that he is an anthology character, and
he's not in the movie a lot. That's my issue.
In the movie a lot. And I feel like he probably belongs at about the level of Pale Man. I'm not sure whether above or below though.
Well,
I would say
that's
low A.
That's quite a
Low A.
statement because that's quite a state. Like you haven't. I get that you haven't seen Pan's Labyrinth. The Pale Man's pretty fucking great. That's quite the statement to say that he should be above the Pale Man.
Pale Man wasn't in Pan's Labyrinth for long
if I was the
either.
one making this list, I would
That's
put
why
him,
I'm saying,
like,
yeah, that's
right beside
well,
Mark, so
I've already stated that Pale Man would be S if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't in his movie very long.
Yeah.
But the fact
I
that
don't feel like he's an A.
you don't feel like Sam is an A,
Yeah.
why
Well,
not?
even though
And where would you
he
put
can,
him?
Well, even though he can do those crazy stuff, like he's very avoidable in a way. Like as long as you do what you're supposed to, he's very avoidable. He's almost
Yeah,
a festive character.
It doesn't
he even looks cute. Like if I saw him, I'd probably give him lots of candy and then show him the awesome jack-o'-lanterns I make.
Okay. So I've heard some people say this. Some people in the chat said it too, that he's more cute than scary. He is a corruption of something that's cute. Like that's the whole. Like he's appealing, but you know when you look at him. Well, you know when you look at him, yeah, he's cute. There's something wrong there, and I probably shouldn't go near it.
It's the perversion of the holiday.
Yeah.
That's why he embodies
what?
Halloween
I
really
think-
well. He's like a mischief creature, a mischief knight.
I think, given all that, I think we should treat him like we do with art, where we put him in B, but as a gatekeeper to get into A.
I don't know that I'd necessarily.
I'm not sure I'd put him above the Tremors guys. Actually.
Okay, so I just
mean,
disagree with
he's
Scricker
got-
entirely because I
Well,
believe.
hold on. Let me finish my thought.
Let him
So
finish.
I feel like the Tremors is a better monster, but the Trick or Treat movies are better movies.
What makes the what makes the Graboids a better monster?
Because you like the threat of them is much stronger than the threat of the Trick or Treat.
Well,
You
remember,
said
we
just
took
indiscriminately.
threat level off. That's not a part of it. You don't have to be, because there's a lot of horror characters that if threat level was a factor, we'd have to take any horror characters that specifically are aimed after individual people or individual types of people, which is a lot of fucking horror characters. Like you could equally say that Pinhead is not a good horror character because he only comes at you if you open up his box. Well, yeah, technically, that doesn't make him a bad horror character. He's still a good horror character. It doesn't matter how easily avoidable he is. Like,
It's just a shame
Alright,
that after
well,
the first movie, all of his
I
other
guess
movies were
you
shit.
could put him above them then.
Very true.
I don't know. It was just...
I would say, at the very least, Sam has actual character to him.
Yeah.
Well, there's that,
Whereas
and also Sam's premise I find much more intriguing than giant earthworm eats you alive.
Oh, absolutely.
That-
The idea
yeah,
that the
like-
spirit of Halloween essentially comes as a judgment
Yeah, it's a
to
good
you.
premise. They're good movies.
I mean, I would like to. Here's the thing: while the monster in Pan's Labyrinth is is still very scary, but it only shows up for one scene. Well, Sam is still in the movie way longer than the Pale Man.
yeah. I mean, I could sit to that.
Yeah, but a lot
I
of what
feel
you see
bad
him
putting
do
things in
is
front of the
either
Pale
him
Man because of how
observing or being innocuous.
I feel bad
Well,
putting
it's a-
things in front of the Pale Man because the Pale Man, but that is the fact that he's in one scene is pretty detrimental.
Yeah.
So okay, so it is where we're sitting at right now that Sam should either be above or below the Pale Man.
See,
I would say
feel like
above.
Pale Man
I would
should
say
be,
below
like,
for
a
sure.
gatekeeper to A,
I would
basically.
say below, but only because of
I
the
like
fact
what
that,
Swift and Dan are saying about him being a gatekeeper to A in B. I'm down for that.
Okay.
what he
While
brings with art.
Sam is very interesting, he's not beating art.
Here's what I'm saying.
that's
I'm
what
saying-
we're
Let Dan finish his
I'm
thought.
trying to say that Sam should be above Pale Man,
Yeah,
and
he's
Pale
saying
Man
above.
should be like the low A who kind of keeps out the B tiers because the Pale Man is only in that one scene. And yes, he is a fantastic use, according to everybody here, in that one scene, but you can't make a whole movie off of one scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're gonna make
It's
a
the same
poll.
argument we had about Sauron or Saruman in the last
Yeah.
the last one.
No.
The Pale Man can't be that high if Saruman didn't place that high, or if Sauron doesn't place that high, because those two are both also fantastic villains. But
That's why I wanted to put
they
him-
are so
okay.
detrimental in a tier list because they aren't in their own movies. they're built up. They're meant to be like this overarching theme.
You should probably say above,
Pale
like
Man.
Sam above.
Okay,
like,
guys, I'm about to
Sam-
make a poll right now. I'm putting Sam.
Yeah.
You guys need to vote on whether he should be above Pale Man or below Pale Man. All right.
I was gonna originally say, below, but Dan told it to me.
Yeah, but it seemed like people in the chat were the same way. So yeah, vote. I just posted an ad. I don't know. Does the ad make like an actual ad that you'll have to watch, or does it just post little like ads at the bottom of the video, like little like?
No, it
images?
actually does a full screen ad.
Yeah, it has them watch an ad while they vote, basically.
I have
Okay.
YouTube Premium. I don't see any.
So
ads.
yeah, it looks like
same here.
it looks like 30
Ad
people.
blocker.
30 people want you to start your mime channel.
I'm not making a fucking mime channel, guys.
You're making a mime channel. It's inevitable. It's inevitable at this point.
The aboves have it by 53. 59.
I mean, we're gonna give them
Did you
time.
make
We're
it
gonna
free?
give
$5
them time to
to
actually
make
vote.
Give it time. Only half the people have voted so far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm
Well,
just-
if they
I'm just
well,
speaking-
look, if
I'm
they
just
haven't
speaking
seen the film, they probably shouldn't be voting. So I'm not necessarily. I don't need everyone to vote.
I've seen the film. I've seen it. It's very scary. Like from what I've seen.
Also,
it's very
I'm sorry.
scary.
Let me interrupt you real quick.
Fairly
I should point
Go
this
ahead.
out because I've had to point this out, and people seem to like be unaware of this every time. If you're in the voice chat, you have no business voting in the polls. Let me just be clear about that. If you were actually talking and everyone can hear you talking, do not vote in the polls. You are automatically like shifting the voting in one direction or the other.
Well, no, I'm not voting. I'm just watching.
I'm not saying
I mean,
you. I'm
just
saying
watching the
anyone.
tier
I'm
list.
saying across
Okay.
the because I said that 2 streams ago, and I like surprised people when I said that. And then last stream, I brought it up again, and then people were like, "Wait, we're not supposed to be voting?" I'm like, "No, you're not. If you're in the voice chat, you already have your voice being heard, and you can argue whatever point you want." But if all of us jump in and start voting on the poll, then what's the point of even doing it? Because we're gonna automatically put like a
Voter
lopsided
fraud.
vote. Yeah, basically.
We were. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so it looks like that
Under
everyone's
that
saying
follow-up
above.
window, it was rigged from the start.
Looks like people are saying above, so we're gonna do above. Let's end the
I
poll.
can't wait till we get to Godzilla and Gabriel.
Well, yeah, the Pale Man is an interesting monster. It's just that he very much suffers, but that
He's in one
being
scene.
a one scene.
He's
Yeah.
as far as quality of film goes, his movie is the best movie on this list by far. I don't think any of these other movies even come close. Maybe The Fly and The Wolfman, but I still think Pan's Labyrinth is better. He's got one of the best designs. Like he is an S monster. He's just in one scene. That's what holds him back. And that's
All
the reason.
right. Jeepers Creepers. I've actually seen
Oh boy.
all
only
3
seen
of
the
the
first one.
movies.
And they are
I've seen
bad.
They're great.
Now I
Right,
see
and
these.
there's a fourth one.
Creeper,
Yeah.
Creeper 2 and 3 are awful. They're so bad.
Yeah,
That's what I've heard.
They're very bad.
But unlike
Yeah.
unlike
Awesome.
unlike
the worst
Hellraiser,
one.
where the first Hellraiser movie is actually really fucking solid, even the first Jeepers Creepers movie isn't as good as the first Hellraiser. It's not bad. It's decent.
It's kind of hokey.
It's not the best.
So the
Go ahead.
concept of this. Should I talk? Am I gonna have to talk about this monster this time? Because I feel like I might be dealing with it. Watch.
Go.
I think most people
I mean,
have seen
I-
Jeepers Creepers. I've seen Jeepers
I've
Creepers.
seen 1 and 2.
Okay, well,
I've seen them all, except for the most recent one, the
I've never
fourth
seen
one.
3.
I
didn't
love
even know there was
how
three.
I love how
I've
you
seen the
interrupted
fourth
4
one.
people who were talking about Jeepers Creepers to say, "Hey, am I going to have to be the one to talk about?" No, we were all talking
I'm
about
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking
Yeah,
I tend to do dumb shit.
Ninja, I know you've been cut off quite a few times. Do you have
Yes,
anything
so
you
like
wanna
I
talk
don't
about?
even know where to interject. Like
Go ahead,
I want-
Ninja. Say what you got to say.
Yeah.
Just say. Just
I
say.
don't have anything to say right now.
God
I
damn it.
will when the point comes up. I will. I
Ninja, I
will.
thought you
Okay.
said you wanted to talk about the movie.
All right. Well,
I was just saying that I would
So-
like to talk about it at some point. That's it.
so
This is
the
great content,
Creeper
guys.
is-
You guys
is
are really making
the-
great stuff here.
The Creeper is similar to Pennywise in the fact that he hunts people, and he like feeds on their fear. Like he has like some he can smell fear off of people, And he,
which is inconsistent from the first movie, because in the first movie he specifically preys on people with have the body parts he needs.
yeah, I was about to get to that.
Yeah,
like,
it's inconsistent.
It's a bit he does have a bit of inconsistency.
I wouldn't say a bit. That's a
And
pretty massive inconsistency.
that's
You
a
literally
bit- that's a
change
very-
the
and
entire
And the third-
rules of
and
how
then
it works.
The third one, body parts is not even like brought up. He's just
because
after people.
he like
because
tore off. Sorry. You were saying
that was a
I finished. Basically, he's after people because they see him, or they
like
did
if
him
they try
harm
to
in the
lure,
fucking
if they
movie,
see
like,
him, he like it doesn't like there's like multiple factors in when he hunts someone. Either they have seen him or like his home base is basically under a church. And basically he takes the corpses. He takes the corpses of the people he kills after he's consumed the part that he desires, and then sews them into like a twisted version of a Catholic church.
That's so weird.
Yeah,
I hate
well,
that shit. And
it's not. That's not the only thing they changed though. Like they changed all that stuff too. But like, I mean, everything is different. Like in the first movie, they never talk about how he can only come out like once every 30 years. And then in the second movie, they say, okay, he can only come out once, something like that. They say he can come out once every 23 years or whatever the time.
And only
period
at
is.
night. And in the second movie, they say only at night, and the entire third movie is in place in the day.
Yeah, and then in the third, but also the third movie doesn't take place 23 years after the second movie. So they completely got rid of the whole he can only come out 23 years. Like
I think that was the prequel.
I think it did.
It came out 23 years later.
So the
because 2 came out the same. Because 2 was based in the same time that the movie released, and I don't remember 3 being in the 23 years in the future in the 30 something whenever the movie came out. So I don't remember that being 23 years in the future. And apparently there's a fourth one. I didn't even see the fourth one.
See, that's the thing. It's hard to grasp, to be honest. You could be wrong. You could be right.
Because they keep changing the rules.
Explain itself well.
Like they don't.
What I noticed is that the third movie was supposed to be like a direct sequel to the first movie's events, and doesn't do a good job of that.
Yeah, because like it shows like in the third movie, the beginning scene shows the cops open up the creeper's truck. But that wouldn't make sense because.
So in the first, okay, so guy, just to point out, someone in the comment is saying the first movie isn't inconsistent with the second. He took the guy who was more scared. I have to disagree with you on that. There's nothing in the first movie that says that he was more scared, and there's nothing in the movie that says that he was the most scared. Like he hunts this dude throughout the entire film.
Wait, I think I remember a scene that might explain this, because there was this psychic woman that said that there's something in fear that he likes.
Like, yeah, it's like a specific aspect of the fear that he, I mean, fair enough, but
and that it says that while his organs he needs to eat organs to replenish itself, so it's out of necessity. But he also likes to target certain people's the most attractive aspects of the targets he hunts. Like the brothers.
You're right about all of that, but
he took his brother's eyes.
Yeah.
Like the brother's eyes.
Yeah, Justin Long was the actor.
Yeah, you're right about all of that, except for that the movie doesn't stick to that. It also kind of some of these movies imply that he's actually like a scarecrow, like when he's dormant, and you can't discern when you're actually looking at him.
I've seen him pose as a scarecrow. I don't know if the movie ever implies that he could turn into one.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're saying.
He poses as one at one point, but he doesn't turn into one.
Yeah, he acts like one for sure. Like in like 2 different scenes in both movies, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
okay,
one in the cornfield.
I'm not crazy. It's just one of those
It's also. Yeah, like he did take the brother, and the brother was most scared of the creeper, while the girl actually confronted her fear and stood up to the monster.
I'm not saying. Yeah. So someone in the chat is saying that they're saying the girl was less afraid of Justin Long, which is why it was hunting Justin Long. The problem is that movie is filled with like 30 people who are clearly terrified, and he only goes after Justin Long.
Well,
So
probably because the half of the room were pointing guns at him, and the only one and Justin Long was the only one in
which
his
also
grasp.
I gotta say that's ridiculous that you have 30 cops all pointing guns at this dude and none of them pull the trigger and just allow him to fly off. That aggravated me even the first time I saw the movie. I was like, really?
Yeah,
You're not gonna shoot it?
It annoyed me as well.
But no, the main issue is the first movie states that he looks for certain people based on parts of them that he wants. It doesn't really talk about fear all that much. And then in the future movies they just straight up like go all in on the fear thing. And then sometimes they don't go all in on the fear thing. And like again, and another thing with the 23 years thing, it's like he comes out once every 23 years. People are saying, "Oh, well, it's a prequel." Well, it doesn't matter if it's a prequel or not because it says he comes out once every 23 years.
Yeah, it's the same fucking rule. Like, why would he change his mind?
Even if you go before the first movie, you would still have to be 23 years in the past. So it doesn't work. It's not consistent. The movies are really, really low quality after one, like super, super terrible after one.
Very much so.
The Creeper is fine. I think the design of it is okay.
Is this the new C?
What's up?
I think it should be lower than Pinhead.
It's lower than Pinhead. I would say lower than Pinhead.
I would like to say that he's like a definite D tier. Maybe he should be the benchmark of D tier, like Art is the benchmark of A.
It feels weird putting him in D tier because
I don't think he was that bad.
Well,
you know what?
I'll tell you this.
Might be too hard.
No. Well, I'll tell you this. If we don't put him in D tier, I don't think this list is going to have a D tier. Because I'm looking at the rest of the characters, and I think that he's probably going to end up being the worst on the list.
Yeah, he's probably
Once you started shifting things down specifically to have a D tier, yeah, you either put this guy in D tier or there's not going to be one.
Yeah, it seems like there won't be. And honestly, I'm okay with it because Pinhead is in C because he has a genuinely good horror movie. Jeepers Creepers doesn't have a genuinely good horror movie. The first one's all right. And then they're all bad.
Yeah, the first one's like a 6 out of 10.
It's just that the fucking consistency is all over the place,
Yeah.
and like people,
it basically fails in all categories.
Now normally I would say that the later movies of the later Hellraiser movies are the absolute like lowest of the low in terms of movies in general, and horror movies as whole. So does anybody, if anyone who's seen them, does anybody think that the last and the worst of the Jeepers Creepers films are worse than the worst of the Hellraiser films?
Oh God,
or at least equivalent.
I couldn't watch after the fourth one.
I didn't think Jeepers Creepers.
I actually thought
2 was that
was
bad,
actually
honestly.
pretty decent, but oh boy, 3's terrible.
Yeah, Jeepers
really
Creepers
bad.
2 was an interesting movie. Like I like the environment of like a bunch of kids trapped on the bus.
On the bus. Yeah, that was.
But 3 was
Two scared
bad.
me the most,
Probably not.
honestly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
When
like 3
Okay.
was just about like 3 like was all over the place. There was like multiple perspectives out there were jumping around, made zero sense.
Y'all even
And,
talking
like,
about 4.
And then it was, but at the end of the second film, the farmer and his son harpooned the creeper and then crucified him and turned him into a scarecrow.
Okay.
And yeah,
the
the
second
farmer's
one?
like
Yeah.
keeping an eye on the thing, like making sure this
Yeah,
thing
he's
stays.
constantly
Okay.
trained on it.
So let's compare him to Hellraiser real quick. Let's compare the characters. So Pinhead is a better character than the Creeper. He has a better movie. Like the Hellraiser 1 is better than any of the Jeepers Creepers movies.
Yeah.
However, they don't, according to you guys, they don't ever get quite as bad as the worst Hellraiser movies because those movies are absolute dog shit.
No, Jeepers Creepers, like the second,
Jeepers
even the
Creepers
third
3.
one is better than the fucking than the worst ones.
Yeah, and then
I mean,
I
I would say the third one's generally terrible. Probably not as bad as the Hellraiser.
the Hellraisers get really bad,
Yeah,
and then
how does it get?
Yeah,
So
so
and then you have
tier behind it.
I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna make that a poll. So a poll,
For
guys.
most.
Yeah, we're gonna
I
see.
mean,
Do you guys
okay.
think that Jeepers Creepers should be in D or C?
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't like the fact that he's like fails in all categories because he's still a pretty terrifying. The creeper still has a
Right.
pretty terrifying presence. Like he doesn't fail in the fear factor counter. It's just
But I mean,
the,
most of these
the
guys
other
And it
three.
wings most often than not, right?
Yeah, those wings. Woo.
Like
Like the fact that
he has the interesting premise as well.
Okay, so here would be my question to that: is there any person on this list that fails in the fear factor category?
Not really.
Okay, then it doesn't matter.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying someone said that he fails in all categories when he doesn't.
Yeah, someone did say that though.
Well,
I did.
Are
say
his
that.
movies scary?
Yes.
I mean,
are they?
Depends.
I mean, like, there's this
depends
one
on-
scene where he
on what you
literally
feel.
is like ripping the tongue off of like a police, he literally grabs a cop through the roof, going at high speeds, and literally chops his head off.
I think you could argue that the first Jeepers Creepers could be scary to certain people. I think it's hard to argue the second and third one are scary.
I feel like there should be
the whole bus situation was scary. If I were to be honest,
when I think
when I was
the
younger,
premise
anyway.
is
I'll
scarier
say
than
when
the
I was younger.
execution for the second movie. Can I say that?
Yeah, well, yeah, a bunch of guys trapped in a bus while this giant winged creature comes and kills them all one by one. Sure.
Yeah, like that could have just as easily been a movie for like the Jersey Devil, and it would have been just as good. Like
That's
the
good.
Jeepers Creepers thing. Yeah, because it's a good premise, but it was just poor.
Oh, you're talking about the
execution.
premise, not the film itself. Yeah, I got.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah,
Listen,
people are saying D. It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna play another ad while everybody gets a chance to vote. So vote away.
If I were to defend
only
Jeepers
8
Creepers,
people voting.
just
I'm completely okay with the Creeper being in D tier because I know he's definitely not as good as Pinhead or anyone else on this fucking list. He's just a niche character that, and also the fact that he's attached to a pretty disgusting person is also not great.
I don't care about that. I know what you're talking about. It's not relevant.
The director is irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, it's not relevant.
Yeah, somebody said they wanted to defend him. What did you want to defend him with?
Oh God,
I wanted to defend not the director. I wanted to defend Jeepers Creepers and then give my criticism on
No. Let him defend the pedophile. Go ahead.
Not the pedophile. Come on.
No. He said he wanted to defend. You know, stand by your word, man. Go ahead, defend the pedophile. We'll wait.
All right,
now you're making him sound bad with whatever he says next.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, if I were to just defend it for a bit before I land my criticisms on the Jeepers Creepers, you have to admit he's got a pretty cool design from afar because it gives off a mysterious look. It gives off a very intimidating look without him being very overly bulky and like overly monstrous. And you also gotta admit they made a song like Jeepers Creepers sound pretty creepy.
Yeah,
you know, like they're fawning over your eyes, they're fawning your skin. You know, they made it sound really,
the problem
really
is that's
creepy.
only in the first movie too.
Right.
And the only reason I don't like that song is because for me it's attached to somebody in my life that I do not want to be associated with.
And in Jeepers Creepers 2, I like the fact that he's wielding a damn war axe and he's using body parts as weaponry for like the shurikens and stuff like that.
The teeth built within him. Yeah, that was gross.
Oh yeah, but now that my praise for the Jeepers Creepers is gone, there are some criticisms I have for it. Like, it's one thing if you're using your wings to fly. You got giant ass wings, you're gonna fly. It's another thing entirely if you're using them to leap, as if it was some sort of limiting game mechanic from like the PS2 era. Like, dude, you're a grown ass monster and you got bat wings.
It did come out around that.
You got wings the size of a car, and you're saying you can't fly after the kids? You're using them as like what, like a double jump?
At that point, the wings were pretty damaged. He got hit by
basically
a truck.
Yeah. Oh no. And remember when I said that he looks cool from afar? Well,
what's wrong with him up close?
He looks like a damn like Hasbro leather toy that you just found in the basement. That was like a prototype or something, like a prototype of an Inhumanoids character or some shit.
Okay. All right. So let's move on since Gizmo's done praising pedophiles. We're gonna go to next up. We have now. Okay. Now I should ask this. Next up, I have Godzilla on here. And we're using the horror version of Godzilla, which is from the very first film. Should I use -1 or should I use the first film?
I don't see why you can't.
I don't see why scarier.
Because they're not the same movie. They're two different versions of the character. One's a remake of the original, but they're not the same. I haven't done that for anyone else. I've only used the initial version of the
Fair
character.
enough. I get what you're saying.
Well,
Yeah, I
let's
was going
use
to
the
ask
classic
how you're
version,
going
I
to
guess.
categorize Godzilla because there's so many different versions.
Yeah, so it looks like
perhaps-
Blood is saying
I would
minus
say
one.
-1 then.
-1 is way
Okay.
better. -1 is good. Okay.
Okay,
We're gonna-
so
Minus
what I
one.
missed, I left. Someone was calling me. What I missed?
Oh, you missed that we are now on Godzilla from -1.
Maybe.
A pedophile.
Alright,
Hold up. I'm making a
And-
poll about it.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
actually
I
gonna
didn't
head
mean
out
to.
because I have to get
I don't know
some- I have to wake
why I
up early
thought it was a
tomorrow.
good idea to bring up Victor Selva for some reason.
Because
wanna bring him
you
up
you
every-
like
it-
you like
it's almost-
pedophiles, man. It's fine. I don't
It's
I don't
almost
judge.
hard not to bring him up when
yeah,
we're
I'm-
talking about Keepers Creepers.
Okay, so everyone, shush. So I'm about to post a poll. Godzilla. Should we be talking about the original or should we be talking about -1 on this list? Start poll.
And like I said, I'm heading
I
out
do feel
because
like-
I have to get up early tomorrow. So
I would think we
most people are
should
saying
talk about
-1.
the original.
Guys, we've
I
been
love
over
that
this
movie,
so many
but
times. It doesn't matter when you're leaving.
Just
You
go.
don't need to
Okay.
tell us. Just leave.
Well, this
See you
is
guys.
his first time here.
See ya.
This is his first time.
It's
Yeah,
fine. It is
Yeah,
what it
this
is.
was
Yeah.
also my first time.
Same.
here,
I got y'all.
so-
Thanks for showing up, man. I don't actually know who that was. Who was that left?
Swift.
So that's actually a buddy of mine. His name's Swift.
Okay. Got you.
I think
I have
I
his
think we
Discord
should.
info if you wanna add it.
There you go,
Listen-
Rouga. I'm slowly.
Listen,
growing your
I
channel.
just think that if we go about the original, we have to. We're gonna really talk about the original intent behind the monster, which was an allegory about the destructive nature of nuclear weapons.
And
So
that's
it's minus
fine.
one.
I mean, that's both.
Yeah.
And
Like
we,
having
I
that
think we should do
anti-war,
the. I was just gonna
anti-nuclear
say,
message to them.
I think we should do the original one.
It looks like
because
everyone's
we've
saying
been
original.
focusing on the original.
I'm gonna wait a little longer. I'll
original
do,
ones
I'll
of
do
other
another
movies.
ad while I'm waiting. But yeah, we'll wait a little
Really?
bit.
Strictly from a horror aspect, I actually think the original is pretty creepy. -1's a great movie, but it's not scary like at all. It's
Yeah,
just
like-
it's an outstanding.
When
monster
I
movie. It's not
originally
scary.
said I don't see why you can't do both, I meant like consider them the same character. But you did state why you consider them different characters, and I agree with that.
Yeah, it looks like people are agreeing that it should be the originals though. So we're gonna talk about the original. Who has seen the original Godzilla?
I have seen every
I
Godzilla
have.
movie.
I've seen every Godzilla. Yeah.
Not the original, no.
I've seen bits and pieces of it.
It's online for free.
I've
You can
seen
watch it.
just about every Godzilla movie, but not
I
the
don't
first two.
remember.
If you have Max, HBO Max, whatever you want to call it, they have all the Godzilla movies, including the original and -1.
I don't have.
It's also just straight up on YouTube for free, like a year ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it's priced
Yeah,
low.
Big
Yeah,
Big
it
Stan.
says that
I
old.
found Big Stan on YouTube for free, which I thought was funny.
Oh yeah, I found that and I watched that. That was the first time I've ever watched.
Did you
Big
like
Stan.
it? Did you like Big Stan?
I loved it. It was fucking hilarious.
It's funny, right? I like it. But like no one likes Rob Schneider, but that's the only film that I know of that he's directed and written.
Really? I like Rob Schneider.
It was pretty solid. A lot of people don't like Rob
Wait,
Schneider.
was
They don't.
Rob
They think he's the
Schneider
least
the-
funny out of that group of people. Like out of him,
yeah,
Adam
Rob
Sandler.
Schneider is a funny dude. I watched him in like a bunch of Adam Sandler movies, and he was funny as shit.
Yeah, no, but he was in Big Stan. Big Stan's funny. Yeah, it's funnier than it should be. It's
Funny
just, the
idea,
whole movie. The whole
Schneider.
movie is just about a guy who doesn't want to be raped in prison. That's literally the plot of the movie.
I mean,
Right.
he's definitely relatable to that.
No, I don't think
I
anybody
wasn't sure if
wants
I'd seen
to
that
have
movie
to
until you said that.
And you know,
rapist.
and here's the thing, man. When I saw Big Stan in your thumbnail about would these lawbreakers survive Oz, I fucking keeled over laughing so fucking hard.
It was a good choice. I liked it.
It was. I'm happy, man, because no one talks about Big Stan.
The fact you added him in, even though he was never gonna know it in the first place, I still found it funny.
Yeah, of course. I just talk about whoever I want to talk about. So Godzilla. For the people who have seen the original Godzilla, what do y'all think? Where do y'all think his placement should be? What do y'all think about him?
I
There's
feel
like
like he's a
7
definite,
people typed S.
I feel like he's a definite S tier due to the fact
I feel that way
like,
too.
due to the fact that he's like such an opposing force and the culmination of humanity's most self-destructing weapon is a definite contender for S tier.
So here's the issue I have with that. Here's the issue I have with that. We already talked about how the host is basically the same thing as Godzilla. They're very similar movies, and we have the host all the way down at B. And the reasoning why we did that was, like, basically the stuff that we said about it was that it's an allegory for a specific tragedy that happened in Korea, just like this is an allegory for what happened in Japan. It's a giant monster that can't be stopped by the government that just keeps coming at you, all this kind of stuff. It's very, very similar to Godzilla. I don't remember what the reasons were we said that we left him at B. I think it was because he doesn't have much of a character and he's just like a force that comes at you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Godzilla actually has character.
Not in that movie,
Like,
he doesn't.
No, but he's
supposed
to just be a force.
In that movie, he has no character whatsoever.
As it continues, he does.
Definitely an animal, like you were saying that the
But
host
he's
was.
an intelligent animal.
Fair.
Also, I think that movie.
Yeah, he
Angel
also
was
can
better
go on
than
land
the
and
host.
just wreck the city. Like,
True,
there's
but
nothing you can do
I
about
think.
him.
Sorry. But with Godzilla, he is supposed to just be a force, almost a force of nature in his characterization.
Yeah, that's literally
actually
his
his character.
That's his
Yeah, even
character.
him just being in the city is like coating it with radiation. Like,
So,
he's just not
leader
involved.
in the comments, the leader is saying OG Godzilla has better writing, better characters, better theme, and more interesting idea. It's more impactful, and it is a perfect, terrifying embodiment of nuclear destruction, and we see the result.
Yeah,
Okay,
even
so
looks like
that
a
first
mushroom cloud.
that first part, I don't think you need to defend. The rest of it, I think you need to defend. If you're going to say that it has better writing, better characters, better themes, not necessarily a more interesting idea, but if you want to say it has better writing, better characters, better themes, you have to say as to how.
I don't know, but
because
from
it's
my
it's a
experience-
very similar movie overall, and it's not like the host has bad writing or bad characters or bad themes. The theme is identical in a lot of ways. The only difference
Here's the
really
thing.
being what the trauma was.
I liked the I liked Serizawa as a character. Yes, like someone said, Serizawa is an amazing character because he's supposed to be he's kind of like Oppenheimer in a way. Like maybe he's like some sort of allegory possibly for Oppenheimer. Is that he made this weapon and he's afraid that if he shows it to the world to destroy Godzilla, the oxygen destroyer would become the new nuclear bomb. And in fact, at the end of the movie, he makes sure that there's only one oxygen destroyer created to kill Godzilla, and then he dies with Godzilla to take the oxygen destroyer's secrets to the grave.
Okay, I will say this. There's one thing that I think that would instantly put Godzilla above, even if they had identical quality and everything across the board, there's one thing that does put Godzilla above the host, and that is what the allegory is actually saying. I do agree that it's more interesting, but I also agree that it's more impactful. So the idea of the nuclear bomb hitting Japan and like really fucking up Japan, and the fact that you have to stop Japan because it might wipe out your entire goddamn country. Like the stakes are a lot higher, and it seems so imposing and something that you just absolutely can't overcome.
Yeah.
In the host, the people on the ground can't overcome it, but it's not something that is like we have to stop or else all life as we know it will be dead. Like it's not that big. Like there's nowhere you can go where you can escape from Godzilla.
Yeah.
It is a world-ending force.
Not even space, because
I know Godzilla actually represents what he looks, what he's an allegory for more than the host did.
Not necessarily. No, the allegory. That's not true. That's not true. The allegory for the host was based on when they dumped a bunch of fentanyl in the river of Korea, and it started mutating all the fishes. So and it like poisoned people and shit, and it was mutating people. So the monster is a mutated fish. It looks exactly like what it should.
It's also like Godzilla could affect everyone in the world, not just Korea for the host. Like the host is only a problem for
Godzilla
Korea.
is also meant to be the nature's answer for the problem of mankind.
Well, Godzilla is only a threat to Japan. I mean, you could say that it should be a threat on a greater scale.
Other countries too, though. Or just
not in that movie.
Yeah, we're just talking about the first movie. And he's a Japan.
In that movie, it is an allegory for a specific nuclear attack that happened on Japan and their fear for possible future nuclear attacks that could happen. That's what it's all about. It is specifically a fear that Japan has that no other country has ever had or ever can have because it's never happened to anybody but Japan. That's
to be fair, it's a pretty valid fear to have.
I'm not saying it's not a valid fear. I'm just saying that it is specifically a fear that is designated to Japan. So
but
to say
if we
that
ever started including the other movies, Godzilla has become a protector at this point. So he's so far perverted from what he originally was.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the first movie, the horror film.
But he was also revamped. Hold on, that was only for like 3 movies. He got revamped after that to be just as bad again.
In every single movie in the modern day, other than -1, Godzilla is a protector. He fights the other kaijus while still destroying things, but he protects from the other kaijus.
You could maybe say that about the American Godzillas, but there was a whole thing where they went back in time at the behest of aliens and got rid of Godzilla, and then they realized he was a threat and then had to resurrect him to fight off the aliens, and now he's evil in Japan lore. So like what you're saying is only true for American Godzilla at best, and 3 Japanese movies.
So wait, how are we supposed to be doing this? Because
is he evil or is he a neutral force? I always found him as a neutral force.
He's a
One
at a time.
Because he is the dominant kaiju.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer the question since I corrected. There are 3 Japanese movies where he's basically a good guy, and the military even supports him. Like Ultraman is in one of them, or something equivalent to Ultraman in one of them. Yeah, that guy, Jet Jaguar. Jet Jaguar is in one of them. Where he basically is a good guy.
That movie.
All the American Godzilla movies, he's basically neutral. He's an apex predator, and we're all just in his playground, and for the most part, he doesn't care about us. In every other, with the exception of those 3, in every other Japanese movie, he is a force of nature that is not to be screwed around with, and he has disdain for humans at best. We are in his way, and he will kill us if we mess with him, even if we're just defending ourselves.
Yeah, the American Godzilla, it at least
Godzilla.
I know it's funny to say.
Did I tell you guys about the 5.5 hour fucking? Somebody made a 5.5 hour video. It was a stream that it solely existed to critique a video I made that was about Godzilla.
Bro.
What?
Yeah, I watched. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I checked it out because it was just they were so mad. And the funny thing is that the video that it was critiquing, in the video they were like pissed off that oh, how could someone who says such idiotic things have so many subscribers? Because I had way more than any of them. But yeah, they were very it was a lot of it seemed they were not high. They did not hide at all the jealousy of that. They kept bringing it up throughout the video. But also the video that they chose to critique was a video I made before my channel blew up. It only had 600 views at the time. I think it still has about 600 views, and it was like a video that I just threw together real quick and threw out there. Like it wasn't a big thing. And they decided there was like 5 dudes all in a stream who all have Godzilla channels, and they all came together to just roast on my video with like 600 views for 5.5 hours straight. And I was like, what? That's crazy, dude. That was crazy. I don't know. Out of curiosity, I just Googled myself one day. And I just was curious about what would pop up. And there's been quite a few people who have made reaction videos to what I've done, that have made response videos to videos that I've done. I didn't realize this was going on at all. And I found one that was 5.5 hours long. And out of curiosity, one day I sat down. I just was like eating lunch, and I'm like, I'm gonna check out this response video, this stream that and it was just, they just got really mad the whole time. It was funny. I enjoyed it quite a bit. But yeah, I found that funny. Anyway, I just every time I talk about Godzilla, I'm gonna think about the fucking 5.5 hour stream.
That's gotta be like top 10 most over. That has to be like a top 10 YouTube video right there.
It's great. It's fantastic. If y'all want to go check it out, go for it. It's it.
They're probably gonna have another reaction video for you even having Godzilla in this tier list in the first place, and only it being the original, not the other variations of him.
Why don't you do a reaction to the reaction?
Because they have a 5.5 hour video. I'm not doing a 5.5 hour video to react to a react. Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ.
Crazy.
So we're only doing the original Godzilla movie because the movie after it was a different Godzilla.
Of course, we're only. This is all. I've said this. This is only the original Godzilla film.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so people are saying S. That's what a lot of you guys are saying. Everybody's saying S.
I've only seen anybody say S. I've not seen anywhere else.
So basically, what we're looking at here is anybody has any reasons as to why it would not be an S.
I don't have any reasons.
I have no qualms with that.
Is this horror icons?
Well, there's no caked up Godzilla, so I'm gonna have to give it a name.
Actually, there's plenty, unfortunately.
Rule 34,
Matter
bro.
of fact, -1 is very caked up.
What? You know about Rule 34?
I mean, the American Godzilla is so fat that when Japan approved of him and then gave him a nickname, they called him Bucho, which basically means fat man. Or chubby.
What are we doing? Horror icons or horror movie?
Okay,
villains?
whoever that is who's talking right now, you gotta up the volume of your mic.
Oh, sound like you're in a can or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
You sound like you stole your computer from the library.
Damn.
I got mine
speaking
from a
through
dumpster.
Kit bag.
Man,
Damn.
Damn. Best.
Okay.
We're fucking flaming him.
So you guys
Y'all
think that?
not blaming me.
So you guys think that Godzilla should be?
We're not trying to. It's just,
Right. What?
So you
just fix your mic. That's all we're trying to say.
It's fine. So
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, is it better now?
no.
Guys,
A little bit,
Let-
yeah.
Slightly.
slightly.
Hey, guys,
Almost.
Rouga was trying to do something. Let's not be trying to fix audio in this call.
Yeah,
so
let's
you can
just-
go into like cock science or something.
Yeah.
Just
Oh my
okay.
God.
I'm on my phone. I don't know how to do none of that shit you talking about. Anyways, I was asking,
Let's-
is this horror movie villains or is this horror movie icons?
Monsters.
Villains.
Monsters. We'll never do icons, technically.
Monsters. Okay.
It's
Now,
underwater for Tartar.
God's. Okay, so I saw someone in chat say that he should be between the Fly and the Wolfman. I don't know if he should be above Wolfman. I'll be honest with
I
you.
don't think he should be above Wolfman either, but I do think he should be an S.
But everybody thinks he should be above Art the Clown. That's a fact.
Of course.
Wait, maybe we should put him at the low end of S tier because he's not above the Wolfman and definitely not above the Fly. But he's
agreed.
he's like everything like about that the monster like the host is from the host is, but like 100 times better.
Well, 100 times bigger, at
Blood
least.
said easily above Art. There you go.
Okay. Well,
We usually
so
agree with most of what Blood says.
wait, what Blood said? Okay, so we got Blood saying S, we got Philip saying S, and we got Leader who is trying his damnedest to fucking fight for Godzilla. This dude has been fighting for Godzilla for a while.
Yeah, he's all
He would be so brokenhearted if we don't put this motherfucker in S. Okay, so everyone seems to say S. Does anyone think anywhere but S? That's my whole. There's 37 people in the chat. Does anybody think he should not be an S? If not, he's going an S.
There was one person said B.
Okay, after seeing the criteria.
And there's but he didn't say why, I think. And then
Said
there's
high
one
A.
person saying
They
he's
have
not
a
an
red
S.
card.
They're clinically insane.
Let's just put it in S. At this
What are they
point,
talking
like,
about? Me
come
not doing scaling for? What's going on? I don't know.
on. You just ignore
I
it.
have no idea.
I don't know. Dan's
I have
talking
no
to him.
idea.
Okay.
I'm just doing my job.
Did someone
we
tell
don't
me
care
to
about power
scale?
levels here.
You're the only person I see talking about scaling, so I wasn't sure what you were responding to. Okay. So
Talking to Leader, he is actually mentioning that he needs to check out your videos to see if you scale properly.
Oh boy.
yeah,
Why the fuck would
he
he
must
lie?
he must be new here. Okay. Godzilla. What was I doing? Godzilla. Should he be? I guess I saw 1A, so I think everyone is saying S, but we'll still do a poll. It'd be
The only A.
I only
yeah,
saw
aside
1A,
from-
but I think
aside
it's gonna
from
be
the
S.
Turo
But I'm
here-
still gonna do the poll. I haven't done enough polls today anyway. And then while you guys
We
do the
haven't had
poll,
to.
To like
That's the
avoid
thing.
the first half of the stream.
yeah, the
we
first
really
half of the
did.
stream.
We're just gonna put the Roman Colosseum at the end of S tier then.
What?
What do you mean by that?
We're sending him.
We're not even using that Godzilla. What?
It's a Godzilla, so it counts enough.
No, it's
No,
the
it
original.
doesn't.
I
It's
know.
Gojira.
He's
The
kidding.
original, I know, completely different.
Okay.
He's kidding.
Can't they just mention the Godzilla sleeping in the Roman Coliseum?
You can mention it, but don't get people confused.
Well, everyone should be watching an ad right now, so it should be fine.
Okay.
Depending on how long the ad is, I don't know.
And
I'm
no,
watching
they
the
will still
stream
hear
right
this
now.
comment. It's just, well, I mean, they could just. It pauses the
Yeah,
video for them, so.
Yeah, Japan's two things they said about the good American Godzilla, not just the.
Oh god, not the Roman Emmerich one. Fuck that one.
Yeah, I
Okay,
guess,
what they say?
Ruga,
Yeah,
I don't think your ad went through.
let me finish.
It
let me
doesn't
finish.
matter.
The
I'm
two
not
things
about to click on it
said-
again.
Two things Japan said
I'm about
about
to
the
end the,
American Godzilla was overpowered as hell and a little heavy.
Okay, guys, get your votes in if you can. I don't think it's gonna change. I think it's gonna stay at S. But I'm about to end the poll. Oh shit! I hope you guys didn't hear me sneezing.
Really?
My bad. I was
Oh,
trying to
shit.
mute, but I couldn't mute
Ruga.
fast enough. What's up?
Leader is not gonna like your videos.
Why is that?
If he tries to avoid it, that's dumb, to be honest. If he dislikes scalers, that's him being ignorant and stubborn, to be honest. Not all scalers are bad, and he gets some things wrong, so
Well-
he lacks knowledge, likely.
Oh man.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't.
So, Ruga, in your next video, you need to be so outlandishly
So,
anti-scaling.
I mean, if he wants to debate, I can give him a fucking link to the Discord and we could debate about it. But I never said I dislike scalers. I say I
I'll
dislike the
give him-
scaling
Yeah,
community.
You never said that.
I've never said I dislike scalers.
Like that hate word never left your fucking mouth, so I don't know where he got the hate.
I think Dan told him that I actively don't like.
No.
Oh, he don't
He said
do
actively
scale. Never mind. He
avoids
didn't
it.
say that. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't
Arrow
say.
said you dislike scalers, but once Leader comes back, because he went to the washroom, you can definitely give him that invite, and we
He can if he wants. I don't mind. I'll debate with him. I'll tell him why the scaling community's trash.
Yeah, I mean, once he comes
I mean,
back,
you already explained it earlier.
Yeah, but he probably
I
wasn't
mean,
here.
he might not. I don't think he was here.
He wasn't here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
When I
You
was
probably didn't
when
hear
I
it.
when I was here,
Clearly
when
wasn't
I
here when
joined-
he was here.
I love the idea of like two characters duking it out, and I like to store like the context of of them interacting, not purely about the fight and like who would win, but just the idea of them interacting. It makes me. It's what
Crossovers
makes
are cool.
me interested.
Look, if scalers were just wrong, like that would be one thing, and if they were just bullies, that would be one thing. But they're wrong and they're bullies. You can't be both. I'm gonna have issues with you if you're both.
Well, being ignorant is kind of a part of being a bully. So.
And honestly, again, I don't know this leader guy. Maybe he's a cool dude, but the fact that just the idea that I don't agree, he automatically jumped to the conclusion that I'm ignorant, as opposed to actually waiting to listen to anything that I have to say about it, kind of shows pretty quickly that he's more. I mean, it's a pretty common scalar mentality to have. So I'm not really
Very telling.
So it's kind of a telling situation.
I just found it kind of interesting because like he seemed really chill up until we got to Godzilla, and then he went all out.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's a certain classification, and I don't want to say this about Leader because you don't know. You know, it varies. I'm not going to judge him based on a couple of messages, but there is a certain classification of people online who get literal emotional distress when you disagree with them on the things that they love. Like, it actually physically hurts them to hear negative things about the things that they love. I think it's ridiculous. I think you need to grow the fuck up. But I can't ignore the fact that those people exist in like, you know, I try to say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Because they won't let you ignore them.
I think people very badly need anti-sensitivity training, where they should constantly hear all sorts of shit that they don't like, that get them used to hearing things that they don't like. I think this needs to happen way more often, and so that people can go back to having just normal conversations where everyone can disagree and still have a good time. I think that is very lacking, just in general in society. Not really. I think it lacks in certain parts of society, because if I go outside and I talk to people around my own neighborhood or at work or something, that's not an issue. It's really something that I ran into when I started going online. So it exists in mass online, and based on what you see online, probably exists in mass in places like California or New York or something. But it doesn't exist in real life. So I just kind of ignore it for the most part. But yeah, anyway, let's get to the next one. So the next one we have Gabriel from *Malignant*, and I love this movie. Okay,
So do I.
Who has seen *Malignant*?
I
have.
That's
This is an
on
S
my
for me.
list. It's on my list.
Okay, if you
I'm
haven't
just
seen
step
*Malignant*
away.
and you want to see *Malignant* and you don't know anything about it, especially if you're in the voice chat, get the fuck out. Because we're about to spoil the shit out of this movie.
Yeah,
and
it's like a
and
mystery movie.
it is a movie.
Yeah.
It is a movie that you want to go in not knowing what's gonna happen.
Okay, so I'll leave.
I was
'cause
just
I've
gonna
watched it.
tell him that I can deafen him and let them all back once we're done.
Yeah, you can. If you want to chill in here and deafen
them,
them, I guess. If you just
No,
wanna...
no. I guess I'll just deafen myself. Just hit me up when we're at like just hit me up when you're
Dan,
like at
can you
track,
deafen me and then undeafen me when we're done?
Okay.
There we go. That should be everybody.
Cool. Okay. So who's still here who hasn't been deafened? Who's seen it?
I have not seen it. Can you deafen me?
I think you deafened the guy who has seen it.
I'm willing to risk me being foiled.
Dan, I think you deafened the guy who's seen the movie.
Skriger, were you the one who saw the movie? Did I get that wrong?
I have not seen it.
So who's seen the? Someone said they saw the movie and was excited to talk about it. Now they're not talking. So I'm assuming you deafened the dude who was.
Did you? Were you the one who said you saw the movie, General?
No, I said to just hit.
You didn't even let the motherfucker talk. Yeah, find out whoever did see. God damn it, Dan! You just like went on a fucking deafening spree without realizing who saw it.
Yeah, there you go. I just messaged.
I don't think it was.
I'm like, no, I saw it. I love
okay,
Malignant.
it was you. My bad.
Okay,
no,
you just
I
fucking
love
went
Malignant.
deafening everybody in the goddamn chat.
Yeah,
okay.
I was like, wait,
I deafened only the people who were saying they wanted to be deafened.
No, you did not. Clearly.
No, I made one mistake because I saw that he was talking at the same time as Skriger, so I got the two of them confused.
Okay, all right. So let's get into it. So nobody else cares about having this shit. Fucking spoiler it. I hope, because we're about to get into it. About to spoil it for 30. Jesus, actually, we did lose a bunch of people. We lost like 6 people. Okay, so would you like to explain this movie for the people, since I've been explaining for quite some time? Why is it that when I tell people to start talking, all of a sudden that's when they want to fucking shut up? Okay, fine, whatever. Is everyone fucking deaf again?
No, I can hear you. I'm trying to see.
New host deafens.
Oh, you're just not talking. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I see 2 people. Yeah.
Speak, motherfucker. Speak.
I mean, can I go down the list of the criterias and say why I love Gabriel and why he like fits the bill?
No.
Yes, that's the point.
Yeah. So like your first category is fear factor. So prior to not knowing what Gabriel is, we just see like that creepy like dangling silhouette.
Okay. Well, first off, for people, wait. We actually have to explain what the character is. So if any, actually, I actually made a video recently that talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it again. So essentially, the movie is about this chick who's basically being stalked by some creature. It's a guy. He has a personality, but he's clearly not human. The way he moves is inhuman. He's super strong, super fast. It's some sort of supernatural creature that is chasing her, trying to kill her. It's stalking her. It's killing people in her life. It's sort of ruining her life. It kills her husband at the very beginning of the movie. And the guy is like calling her on the phone and taunting her and talking to her about like how they know each other. And she's like, and she actually, it has the same name as her imaginary friend she had when she was a kid. It has the same name. She's like, and she believes her imaginary friend came to life and started killing people. So. The movie continues on and on. There's a bunch of really cool twists and turns, but the major twist of what happens is that Gabriel is actually her conjoined twin that exists inside of her brain, because she was born with a conjoined twin and they couldn't get rid of him. And he was super fucking evil. So they basically like cut him off of her and then shoved parts of his brain, because their brain was attached, into her brain. So the creature that Gabriel is actually her, who basically just transforms into Gabriel and then goes on a massive killing spree. It's really like batshit insane. Like it's so off the wall when it's revealed that of what happens, and Gabriel as a character, as like an actual character, is really fucking solid. He's one of the best ones on this list. The film is shot amazingly. The characters are really good. The cinematography is easily one of the best I've ever seen in a horror movie, period. It's directed by James Wan, who is the director of the Aquaman film and the first Aquaman film, and he directed Insidious. He directed the first Saw movie. He directed one of the Fast and the Furious movies. James Wan is a pretty decent director. I actually like James Wan quite a bit. But yeah, he made it. It's really great. And go ahead, start talking about your criteria and shit.
So looking at your list of like what the character needs to meet, I feel like Gabriel just pretty much meets all of them. So your first list is fear factor. So prior to us knowing, because the movie plays out like a mystery, we don't know what's actually stalking her and like who's doing this. So we just see when she does kill people, when she's like when it's Gabriel, we just see like that silhouette of this person like looming over their beds or like hiding in the background or something, or he like messes with the TVs and stuff like that to speak through them. So the fear factor there is really good, and his initial design when you actually see him come out the back of her skull is really creepy, and it looks great because the hair's all messy and like the back of her arms become like the front of her arms.
Yeah, so this is an important factor. The thing that makes him move so inhuman and makes him so interesting to move around and do things is because he exists on the back of her head. The back of her head becomes the front of his face, and her body actually moves, and his body actually moves backwards. He runs backwards.
It's almost like he's breaking her body as he's moving.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch, and like he could fight. Like he fights really, and someone in the chat said it basically turns into an action flick. It does. Yeah. The last third of the film,
like, 30 cops or something, right?
Yeah, he fights an entire police station of cops, and the whole thing is he fights it backwards, and like the choreography is so like well done, and they actually got a contortionist. They got a contortionist to come in and play Gabriel's character, who actually performs everything backwards.
So it's like a body horror. I bet he was the same contortionist in the Scary Stories movie.
Hold up, let me see. For people who haven't seen this fucking movie, let me see if I can actually find this, because they might actually have this scene. It's wild, dude. Let me see.
But it's like a touch of scary or of body
horror. Wait, let me see.
In a way.
Kind of. It's not really, because it's not trying to scare you with the body horror. It's just a really cool design. It's more cool than it is scary.
Yeah.
What is it? I guess police station fight.
Because the criteria also mentions like relentlessness and how unstoppable. Once he started killing all those cops, he felt so unstoppable.
Yeah, nobody can stop this dude. Okay.
Yeah.
So for people, can people see this?
Yeah.
Okay, check this shit out. Like he goes fucking nuts. That's the basic vibe that the film gives you. It's really fucking great. It's so cool. It's like just in terms of premise and how like if you want to just watch a horror movie where you just see cool shit happening, like the everything from the cinematography and the camera. Like he does so much cool shit with the camera. Like there's one point where there's a whole chase through the house where the camera goes above the house, and it looks like the house almost looks like a dollhouse, and it's moving from room to room, kind of like the John Wick fight scene in John Wick 4 when he's in the house and you see the camera, like it kind of does that, but she's being chased by this killer through the house. There's like it just does a lot. Every couple of scenes it does something new with the camera and with the action and the horror that you probably haven't seen in a movie either or in a very long time.
Which does lead me into the second criteria that you have listed, movie quality. I think consistently this is a solid movie from beginning to end, because not only does it have the horror aspects to it, it then turns into like batshit insane, cool as hell action choreography. There's a mystery element to it because you really don't know what's going on. I think the characters are really cool and interesting. Gabriel as a villain is a really good character, so that goes into like characterization as well. The premise I think is really interesting. When I found out when you like the viewer find out that he's like a conjoined brother, I immediately thought of like, this is basically just Basket Case with like a better budget and like a way better director.
That's what most people thought, that it was basically Basket Case. I think it's got more going on.
No, it does.
Than Basket Case.
It's just the first thing that like my mind.
Well, I mean, the
went to,
concept of it being a conjoined twin that's a killer is Basket Case, but the idea that a lot of it is a mystery, you don't know what's going on, and that you think it's just a regular
then
slasher.
also Gabriel had it out for the people that tried to like seal him away, just like how the brothers they were after the doctors that tried to split them apart in Basket Case too, right? Weren't they also at like they had like a personal vendetta?
I don't know, bro. It's been so long since I've seen Basket Case. I don't know, but I will say the thing, and I do agree with you that Gabriel is a genuinely like well written and pretty decent, like because I like how inconsistent he is, and I'm saying that as a good thing, because it's like, okay, so for most of the movie he despises his sister, and again, this is something I've mentioned in a video that I made last week about where I covered him, but for most of the movie he despises his sister, and you think that he wants to kill his sister and he wants to take over her body. But the actions that he takes directly conflict with that goal, where he actually goes out of his way to help his sister on multiple occasions, like killing her abusive husband, sparing the life of this cop who she actually was starting to have feelings for. Like it doesn't say it. The movie doesn't say it, but you feel while you're watching this film, even though he does despise his sister because she's been in control of their body for all these years, and he's just had to like basically be trapped watching her live her life. Now he's finally free. He wants control. He still cares about her, and he still, like, even as much as he hates her, he has a very conflicted feelings towards his sister, and I think that's a really interesting. It's very realistic, and I actually think it makes him a lot more interesting than if he was just this evil conjoined twin that wants to take over his sister's body and was just cruel and vicious. He actually has inconsistent feelings when it comes to her, like regular people would.
Like a person would. Yeah.
That's
an interesting point.
I was gonna say, when you said that, it kind of reminded me of Piccolo, but I'm not gonna try to bring it up. When you said that, kind of reminded Piccolo since like early Piccolo. I don't know. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. Say what you want. But having said all that, where should this character be?
Honestly, I think he hits every criteria. It's an S character for me.
Well, see, if he hits every criteria, is he a jack of all trades, or does he like actually hit?
Well, I mean,
all of these characters.
Again, we're not going to talk about like iconic or whatever. So like clearly, there's characters that have been around longer, but there's also like dips in quality of the movies. *Malignant*, in my opinion, is a really solid and fun horror movie.
It is,
and the fact that there is only the one, you can't really judge it based on. I know I have like mixed
with
reviews
how
when it
high
came
the
out, but
Fly
I love that
and
movie.
Wolfman are ranked. I can't argue against it. I personally haven't seen the movie, but I can't argue against it with how high the Fly and
Yeah, no, for me, Gabriel's S. I don't know where in S he would be, but he's an S character for me. If he's the bottom of S, that's one thing. Like, that could be up to you guys.
I know we spoiled the movie for you, Dan, but you should still check out *Malignant*. It's really
no,
probably
check it
will.
out.
Like, it sounds really interesting.
It's
I
awesome.
didn't care about spoilers.
It's cool.
James Wan is a director who's not afraid to shoot a house that's supposed to be a normal house, but makes it look like a haunted house because there's like a huge layer of fog everywhere. I'm like, I like you, James Wan. You know what you're doing.
So someone is saying that he should be by art, but he doesn't have a lot of screen time. Gabriel doesn't have a lot of screen time necessarily, but he is in the movie and his presence is felt throughout the movie. He stalks her at several scenes where he's like where she's having, like, you see all of his kills because she keeps having nightmares of the kills that are happening. I love the reveal where he's actually in the attic the whole time. Like, what a fucking great reveal, dude.
Yeah.
Again, Dan, one of the things that happens in the movie is occasionally it will flash over to it'll occasionally flash over to Gabriel throughout the movie, and he's like in his lair killing people, torturing people, building like weapons and stuff so he can go out on his killing sprees, and it just keeps going back to this lair multiple times in the movie. And then at one point the floor breaks and it comes smashing down, and it smashes in the main victim, Madison, the main character of the movie's living room, and you realize this whole time Gabriel has been living in the fucking attic right above her house. And it's like, oh, and this is before you realize that they're the same person. You're like, this motherfucker has been in her house this whole time. And it's just like it's just stuff like that happens throughout the movie. There's constantly little twists and turns and little things where it's like, holy shit, it's so good. But yeah, I would, but like I personally enjoy Malignant, like just enjoyment factor. I probably enjoy it more than Godzilla and the Wolfman.
Okay.
Just in pure enjoyment factor. I don't necessarily think that means they're better. But I definitely enjoy it more. And I do think there is a certain, and the reason why I had people leave is I do think there is a certain loss that you get there on second and third rewatch is the fact that you already know everything that happens. Like,
yeah, the twist is a big part.
The multiple twists throughout the film are like, that's where it's like, holy shit. Like, you do that multiple times in the movie. And, so it's hard. I would easily put him over Art the Clown.
You guys are selling it really well, and I mean,
But
like
so-
you said,
but
if
that's
it's
not
like
gonna
a
affect the movie, right?
consistently good
It's
movie like that,
replayability.
I think it probably should go above Wolfman and The Fly. If it's like that consistently good, and it's the only one in this franchise, which means it doesn't have sequels dragging it down, so it can't be dragged down the way Godzilla is, and Godzilla still even made it to S tier.
Well, that's because we only based it on the one movie.
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't put it above The Fly.
Probably not. No.
The Fly is a amazing character study. There's no characters now. Gabriel is a better character than most of the villains on this list, just in terms of character writing. He's not better than Brundlefly because it's literally a character study. Like nobody is better at in terms of character than Brundlefly.
Did anyone see the original Fly from the 50s? Because that's also actually a really good character study movie where he's not really like a monster. He's just
it has
slowly
issues. The remake's better. The original's not bad. It was very much like normally I don't say that a movie was held back by its time, but the Fly in that movie is literally just a dude with a fly mask.
Fly mask and a fly arm. I know.
Yeah. So it's like that one I could say was held back by its time. I don't normally say that, but I have to say that for that one.
The other fly creature was a good effect.
I hate to interrupt here, but Rouga, can you just get a Discord link into the chat?
Okay. What am I doing? Why am I getting a Discord link into the chat?
For leader.
Oh.
A leader.
Is that a thing that's happening? I don't even...
Yes.
Whatever. Is what it is. Never. No. Okay. Yeah. Right.
Well, I mean, if it was still the pinned message, I wouldn't have to ask. But
no, I get you. I understand.
If you don't think he's above the Fly, do you think he's above Wolfman? Because earlier,
I would probably. Now is Gabriel, the character of Gabriel, above the character of Wolfman? It's hard to say. I like him. I like the movie more. I like the movie more. I think it's. I was more engaged. I like the Wolfman movie, but I was more engaged with *Malignant* than I was the Wolfman.
Are we counting the other movies that Lon Chaney Jr.'s character Talbot appeared in besides the first Wolfman?
No. We're counting his whole series.
So I mean, we do. I think those movies are pretty consistently good. I don't really think there's like a different quality with Wolfman
They're all
movies.
there aren't any bad ones. There might be some that aren't quite as good, but they're all solid. There's a reason he's an S. Like if he had bad movies, he wouldn't be an S.
Yeah, no.
He'd be an A or something.
I think the one inconsistent thing about him is that some movies he wants to die, and other movies he just wants to be cured. And that just might be up to like whoever's writing it at the time. That's not really a fault on Lon Chaney Jr.'s part.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's not the actor isn't relevant.
So,
it's like how the movie is. But just in general, how do I say this? I like *Malignant* more than the Wolfman film. *Malignant* gave me things that I hadn't seen in a horror movie ever, and it gave me things that I hadn't seen in a horror movie in a very long time, and the things that I hadn't seen in a long time, it gave to me in a way I had never seen them, which I can't say about the Wolfman.
Right, and I can see that.
but you know,
I'm not too like I'm pretty indifferent about where an S Gabriel goes, just as long as he's an S, because that is an S character. The second I saw him, I'm like, this character needs to be in the top.
I'm shocked, dude, because everybody, I don't know anybody other than like people like in my I know 2 people in my life who's actually seen it, and they both loved the movie. Most of the time when I go online, people haven't seen the movie, and so I don't know how people feel about it. Like I think I remember when it came out, like reviews were very mixed,
Yeah, it was very mixed.
And I checked it out just because like it was free on HBO because the movie came out this around the time where Warner Brothers was like putting Godzilla X Kong and shit just on Max for free, like at the same time it was in theaters. So I was like, okay, I'll check it out for free, and I watched it, and I was like, I fucking love this movie. Like, what the hell? Like, it was so good, and then and I didn't understand the reviews at all. Like, I feel like now I will say this, the first like 5 minutes maybe. It's supposed to be like a satire of like early 2000s films. So the acting is purposefully bad in the first 5 minutes, but the first 5 minutes is like the backstory for
Once
Gabriel.
she slams her head, the movie starts.
Yeah, like right when it's so if you just start watching the movie, that first 5 minutes, you're gonna be like, this is gonna be bad. But you have to realize that they're satirizing movies like that. So once you get past that, the acting's way better after those first 5 minutes. It's only for the backstory. It's like a backstory that takes place like 15, 20 years before the actual movie starts. And the movie plays on a lot of things. It's supposed to. The movie itself is meant to be a callback to early 2000s and late 90s horror films.
I was gonna say probably even earlier than that, because remember when the what was it, like the adopted sister or something? She goes to that abandoned hospital. I'm like, why does this hospital look like Dr. Frankenstein's castle? This is so good.
There's like it's like a callback to a bunch of other horror movies. It's really good.
Yeah,
I think
Just to interject here, the reason that I asked about that is because earlier in the stream when we were placing the fly, a lot of people were saying like there shouldn't be any room between the fly and
because
Wolfman,
they're the same. And
they're very similar.
But I disagreed with that because I think that the Fly is considerably better than the Wolfman.
Okay.
Like I think they are similar movies.
Invite a little more conversation back into the chat, just because like half of our chat here is muted.
As long as we're not spoiling anymore, sure. I mean, you can unmute them. We just have to make sure not to say anything about the movie from this point on.
I think we pretty much said what we had to, and I think we
pretty much said what we have to say. Chat, don't spoil it for everybody else. Got it? Good.
Yeah.
I mean, just don't read the fucking chat if you're a voice chat. Like, don't read the chat. So I like him. Does anybody?
My job is to read the chat.
Does anybody? Well, it's y'all's. Oh, well, fair. Well, it's your job to read the chat.
I live again.
Okay, so does anyone think that Malignant should go somewhere else? That Gabriel should go somewhere else other than above Wolfman?
Holy shit! This guy must be
Wow,
really
that's
fucking
impressive.
good. If he's in S tier, he must be really
I
fucking
can't stress
good.
enough for the people that have not seen Malignant. You need to get off your ass and watch Malignant.
Yeah, go watch
It's
Malignant.
So good.
And if you're
Yeah.
and if you haven't been if you have not been spoiled like Dan has, prepare for some really great shit. Because like you're going to see things that you haven't seen before in a horror.
I got server
Is
deafened. Remember?
it airing on any streaming services?
It's on Max. I don't know where else.
I don't own Max.
You get Max. All the best shows and shit are on Max. Like all the shows that I watch and I just like adore and go back to watch over and over. Almost all of them are on Max. Like they have the
Max
best shows.
Does have a lot of good stuff.
And as far in movies, I mean, it's Warner Brothers. Every Warner Brothers film that's ever been made is put on there. Warner Brothers owns a lot of shit. All the legendary movies, like all the Godzilla films are on there. Every single one. Yep. Like Max has a ton of. They got all the Lord of the Rings films, the Matrix films. Like there's so much good shit on there. And they have Toonami and Adult Swim, and they make anime specifically for Max that you can't watch anywhere else but Max. Like the current Uzumaki anime that's currently airing, that's only on Max. So if you want to see that, which
it's
is
also on Crunchyroll.
Is it? Oh, okay. Well,
I do own.
Yeah,
I do
I didn't
own.
know that. It was made specifically for Adult Swim by Warner Brothers, so they might have decided to put it on Crunchyroll too. But it was made for Max.
They probably sold the rights to it, but it is on Crunchyroll. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, it was made by Adult Swim.
I'll you know what? I'll make it. I'll add it to the list of movies I'm gonna watch.
That actually does remind me, because we were just praising it so much. I watched it online for the first time, like when I heard about it and it was like new. I want to buy it like physically. I want to own it, like a Blu-ray of it.
Yeah. I'm bummed out.
I guess I have to watch The Fly and Malignant because those are the only two that's really on here that I haven't watched.
Okay, well, yes, those are both fantastic
Madison
movies.
is paralyzed by a shocking.
You should absolutely watch both those movies. Now, I actually when Malignant came out around the same time that Godzilla X Kong did, and they both appeared on streaming service and theaters at the same time. I decided to watch Godzilla X Kong in theaters, but not Malignant, because I thought Godzilla would be the better theater experience. So I saw that in theaters and then Malignant. I wish I would have saw Malignant in theaters and not Godzilla, because Godzilla was. I watched Godzilla because it was like this. It was like this big. Like I think it was the first Godzilla. It wasn't Godzilla X Kong. It was the first one.
Godzilla versus Kong.
It was Godzilla versus Kong, and I watched Godzilla versus Kong, and I left the theater underwhelmed. I thought it was fine. I enjoyed the monster fights. But Malignant was I just thoroughly enjoyed Malignant, and I was bummed out I didn't watch it in theaters, because that would have been a really cool theater experience just for the twists and turns that exist in it. But
so I actually had a complete opposite reaction for Godzilla. I was in a theater that had interactive seats, so like if they roar, your seats like shake, like all kinds of fun stuff like that, and like your speakers were like are part of the seat.
I didn't dislike Godzilla versus Kong. There were I had a lot of issues with the story, the way it was written.
Malignant is the newest addition to S tier now.
Yes, Malignant is the newest addition to S tier.
Apparently.
I don't know how many people.
S tier, no less.
I get there are going to be people who at some point are going to watch this video later on and who have seen this movie and are going to disagree with me, and I will debate them on this. I think this is a genuine. I am so bummed out that it came out at a really bad time when everything was getting put into theaters, and they are never going to make a sequel to this film. I'm so bummed out by it, because this had franchise potential, and it's never going to fucking get it, because the movie made no money, because you could watch it on streaming at the same time.
Standalone cult hits, though, to be honest, because after a while things become like flanderized and.
It has a decent. It ends like all horror movies ends. There's an ending. But it's like, it could be something in the future. You know what I mean? So
if James Wan was involved with like all of them moving forward, that'd be one thing. Like it's something like it's his passion project. But like after a while, it's like any horror sequel. Like people take over, they have their own ideas. And then
James Wan, people don't give James Wan enough credit, because James Wan has revitalized the horror genre twice in his career, and he's only like in his early 40s. Like he's done it twice. He did it with Saw. He kickstarted the gore porn genre, or the torture porn genre.
Torture porn.
And then he created The Conjuring, which kickstarted the renaissance of the ghost genre and the haunted house genre.
Possession stuff.
That wasn't that they had not made a haunted house possession movie in years, and he made that, and then all of a sudden everybody was coming out with them because The Conjuring was so. And then he kicked off the Saw franchise and the Conjuring franchise, both of which spun off into other greater horror universes. Like the Conjuring franchise have The Nun and the one Annabelle and all that. That was all kicked off from the Conjuring.
But then once he left both those franchises, that's when that dip in quality
started. They both got shitty when he left. Yeah, and then they brought him on.
I still maintain Saw 1 is a masterpiece. I love Saw 1 for the budget that he had.
Yeah, I mean, he the premise of Saw 1 he made when he was in college. It was a college film project, and one of his teachers thought the premise was so good that he took the premise to another producer that he knew, and they're like, "Oh yeah, let's make this into a movie." And then he got a very small budget and made the first Saw movie, and that kicked off his career.
Yeah,
James, I have followed James Wan.
Yeah, like the Saw movies after like 1 and 2 were kind of.
He only directed the first one, and then he produced the other ones to a point. He didn't direct all. He didn't produce all of them, but he produced the second and third one, and then I think he was done.
3, that probably would have been the best. Like just make it a trilogy and just end it there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of developed a life of its own without him. He doesn't. He's very like not even involved.
I know.
And then with the Conjuring movies, it's the same way. You could say that Annabelle and The Nun and stuff aren't as good as the Conjuring movies. The only one that he was involved in was the Conjuring movies. The point is that I mean, that's really impressive for on 2 separate instances completely revitalize and kickstart an entire film genre in all of Hollywood at the young age that he is unbelievably impressive. And unlike a lot of directors, he is just getting better and better as time goes by. He's not getting worse. Most directors get worse over time. This dude has gotten better. I think Malignant is his best horror movie, and his action films are getting better too. A lot of people don't like Aquaman because of the way it's written, But that first Aquaman movie is filled.
Aquaman movie is very fun.
The
I
action.
I like the first Aquaman movie. I don't care what.
The action is filmed. The action is done really well. Like his action scenes are so. And for people who actually saw the Malignant scene that I showed on YouTube, you can see that was from the director of Aquaman. Like just by the camera movements and the way the fight goes. Anyway, I'm kind of praising a dude a little too much. It's kind of gay, but I'm just saying like it's good.
We do a little glazing. It's all good.
Yeah, keep track of James Wan. See what he's gonna do next because he does good shit. Yes. And The Malignant's a great movie.
He's really good.
It deserves to be an S. Let's.
You know what? Just for this, I'm gonna watch it as soon as this is done, and I'll write a full fucking review on it.
Yeah, I didn't know. I did not know Malignant was by James Wan, so I would definitely watch that.
Yeah, it's a really solid. It's my favorite. It's my favorite horror movie he's made so far, and I like most of his horror movies. So it's said. All right, who has seen?
Me want to watch it even more.
Who's seen the Babadook?
Oh God, I've only
so
seen bits and pieces of it, man.
Okay.
I know some of it.
When I ask who has seen the Babadook, I would like people who have seen the Babadook to say that they've seen it, not people to tell me that they didn't watch it. So
I've seen it.
Are you the only?
have.
Okay, so if you guys want to take this one because I've only seen bits and pieces.
All right, Ninja, you want to take lead on this?
All right, sure. So it is. I would say it's a really good movie, and the villain is very, very good because the Babadook is essentially about like grief and trauma, because the main character and her son loses his father. She loses her husband in a very crazy manner, and it just.
Can someone who talks faster talk about the buff?
All right. I'll jump in here for you, Ninja. So
Okay,
the
you go for it.
Babadook, the story about it is like Ninja said. It's a story about grief and trauma. The creature in it is a representation of how locking away all of your negative emotions eventually leads to them growing so large that they'll overpower you. And I feel that the characterization of that aspect is a very well done. Clanker's asking for the Discord. It should be a link just a little higher up, Clanker.
I'll post it again. It's not a big deal. There you go.
Okay. So, as I was saying about the Babadook, it's essentially a representation of how like all those negative emotions can start to physically affect you, and it ends up culminating with like the mother attacking her child because of the influence of all of these dark thoughts, which are characterized as a monster.
So is the movie about a monster, or is the monster like is it up in the air whether or not the monster actually exists?
Oh, it's real.
No, from what I've seen, it's very much real.
It's very present.
Okay, now how would you compare this movie to something like Hereditary, which is basically has the exact same themes?
This movie has.
That's a good question.
That is a very good question. This movie has a very real monster where Hereditary does not.
No, Hereditary does. Well, it's not a monster. It's not a. There is a real supernatural phenomenon. It's a demon that's possessing. It's a demon that lives in the body of a child that is then trying to possess the older child because it doesn't like that it's in a woman's body. It wants to be in a dude's body. And then the whole thing is like a cult trying to move the spirit into the yeah, and it's like that's the whole thing. So it is real. It's not like a legit like monster.
I don't think that really translates to be the same thing at all.
Yeah, it's
what
not.
do you mean?
Because the Babadook was like a book. It was a book first, and then it became this little grief monster demon leech or whatever that came to life.
So Babadook is essentially a shadow creature that showed up because of the grief and trauma of losing a husband and father.
No. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, I'm saying I'm not saying that the movies are the same thing. I'm saying they're both about the same thing. Hereditary is about grief and trauma. Like the movie opens, not opens, but very early on in the movie, the little girl gets killed in the movie. She dies of an accident that is the fault of the older brother. He kills her because of he's being irresponsible. And the whole movie is about the family trying to deal with the grief, and they're being tortured basically by this spirit that was once in the little girl that is then let loose upon the family. And the spirit torturing them in these different ways is a representation of the grief that they feel, and for the son, the guilt he feels of causing the death of his little sister. So in that way, the themes are very similar to what it seems like you're saying the themes to the Babadook are.
Yeah, that is very similar. It's so from
It's
what you're describing
executed
with
differently.
Hereditary, yeah, it's executed a little differently because in the Babadook, it starts as a book that just randomly appears. It's a storybook, and so the mother reads this to her child. I don't know why you'd read a random storybook to your kid, especially after losing your husband, but I mean, you do you. So after she reads this book, the Babadook moves into the basement of the house and essentially becomes a shadowy entity that's like constantly pulling at the kid and like trying to get the kid to do terrible things, and then it makes the mother go mad with grief towards the end of the movie. It's and I mean, I see how like you're drawing the parallels between Hereditary and the Babadook, but
I'm drawing a parallel based on the fact that I haven't seen the Babadook.
Yeah, and like
so just based on your description, it seems
like
I would.
Yeah, I've seen both, and I see where you're coming from. The both with the trauma and everything and grief, but yeah, just the way the entity comes about is different than what.
Which one do you think is better, as someone who's seen them both?
Yeah, which one would you say?
Hereditary is better. Hereditary.
That is actually. That's kind of a difficult question, but I would lean. I don't know. I have to rewatch the Babadook.
The one thing that I've heard about the Babadook that I think is kind of cool is the fact that people say there's no jump scare and very little music in the film. There isn't a single jump scare in the film, and there's almost no music.
There is absolutely no jump scare, and the music is very minimal in order to keep the suspense building, because it's trying to basically put you in like the feeling of a house that is broken down because it lost somebody so vitally important to it.
Is it good at being scary despite the fact that there's no jump scares?
Yes, it's very atmospheric, and it does very well at being eerie.
Like
there's a certain scene.
So good.
I'm sorry. There's a certain scene that perfectly culminates how it's still scary, because the woman is just the mom is just washing the dishes and listening to the TV in the background, and she just turns over to look to see the Babadook just standing there, not doing anything. He's just standing there, like in a reflection, and then she gets scared when the child like calls for her. And then it's gone. Like it's always going to make. It's not gonna like. Sometimes it doesn't. It just shows itself enough for it to be menacing, to say I'm still here and I'm never going to leave.
So
kind of like the Lady in Black.
Yeah, I mean similar. What I was gonna ask is, has anybody in here seen The Curse of Bly Manor or The Haunting of Hill House?
I haven't. People keep telling me I need to watch it. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, so I guess I can't use those as good examples. But essentially, like, the Babadook is a very eerie movie. It's very atmospheric, and it's essentially trying to show you like what a house with no life looks like. So what a house becomes when it's no longer a home. And like General said, yeah, when the Babadook is just kind of standing there, the mother doesn't even react until her child calls for her. So it's essentially a stand-in for letting that grief just kind of slowly overtake you. And when that happens, you feel you don't necessarily feel scared, but you feel uncomfortable, because like the whole thing is kind of playing at like what happens if you just gave up.
Gotcha.
And it's especially bad for people like me who have struggled with mental health issues like that before.
Okay. So saying all that, where would you put the Babadook?
I can't say I'd place it above Sam personally, but that's personally.
It's tough.
Like,
Where's Sam at?
It's a good.
He's an A.
It's a good
Yeah, I would say
good
he's an A for
grief
sure.
creature, but I can't place it above Sam.
Why can't you place it above Sam?
Because I feel Sam has a more interesting premise. Like the Babadook is very interesting, but at the end of the day, it's just a creature. It's a personified version of grief.
So here's my issue. Here's my issue with that, based on what you said. We are the Babadook seems like what makes it interesting is the fact that it's a personification of grief. That's the premise.
Right.
That we put Godzilla in S almost solely due to because of what it stands for, not because of what it is. So if you held Babadook by the same standard, you would have to hold Godzilla to, which is essentially it's just a giant monster.
I mean, I don't
Right.
don't
He has a
disagree
point.
with that, but I wouldn't have put Godzilla in S personally.
I
so-
wouldn't either. But everyone
That's
else seemed
fair.
that they
Yeah,
believed that
that's
he was
fair.
in it. I wouldn't have
See,
put
for
it.
me,
I don't think that Godzilla in this film is a good enough character. I don't think that. I mean, I think it's.
I don't think his movie quality is good enough. I don't think he has enough of fear factor. I don't think he
Yeah,
has enough.
I don't think he deserves to be an S. But literally everyone and their mother. Literally everyone and their mother was telling me S. So
if I may interject about Godzilla, yes, a big part of like what makes that first movie like so impactful is like what it represents about like how it's a precautionary tale about it's told from a country that experienced like nuclear horrors and stuff like that, and so Godzilla represents that. But even if you took that aspect of the character, it's still a giant monster that destroys cities, kills hundreds of people, and leaves behind like radioactive like radiation.
Like,
So, and that- so I-
he just kills
but it's a
people and
boring-
says you
it's a
can't
boring
leave
giant
here
creature.
anymore.
Yeah, but
kinda
so
can't
from that
remove
aspect
it
alone, I
from
still
that.
think that's like impactful. I still think that's like really scary. Like it's
Sure.
this giant like building
Sure,
sized
but
monster destroying tanks.
the issue I have with that is the exact description that you can give for the monster from the host, who we have down in C, or I'm sorry,
See, I
we have
think
down in B.
I feel Godzilla is just a better version of the host and probably
Yeah.
deserves to be just above the host.
I
or maybe
personally,
above
I
the
agree that
Graboid.
I thought he should have been right above the host. That's where I thought he should have been put. I don't think that he deserves to be above the Pale Man. I don't think he deserves to be in front of the Terrifier. I sure as shit don't think he deserves to be right below the Wolfman. I don't think he qualifies as being nearly as good as the Wolfman.
Maybe
I think we move Godzilla because I don't think he deserves to be there.
I agree.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
if I can get enough people to agree that he shouldn't be there, I will move him down. I personally think he should be above the host. Maybe maybe you can argue that he could be like highest in B. Maybe if you can convince me that he's above the Tremors, but I don't believe that he should be an S at all.
Yeah, see, I don't know if he goes above the Graboids or not. I haven't seen Tremors, but I disagree that like the first movie Godzilla is a good enough character with a good enough movie quality and enough of a fear factor to be in S tier.
Leader's getting annoyed. Leader, you have to listen. You're taking what I said out of context. Dan specifically said that Babadook is just like a spirit ghost being. There's really not a whole lot that's interesting about him if you take the themes out. And I said, fine, but if you take the themes out of Godzilla, he's just a giant monster. That I was using it as a point of comparison.
Yeah, I still think between the two, that still makes Godzilla more effective because he's causing more destruction in that regard.
One guy at a time. I can't understand either of you.
Sorry, who was speaking?
I don't know.
I was saying, like, yeah, if you take away like what they represented, I still think that makes Godzilla more effective because he's still a giant monster that's capable of killing hundreds of people. That still makes him pretty terrifying. In my opinion,
which would
especially
go
in the first
which would
movie.
make him go above the host, but not like several levels above. In terms of his movie's not bad. It is a pretty decent horror movie about a giant monster. Who doesn't have much of a character outside of its thematic value to the people who it's fighting against. He's not as good of a character as the Wolfman or Gabriel, well, he doesn't deserve to be with these three. He's arguably not as good of a character as Art the Clown or even Sam. His premise isn't necessarily as interesting. It's a giant monster movie. We've seen a lot of giant monster movies. The thing that makes him interesting is his thematic relevancy, which is going to get him far, but it's not going to get him to fucking S tier because he's thematically relevant.
And I agree with Rouga. And on that same note, like I would probably put the Babadook probably like top of B or like below Pale Man in A.
I would put it in there.
He's good. he is a very good character, but at the end of the day, he's just an embodiment of grief. He's the one driving the story forward, yes, but he's driving the story forward through the vessel of the two people living in that house, where they have associated such strong trauma memories that their basement has literally become a portal to a dimension of just pure agony.
Let me ask a question then. It sounds like you're trying to say that he's almost more of a plot device than an antagonist. Is that correct?
He kind of is, yeah.
Okay.
He holds the position within the structure of the plot as a plot device. Not necessarily. He's a character, but he's
still the antagonist, but he kind of is a plot device because he's what drives that story forward, and he literally, like I said, turns the basement into a portal of agony. So like literally the family cannot step into the basement without having overwhelmed feelings of anxiety, grief, pain,
and sadness.
Okay, so your vote
they are literally wanting to die if they step into the basement.
Your vote is that he goes below Sam.
I would
below
okay,
Sam, I
so
would even argue below Pale Man, honestly.
Below Pale Man is outrageous.
I don't
the
think you can do that
Babadook
'cause
is
the
still
one scene-
more present. It's still a very present being than the Pale Man is, and the Pale Man is a good monster and a good monster design, but he lacks any like actual theming. For me, he lacks any actual theming or any any relevancy, minus outside of that one scene. While the Babadook literally is always a presence in his own film.
Hold up, guys. Let me respond to Legend real quick. Legend, if you just came in, you gotta before you start saying stuff, you gotta understand what the whole thing is. Iconicness or coming out first has never and will never be a factor when it comes to a tier list. We are taking quality and quality alone. It doesn't matter if they came out first or how iconic you believe they are. We have Jason and Freddy in B. Like we have Hellraiser in C. We don't care about iconicness for these lists. Because that doesn't increase its quality just because it came out first. Wolfman is not at S because he came out first. He's an S because he's one of the best written characters here. That's why. And Godzilla does not qualify. He is not one of the best written characters. He's not the scariest monster. Where his importance and how good the movie isn't even amazing. Like the movie's decent. It's good. But the reason why I'm saying he should be moved down is because the themes is the thing that makes the movie, and I think while that does bring it to a certain extent, it doesn't bring it to the point. S is peak horror film character, peak horror film monster. I don't know how long it's been since you've seen Godzilla. Godzilla in that first movie is not peak horror movie monster. He doesn't go up there with the Fly, and he doesn't go up there with the Wolfman, and people might not like this. He doesn't go up there with fucking Gabriel. He just isn't. They're better written characters, and I would even argue that Godzilla gets better as the movies have gone on than he was in that original movie. He's there's not a whole lot to him in that movie.
I agree with that too.
Even Leader agrees with that. Like he's been saying that the Heisei era of Godzilla, whatever era that is the best era for like.
Sure, but we're only talking about the very first film. That's why. That's I don't see why he would. I mean, dude. When you're talking about S, you're talking about the peak, the greatest of the great, the all-time. I have Jason and Freddy at D. Are we really even?
Is not a factor here. Like, yes, they're cool and yes, they're iconic, but that's not part of the thing. Because if we only cared about iconicness, then Jason and Freddy, Pinhead would be an S tier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, Pinhead would be above S tier because Pinhead is recognized even when you haven't seen the movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
and
true.
All the other unknowns will be in D tier, basically.
I mean,
That's actually.
Why don't you just join the Discord and we can talk about this instead of.
Bro, I did. Yes, you said. I said. No, you didn't say iconic. You said first, and I said first. I said first or iconic isn't relevant. You're only taking half of my argument. So anyway, so Babadook. So
I was saying something.
So you think Babadook goes below Sam?
A tier.
I would
Because
say
we're all
below
gonna
Sam.
talk about, like,
I'm sorry.
I would say below Sam and before in the middle, in between Sam and the Pale Man.
Okay, so Dan says below the Pale
agree.
Man, and some other people say above the Pale Man.
I can honestly see it either way.
Above the
I'm
Pale Man.
saying like I can see it below the Pale Man, but personally, I would still probably say just below Sam, not below the Pale Man.
I would say below Sam.
and below the Pale Man if it was warranted, but I haven't seen the Pale Man, so I can't judge him accurately.
I mean, and based on what he was saying, like we can't even really say that it should be any lower because the whole movie is about the Babadook. You know what I mean? And the Pale Man was in one scene from what Ruger was saying. So either way.
Later, I
I've
did not
seen the
misread your
scene where he's
comments.
in.
I read it very well. I just read it a second time. Your entire argument is about it being first. Stop. Like, just be consistent with what you're saying.
Okay, enough.
Okay.
Enough.
So
Okay.
I'm about to.
But
So I'm about to do a poll then, since we're not really sure where he's gonna go. So we're gonna do.
Well-
Who are we talking about right now? We're talking
Babadook.
about Babadook. Right, Babadook. Okay, so we're gonna do Babadook. Should he be above, or how do you spell it? Babadook. Good enough. Okay. Should he be above or below?
Pale Man.
Below the Pale
Pale
Man?
Man.
That seems to be what
I'm kind
everyone
of-
is saying. So you're.
I'm kind of indifferent on that. I do think Babadook is an A tier because we definitely have to consider the consistency, like the quality of the movie.
Well, that is
and it's
A tier.
solid movie.
Below Pale Man would also be A tier.
Oh, well, it's already.
It's just whether or not he should be above or below Pale Man. But he
Yeah,
should,
I'm not
nobody has
concerned about that.
disagreed that he should be an A tier.
Oh, okay.
I just like to say that the Babadook has a bigger presence and a bigger impact on the overall story than the Pale Man and just his one scene. And while yes, the Pale Man's one scene does have a very big impact on the movie, it's just that one scene. If we had more time with the
I agree.
Pale
No,
Man,
that's been my entire argument for the Pale Man. The reason why he's not an S. Like if he had a whole movie to himself of that same quality, he would be an S. But he doesn't, which is why he's in the lowest of A currently.
While the Babadook has a quality film and has the presence to back it up as a character.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm not choosing where he is. I'm letting you guys choose because I haven't seen the Babadook. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
allowing
would
whatever the votes say to put him where he is.
I'm basing this on the on purely memory because I've not seen it in a long time.
It looks like most people are agreeing with you because it's 79% or 78% are saying it's above. So I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes. I'm gonna put an ad, and then I'm just gonna give it a couple minutes, and we'll see. We'll place it wherever.
Which Rouga, if you haven't seen Babadook, I recommend. Like if you've, from what you talked about, you've clearly seen Hereditary. They are pretty similar.
Right.
If you like Hereditary, you'll like the Babadook.
I actually don't like Hereditary that much. It's not my kind of movie. It's not bad. It's not my kind of movie.
That movie kind of freaked me out because it's not really like a horror movie. It's more like a drama that turns into like a supernatural thing.
Rouga, I feel like you'd like the Babadook more than you.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like,
I haven't seen the Babadook, so I don't know. But
Babadook is like
Hereditary's fun.
To me, like the Babadook was really scary, and normally I'm not like a squeamish person. Normally, I do tend to have a phobia or two, but that's normal. But like with Jason and Freddy, their only gimmick is like they're slashers. They're not meant to be like.
Oh, their kills are so absurd. They're really not scary at all. They're more of like I watch those to be like entertained by how like bad and ridiculous they become.
I mean, I like Freddy due to the fact that he's like a murderous trickster.
Yeah, he's more charismatic.
We're ending it. We're ending the poll. It looks like everyone agrees he should be above. So
Rouga.
We're going above. Wait, what was it? Pale Man.
Above the Pale Man, yeah.
Above the Pale Man, yeah. Dude, leader, look at what you're saying.
I like him there.
I was just saying that you can't say he isn't special or just another kaiju move. It's like saying he's cliche when he started. I never said he was just another. I never said he isn't special. You're putting words in my mouth. And then you start saying he's not cliche. I didn't say it was cliche. Maybe I misunderstood you, but I did not mean to say him being first. Okay, fine. I don't understand what you're arguing against. I didn't say any of the things. I get it. It seems like you just don't like the fact that I want to move down Godzilla, but I didn't say any of the things that you're saying that I said. The only thing I said about Godzilla is that the movie it's a good movie. It's not a great movie. It doesn't deserve to be a great movie. And the Godzilla himself as a character is not that interesting. He doesn't get interesting until later on in the movies. That's all I'm saying. The thing that makes the movie work are the themes, and the themes will only get the movie so far. That is my argument. So you constantly saying that I said he's not special. You've said that twice now, and you say that he's cliche. I didn't say that either. So I don't know where your arguments are coming from. You're not arguing against me, because that's not what I said. So and then you said, oh, well, I just want to tell him that he's wrong. Where am I wrong? Tell that you have to actually argue the things that I'm saying if you want to say that I'm wrong.
No,
not just make up a bunch of stuff I didn't say.
Actually say it.
No, I mean, it's fine. Look, if I'm wrong, I'm okay with people arguing with me. Like, it's fine. Argue with me. You can even come in the chat and we can debate about it. It's fine. But actually stick to what I actually said. Like, that's what I said. So if you have a problem with that, then argue against that point. Anyway, next up we have Pumpkinhead.
Hold on, Rouga.
What's up?
I wanted to answer your question. Now, after we've talked about the Babadook and Hereditary, the more I think about it, I'd say Babadook is a bit better, especially because of the how it presents its themes and whatnot.
No offense, bro, but you're kind of like a minute too late because Babadook is above Pale Man.
Oh, I know that.
Oh wait, you think Hereditary was better?
Because he had asked me the question.
No, he said Babadook was better than.
Oh, it's fine. It is where it is where it is. It's not gonna change its position.
No, I know that. You had asked me, and I just want to give an answer because now that we talked.
He thought about it. I get you.
Sorry, Ninja. I misread what you were trying to say. My bad.
Who has seen Pumpkinhead?
I saw it
I assume most people haven't seen Pumpkinhead.
I've seen them all.
I've seen Pumpkinhead.
I don't think I've seen it. I've heard of it, but never watched it.
No, I've definitely seen it, but it's been so long.
Okay, so Pumpkinhead, the design, what Pumpkinhead is mostly known for is the fact that the design of the character of Pumpkinhead was made by the same dude who designed the Xenomorphs. So it kind of resembles the Xenomorphs, and like people give him credit to being like basically one of the greatest monster designers of all time. I think he really did a good job onto the Xenomorphs, and then I actually don't care for the design of Pumpkinhead all that much. But I will say the Pumpkinhead does have an interesting premise, or a relatively unique premise in terms of horror. It is a vengeance demon. So the whole thing about Pumpkinhead is that it's not necessarily inherently evil, kind of like Sam. It's just sort of a neutral force. You summon Pumpkinhead, and its sole purpose is to get vengeance on the thing that you want it to get vengeance on. I feel like I have to sneeze, and it's bugging the hell out of me. Okay. It wants to get it. It is specifically designed to get vengeance on the thing that you want to get vengeance for. It doesn't even necessarily have to be something that is really deserving of vengeance. It's just something that you want vengeance. So you summon the demon, and the demon will go after and find the thing that you want, find the person you want vengeance on. And it is an insanely sadistic, cruel, and violent creature. It is known to allow things to escape so it can torture it more. It tries to kill things in as suffering a way as humanly possible. Its job is to bring suffering, death, and destruction upon the life and the just general person of whoever it was summoned to go after. The thing that makes it unique is that it only goes after that person. It does not attack other people. It only kills other people if they get in its way from it trying to torture the thing that it was summoned to kill. It could also be summoned to kill multiple people. And that's kind of the whole thing. And the whole premise of the film is that every movie somebody summons this thing to do something, and it's the person like trying to survive from Pumpkinhead trying to kill it. The movies aren't great. They're relatively generic-ish slasher films for the most part. The thing that makes it decent is the premise is pretty decent. The design, I don't think it's the best, but it's really only not the best when you compare it to other of the greats. Like, I don't think it compares to Xenomorph or Predator, but as far as makeup goes, it's better than most, and it is all practical makeup, so it's not bad.
Didn't Stan Winston direct the first Pumpkinhead movie?
I don't know. Is that the guy who made the Xenomorphs? I don't know his name.
No, H.R. Geiger was the one who designed the Xenomorphs.
That's the guy who directed it. Whoever designed the Xenomorphs is the guy who directed the first film.
I might be misremembering it. I thought Stan Winston.
You could look it up, but I'm almost positive it was the guy who.
Stan Winston did direct the movie.
I think other aspects helped the movie. Lance Hendrickson did give a nice performance of his in this movie. in the first movie.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I think it's a bit generic. I don't think it's great. I think it's all right. I think the design's cool. I think the creature in its whole like idea that it's a vengeance demon and it doesn't necessarily want to kill you. It wants to torture you because that's what it was summoned to do, to make you suffer. I think that's kind of cool.
We might want to take part of mentioning its a unique bond with the person who wanted to summon it.
Say it. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the person who summons it will feel any damage Pumpkinhead would be feeling, and what Pumpkinhead is doing to other people.
Yeah.
That's part one.
So basically, if you summon it to get vengeance on other things, you better really fucking want your vengeance.
So it feels what you feel.
Does anybody ever summon it on accident and then like reconcile with? No.
But the first movie, the guy immediately regretted it and tried his damnedest to stop it.
Wait. JoJo reference?
Oh God, really?
Well, yes, but in the first case, it's a reverse stand because the guy who wanted it summoned tried to stop it, but he did find a way to stop it. And the only way to stop Pumpkinhead, do you want to take it over, Rouga?
Nope, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
The only way to stop Pumpkinhead is either it finishes its task, or the person who made the pact dies.
I mean, that's pretty... You're saying that like that's supposed to be surprising. Like that's clearly... Like that's obviously how to stop Pumpkinhead, clearly. So but the basic idea is that if you summon a Pumpkinhead to go after the thing that you want vengeance on, it's because you really want vengeance on him, and you're willing to suffer a lot to make sure that person suffers basically just as much. It's the whole concept of it's like holding a grudge. It's like drinking a poison, expecting the other person to die. You know, that whole sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's a cool premise. I'm not going to say it's not a cool premise. I think it's a movie that is entirely held up by its premise and its creature design, which again I think is not bad. It's well done. It's just not as unique and like. Has anyone actually seen what the Pumpkinhead looks like?
Oh yeah.
I have the perfect video to show people.
No, we're not gonna do any more videos. We already showed one. I don't want to get copyright just in case. But
the video I was talking about is hilarious.
No, it's fine.
Were there more Pumpkinhead movies after the first one?
Yeah.
Yes, there's 3.
Yeah, there's several.
They're not very good.
Okay.
And Lance Henrik is in 2 of them.
I was gonna say because I know we normally factor in like the quality of movies as they go on. I only ever saw.
Wait, wait, hold on. I wanted to ask, what the fuck is the monster between Krampus and Chucky?
We'll get there when we get there. The Pumpkinhead. I don't think I've seen any more than the first one either. I may have seen the second one. I don't know. Do they get bad after a while?
They go down in quality almost immediately.
Ironically, the first movie is probably the second best Pumpkinhead movie. The second and third are a bit off.
So
I'm probably very generous to movies.
I've only seen the first 3, so I haven't seen 4, so I can't judge.
Well, the 4 is Blood Tides, basically a Hat Coy McCoy parody, basically reference. And just I would actually say see it.
The films, so the films don't get the films do not get Hellraiser bad, and they don't get. Do they get Jason and Freddy bad?
I wouldn't know. Only for the first. If I'm judging it by the first one, it's probably like a B for me.
They don't go. Jason goes to hell crazy, but the second movie changes Pumpkinhead completely. Matter of fact, it's basically not in continuity with the other 2.
So
the second movie
I have to point out that.
So it's a reboot of the franchise.
Pretty much.
Okay. No, wait. Pretty much or yes?
Yeah, it is. It is it acts different. It has a. It's still after vengeance, but it doesn't have the same thing. Matter of fact, you stop it in a different way. You have to appease it.
Okay, so it sounds like that the movie should be somewhere around Jason.
Probably, yeah.
In the tier list.
Yeah, probably like in between Jason and Freddy, maybe.
Oh,
but
it's like a completely different concept about the monster operates.
Like I said, it's sadistic, cruel, and matter of fact, here's the thing. It also would face a person that was. We actually get to see how it acts against a person it specifically doesn't kill. It just stands there and looks at them.
Yeah.
Like fourth movie, the guy wanted to kill the girl. There was a girl that he loved. Family kept getting in their way horribly. It involved a few deaths. He wanted to kill everyone in that family except her. She was completely safe, so the thing's not going to hurt her. So,
okay. So is there any reason as to why? Because Leader is saying that he should be below Jason and Freddy. Is there any reason that you guys can think that Freddy and Jason would be above Pumpkinhead?
I mean,
maybe the kills.
Or I guess
there's not kills, but I mean, like I guess in how it does
qualities of the Friday and the Nightmare movies are different.
Yeah,
they jump all over the place.
The thing that's the thing I'm saying. I think a lot of this is maybe due to the iconicness, because I don't think that even the peaks of either of these films is great. I think I still stand by the fact that I don't think there's a single great Jason movie. I think you have one.
Actually, none of the Friday movies are good.
Yeah, I think you have one. I think you have one good Friday the 13th film that's still very, very flawed. The only reason why I would actually put Freddy above Jason, the only reason why I put Freddy lower is because he's less consistent of a character than Jason is. But honestly, these two, you could swap these two out, and I would be fine with either order.
But
if Pumpkinhead keeps its films relatively consistent or never get to the same lows as Jason and Freddy, then I could put him in front of these two.
Yeah, but I don't think it's. I don't ever think it's as good.
Though, so I can't tell you. I wouldn't know.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
They don't ever get to the same lows.
One at a time. I don't care who talks, but it needs to be one person.
I was saying, like I said, I don't
Trip,
think.
speak.
I don't think any. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't ever think the other Pumpkinhead movies. Like I said, I liked them, but I don't even think they're not as good as most Friday the 13th movies. Like the first one, it was pretty nice. The rest of the movies had a dip in quality. I would probably suggest that they be below Freddy and Jason.
All right. Does anybody have any issues with it being below Freddy and Jason?
Nah, I don't think so.
No, I have no issues.
I'd put it below too.
Okay. Anybody in the voice chat? I'm sorry, not voice chat. Anybody in the text chat have any issues with them being below Freddy and Jason? Because if not, we won't even have to do a poll. We can just put them there and move on.
Oh, and here's a funny thing. When multiple people summon them, things get a little funny. Not hilariously funny, but a little funny.
Like, haha, funny.
Like Death Carnage and
the thing is,
funny.
he basically... Okay, have you ever seen someone, like, have a mini stroke and just fall down for, like... and go be on the floor for about 5 minutes?
Yeah. Well, not in person, but I've seen it happen in movies.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It basically happened. There was 4 people who summoned it, and through the course of the movie, people who were trying not to die from Pumpkinhead, and some of the 4 people did want to stop it, and
Trip.
Some of them died.
You gotta start like thinking these sentences through ahead of time, because you keep fumbling over words and going back and saying the same thing over and over again. So just maybe just take a minute, breathe.
Think about the words that you speak. I actually wasn't listening. I was reading something. But all right. So next up, let's go to Splinter. Has anyone seen Splinter?
I have not. Unfortunately.
Okay.
It's the first time I'm even hearing of it.
It's a solid little horror movie. I like it. So it's not fantastic. It's not going to be S or anything. But the basic premise is that it's some sort of parasite, and it starts off as a splinter. It's just a little spike, and it goes and when you get pricked by it, it then starts to grow throughout your entire body, and you have these splinters. They start coming out of your arms and legs and all this, and it starts controlling your limbs, and it basically begins to puppet your body around, and it's hard to explain if you've never seen it, but your body starts to fall apart. It's a lot of body horror. It's mostly body horror, but also with this sort of kind of like a zombie. You can't be basically once. It's not a zombie. It's because I don't know if I can call it a zombie. It's more like it's a parasite that wants to spread and infect others, and it turns your body into some sort of amalgamation spiked thing, and you can't touch them. Like, that's the whole thing. If it pricks you, if it just touches you just slightly, you now have the splinter that will then spread through you. And it's not a zombie, because it's not like they'll then combine together to make a piece. Like, you can cut the thing's hand off and the hand will still come after you. Like, no one knows how to kill this fucking thing, because like even a finger will still like break itself and contort itself to try and crawl towards you to touch you and get a splinter inside of you. And the whole movie is three people trapped in a gas station with this thing on the outside of the gas station, and them not knowing how to leave, and it constantly trying to get to them. I do in terms of fear factor here, I think it's probably one of the higher ones on the list. Just the concept is very grotesque, and they really go into the body horror in a very effective way. And the idea that the part of being a body horror, the part that this thing is spreading in you, the part that it's gonna overtake you and kill you, and the actual spreading of it, unlike zombie apocalypses and things like this, looks unbelievably painful. Like, it's not a pleasant change. Like, these spikes are growing throughout your insides, into your veins and your blood and your vessels and outside of your skin, and your arm and your hand starts not listening to you and doing things that you don't want it to do, and as it spreads through you, and you're just sort of trapped. It's a very claustrophobic film. And like people, and once someone gets infected who's inside, it's like, what the fuck do we even do now? Like it's inside and it's outside. It's
Rich and Mighty had a good question.
What's up?
Does it have a personality beyond just wanting to grow and expand?
No, it's a parasite. Wanting to grow
doesn't make it great for characterization.
It doesn't make a great characterization, but a horror characterization doesn't necessarily have to be like, what's your backstory? Like, what's your motivations? If the characterization of something, like I said, the characterization of the host is that it's an animal. It behaves like an animal. The fact that Splinter is behaving like a parasite and doing what parasites do, I don't necessarily think you would hold. Like, it would be weird if the parasite starts talking. Like, that'd be weird. Like, oh, actually, I bet you didn't know this, but I really like poetry. It's like, oh, cool. All right, now I'm gonna fucking fuck you up. It's like, that would be weird. It's not necessary.
Wasn't that in, like, Granddad or something?
Wait, what?
They did a talking parasite like
talked. It was a weird parasite. It would actually talk to you, try to make a deal.
What's the movie?
Granddad.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I know the movie. That was made by Guillermo del Toro, or no? Was that made by the guy who made Peter Jackson? Was that one of their movies?
I think it's Dead Alive, I think is what you're thinking of.
Okay, maybe. Sorry. Yeah, but no. Yeah, but overall, the thing I like about Splinter is it's not a fantastic movie. It's not a great movie. It's a decent movie that's good. It's scary. It has the body horror. It's like an hour and a half. It comes in, it does its job, it leaves. It's an enjoyable film. I don't think anyone's gonna watch it and dislike it. I think everyone who watches is gonna be like, oh, that was fun. But I don't think it's going to be anyone's favorite horror movie either. And the concept and how the Splinter parasite works is innately horrifying. Like I would struggle to find another parasitic type monster that is as scary as the Splinter is. The fact that you literally can't let it touch you or even come near you. The fact that even if you slice it up, even if you burn it, even if you completely tear it apart, you could chop the fucking thing into pieces and you make it more dangerous because now all the pieces are going to crawl and come to you. I'm
just gonna raise the point that it sounds a lot like The Thing, only slower acting. That was actually, I brought that up on the YouTube.
I can't understand anything you're saying. I'm not gonna lie.
So you're saying it sounds a lot like the Thing, but slower acting.
I actually think it's faster acting than the Thing.
It should be. It's fast. I think it would say. I think you could argue it's faster acting. But no, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like the Thing. I mean, they probably have similarities. I would say that Splinter is scarier than the Thing inherently, because I think it's, for one, it's far more painful. The Thing is not a body horror movie. Like
the Thing is the ultimate body horror movie.
No, it's not. Because the Thing only does the body horror shit to itself, which isn't body horror. Body horror is all about your body falling apart and coming to pieces. If it's not happening to you, it's not a body horror movie. People get assimilated off screen throughout that entire movie. You never know who's the Thing and who isn't, and you don't actually see the horror of the assimilation or the horror of the body. There's no body horror in the Thing. None. Body horror, like The Fly is a body horror film because it's about a guy who's watching his body fall apart. It is scaring you because it plays off the fear of what happens when your body starts to do shit you don't want it to do. It plays off things like aging, cancer, fear of like Parkinson's, these types of things. It plays off of those types of fears and then enhances them to the most ridiculous level they possibly can. The Thing is not a body horror movie. Splinter is a very good body horror movie. And I'm not gonna say it's like I said, not an amazing horror movie. It's got issues, but the body horror aspect of Splinter, like the Splinter Parasite was specifically made to feed on the idea of body horror, and it does it really fucking well. Like it's a very scary, innately scary parasite to put towards something, and the fact that it's so unstoppable and so hard to get away from, I think just makes it all the more better. But having said that, I don't think I could put it anywhere in A with those other guys. I think it would have to probably go somewhere in B.
It sounds like B.
Probably B.
Yeah, it does.
Probably.
Because everybody we have in B are there because they are really good at what they do.
Well,
mainly.
Well, to be honest with you, I actually kind of want to change this list up because I kind of want to put Jason, Freddy, and Pumpkinhead in C.
So move them down because.
And I want to put Pinhead in D.
Pinhead being lower than B.
I'd be okay with that.
The reason why I'm saying that
a lot of the reason those guys are where they are now is because they were the first ones.
The reason why I'm saying that is because the Jason, Freddy, and Pumpkinhead are in B because they have legitimately very bad films and they're extremely inconsistent. The Host is one good film, and Tremors is a series of good to decent films with no outright bad films, and they do their jobs really well. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if they fit along the same lines as Freddy, Jason, and Pumpkinhead, who are just so inconsistent all over the place in terms of quality. At the same time, Pinhead has some of the worst films in horror films in film history, despite the fact that the first one is really solid.
Rouga, by your own logic,
let's do it then.
Godzilla has one good film with not a great characterization or quality, so he should be moved down by that logic.
I agree. I'm not. We will look. We will bring it up in another vote. He's there because everyone voted for him to be an S. That's why he's there. I don't agree he should be an S. I don't think he should be an A. I think he should be in B, along the lines of the Tremors and the Host. I think he should probably be either above the Host or above Tremors. I don't think he should be an S, but everyone else, or not everybody, but there was like 3 or 4 people who were saying he should be an S. I think a lot of that has to do with nostalgia and the fact that he came out first and the fact that he's really old. And there's this legacy.
A lot of these people are wearing blinders. And
I do. I agree.
We are only using the first Godzilla movie, not all of them.
So yeah,
which is why you should be lower.
I'm gonna move these, so I'm gonna put that like that. Does this seem more comfortable to everybody?
I was starting to think that the list was a little top heavy.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I think this fits. Well, we put these guys. Well, I think who did we do first? We did Jason first. Jason went here before anybody else. So Jason was like the first one ever in B.
Pinhead was the very first one.
Pinhead was very first.
Yeah, he was the first C.
Yeah. Pinhead was C.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Pinhead was first, and then Jason
Pinhead
was like second.
He was
Okay.
the first one on the list at all.
Fair enough. So So do people think that I should re-up the voting for the Godzilla to see where he should be at?
I would be okay with him going lower, actually. That's fine.
Most of chat is disagreeing with you on relocating him. If they say if you do want to relocate him, he should be A and no lower. So I mean,
Why? You have to give me a reason as to why he should be in A. That is the issue I'm having.
Blood.exe said if we only use the first movie, then why bring up
I never brought up his bad films.
No, we never brought up his bad films. I never brought up the bad films.
He had bad movie quality in his first film, and his characterization wasn't great.
Yeah, no one's talking about any film other than the first.
Because he had a very good film, it just wasn't great quality, and his fear factor, although amazing, can't carry him all the way to S tier.
Yeah. Let me counter you guys. Hold on. So Rouga loves to say the thing, and I agree with him that like if you want me to not do this or do this, you have to give me a reason. Rouga, you and Dan are giving reasons why to drop Godzilla lower, and the chat is not buying what you're selling. They're saying no.
I get that, but they have to tell me why. They can anyone can say no all they want. They have to give me a reason as to why I'm wrong.
You're giving them reasons why to move them lower, and they don't agree with them.
That's fine. You can disagree all you want. That's not an argument. That's just you disagreeing. I could say no all day that the sky is not blue. That doesn't suddenly make the sky not blue. You have to give me a reason as to how the sky is not blue.
I don't.
Greg, if I come up to you and I say that the oceans are red and boiling with the blood of my enemies, and you say no, they aren't, but don't give me a reason, I'm gonna keep going along with my delusion until somebody proves otherwise or gives me a valid reason why that can't be possible.
Okay, so someone said that Godzilla has a level of existential horror that the others don't. I could not disagree less with that statement. That's not true. Most of these are body horror is a form of existential horror. This one is a fear of guilt. The Host is the exact same fear as Godzilla. It is the fear of a national tragedy, just like Godzilla was. With the pollution of the water of Korea that affected an entire town and killed a bunch of people. A lot of these are existential horrors. Pinhead is an existential horror. Splinter, we're about to do, is body horror again. Like again, you have to tell me what makes him viable to be in S. What makes the character better than all of these other characters? What makes his movie better than all these other movies? And it can't have anything to do with the fact that it's old. That it's iconic, that it's got a legacy, any of that sort of stuff. It's got to actually. Yes, I don't think he's.
So just to jump in here, because General, let me speak for a second.
Yeah,
please.
sorry. Yeah.
I actually have a question for all of you in the text chat, because I know that I'm gonna get answered vehemently in voice chat here in a second. If the Host was put at B tier, and it is the same type of story and movie and premise as Godzilla was executed on a wider scale in an older format, but the Host is almost the exact same premise, and it is B tier. Why are all of you chomping at the bit to tell me that Godzilla is S tier when he does not have the personality or the premise that he needs to stand up there? He's B tier at best because he is standing on nothing more than a decently high fear factor and nostalgia. You are all wearing blinders and no one is giving valid reasons. I'm done. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, that's something we already talked about earlier.
What are all the categories again?
I will post them back in the Discord again.
Okay, I wanted to say something. I feel like, the reshuffle was definitely necessary. And but I feel like Jason is good. I feel like where Jason, Freddy, and Pumpkinhead are in a good tier. They're in a good, they're not great. Like, they did do things for the horror industry, but that's not taken into effect. So, but as characters, I would say Jason is a little bit has a bit more thought put into it than Freddy.
I actually would argue that we have the three most iconic characters on this list on the lowest tiers. I would say Jason, Freddy, and Pinhead are all the most iconic characters on this list.
Yeah.
And we have them the low. Well, other than Wolfman, probably.
And Dracula and
Dracula's not here. Okay. Dracula's not here. But
what's that one then? What's the guy in the black and white?
Nosferatu.
That's Count Orlok.
Oh shit! I never watched Count Orlok.
Most people haven't. It's a 1922 silent film. I would not be surprised if I'm the only person who's seen it.
I mean, I do prefer vampires to be actually scary than all that Twilight crap.
See, I'm asking people, and it doesn't seem like people aren't giving reasons as to why he should stay.
Let me remind, I guess
They're just saying he should be an S.
I guess why we put him up there. I guess I'll try to remind it, and then chat. You better be ready to help me out if you're going to defend this, because I'm not opposed to him going down it.
Skrieger, give them a second, because I just posted the criteria again, and people are saying they're gonna reread them and think it. So just give them a second.
For now. I'm moving Godzilla below Tremors, but over the Host. And
I can agree with that.
If people can argue with me about it, I could also be convinced to move him above the Graboids right now. But if y'all want him any higher, y'all got to give me reasons, because just saying that he's an existential it seems like the main fear is his tie and his themes with the nuclear shit, and that's not enough. That's not enough to be an S. I'm sorry.
I like it that he's in between. I do like that. Maybe he should be the benchmark for B, because a lot of these B is right now is full of creatures that either have are an allegory to some
yeah, kind of.
Real
but also,
tragedy.
None of
besides the Tremors.
Nobody in B is bad. None of B is bad. Like D is bad. They have mostly bad movies. C is kind of mixed bag. C is a mixed bag, and then you go up to B, and all three of these have good movies. They just don't do anything to excel above having good movies. And then you have A.
They're also good characters.
And the A actually starts to have good characters with interesting premises that are unique and not seen, and and then you actually have just fantastic all around good characters, premises, and everything. And then obviously you have the best, that's Rambo. So it's I think he works
Rambo's
there.
a joke.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say I think this reshuffling.
Who's joking?
I also want to say, B is all animalistic. They're living off of instinct, primarily. So,
I mean, so's the Fly, but.
Well, no, the Fly has a personality, and he
is a guy falling into that.
Yeah, the Fly is a dude. Even when the Fly turns into a fly, he still has the mind of Seth Brendel. He can think and he can do all that, but he becomes more fly-like, but he never loses his mind. That's revealed.
So by the logic of everything we just went over, does that mean Splinter also fits into B tier somewhere?
It's not. It doesn't. It's not a mixed bag. I think you could put Splinter at the lowest point of B.
Yeah, he's definitely behind. He's not better than the Host, Godzilla, or Tremors, but he's he edged his way up there.
It feels really weird to put Splinter above people like Freddy and Jason, but they are very inconsistent. And
all of your lists look weird if somebody doesn't watch the context.
Yeah, a lot of their movies are so bad.
Yeah, they just have such terrible movies. And Splinter's only one movie. It's solid. It's not great. It's not terrible. I think if you put Splinter and compared it to a lot of the Jason and Freddy films, I think it would be in the topper echelon of those films. Likely, possibly the best. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't personally. I can't think of a Jason movie that I'm like, man, this is a fucking great movie. I've never.
I mean, I really enjoyed Jason Lives.
Sure, but you enjoy it for what it is. It's not a great horror film. And again, Splinter's not a great horror film either. It's a solid horror film. It's enjoyable. If you sat down and watched it with the wife or the girlfriend or whatever, you would both enjoy it. That's kind of the way it is, and that's kind of the way that the best of Jason films get. They're that. They're you'll enjoy it, but it's not great or anything. It's not gonna blow your pants off. So I think Splinter works well. I kind of feel bad putting him behind these because Splinter doesn't have a bad movie. So do you think that Splinter should go in front of Pumpkinhead?
in front of Pumpkinhead,
I
definitely.
thought we were putting Splinter in B. So
I thought,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking stupid. I put it in the place, and then I saw where he was. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Okay.
So,
yeah, I think Splinter works in B.
Before
he's the last place in B, not before the host story.
Before we move on here, people are saying that Godzilla should be moved up to the top of B, and I can't disagree with that. I do think he makes a good benchmark for what B tier is.
I'm fine. I don't have an issue with moving him up. Like just in terms of the Tremors, the Graboids are where they are due to just sheer enjoyment factor. I've never seen anyone who hasn't seen Tremors and enjoyed it. Like, to me, Tremors is it is the Mummy of like horror films. Because the Mummy is like an action film, kind of. It's not a horror. The Mummy with Brandon Fraser. It's not an action film. I mean, it's not a horror film. It's more of an action film. And it's not one of the greatest action.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, it's not one of the greatest action films of all time. But nobody dislikes the Mummy. I don't think anyone dislikes Tremors, especially if we're talking about the first one.
I don't hate Tremors.
No one does. Tremors is just it's a solid film that's very likable with a likable main cast, a cool premise, cool monster designs. It does everything it's supposed to do in the way it's supposed to do it.
And a unique fear factor, like don't touch the ground.
Yeah, and it's got an interesting premise with the whole touching the ground. Now, you can argue that Godzilla's not an interesting premise, but it was at the time it came out. True. So you kind of have to.
I would argue that it's still an interesting premise even today.
Well, it's a far less interesting premise because of how many times it's been done.
For nuclear holocaust is still always going to be an interesting premise.
Well, I guess, but if you true, but that's thematic.
When made by people who have experienced a true nuclear holocaust.
Sure, but that's as far as the thematics are concerned, sure, but it's a it's a horror movie that's giant. It's kind of like the opposite of what you said with the Babadook, because the Babadook you said it's basically it's a ghost movie, but you're kind of ignoring the fact that it's about grief and like that's the premise. So you have to be consistent between those two.
That's why I put him as high as he is.
Because of the grief shit? Okay.
Yeah, because of his characterization is the embodiment of grief.
Yeah.
So he does that really well. But I do feel like it's a ghost movie about grief.
I got you.
Like
it's overplayed, and nuclear holocaust with a giant creature as a stand-in, also overplayed. Even if Godzilla was the first, but they both did it extremely well.
Well, no, if Godzilla was the first, it wouldn't have been overplayed because it was the first. It was the first one to do it. So
yeah, it was the first one to do it. I mean, technically speaking, there was the Beast of 20,000 Fathoms that was and it was an American film that talked about like a dinosaur that came back in modern times, but it was barely bigger than a skyscraper. So
well, I mean, it wasn't made. Was it made after a nuclear holocaust? Was it about a nuclear holocaust?
No, like nuclear weapons were not even in the
thing. So then it's not the same premise.
Yeah,
it's a giant monster movie, but it's not the same premise. The whole point of the thing that makes it so appealing, the Godzilla, is the fact that it's the nuclear holocaust shit. That's the whole point. That's the fear. All of the best horror movies plays off a very specific fear that people have. The reason why this was such an effective movie to Japan at the time is because it was made at a time where they had just been fucking nuked. So it's like they were still living through this situation as a horror. It would be like making a movie about a horror movie based on 9/11, the year after 9/11 happened. Like it would have been a horror movie based on terrorist attacks. We didn't do that.
I don't know if that would ever happen. Dude,
why not?
Digital remasters of the Goonies that have the Twin Towers expunged from the background.
Yeah, think about the balls that it took to do that.
Cutaways for Friends showed the Twin Towers were scrubbed too.
Think about the difference in culture that exists there, right? Like when 9/11, when we have massive attacks like that, all your movies have to be about how sad it is and how horrible it is, and like, oh, don't you want to watch this movie and feel sad about it? And we can't, and it gets removed from things. It got removed from the Spider-Man trailers because the Twin Towers were in the Spider-Man trailers. It got removed from all this different stuff. When something similar and likely a lot worse than that happened in Japan, they made a fucking horror movie playing on the fears of the public with it. Like, can you just think about that really quick and just the difference in culture.
Yeah, Godzilla was also supposed to be a message to the world of why we can't let this happen again.
Yeah, but it was playing off the fears of it. Like, I cannot imagine the United States doing the same thing, where some awful thing happens, and then they're making a horror movie that's playing off the fears of the public of that. They like,
especially not in today's Western culture. Like, you try to do that, and you would get canceled before you could blink.
I don't believe that canceling is a thing, to be honest with you.
You don't have to believe it. I've seen it happen.
To what? In what way?
I literally watched a friend of mine produce a home film and get it published all the way up to a national level, only for it to get canceled because one person decided that it was too edgy.
You're saying it got canceled. How did it get canceled?
Literally, the entire festival saw like a post that got a lot of traction on social media, which then got picked up by other social medias. And the festival that was publishing his movie said, "Sorry, we can't do that anymore."
That's not getting canceled. That's not getting canceled.
He got sent home, and his movie got deleted.
Yeah, that's not getting canceled. Well, his movie got deleted. Well, first off, he didn't have a copy of his own movie. That seems kind of odd.
No, he did. He had it on his computer at home.
Yeah, that's not getting canceled. Still. That's not getting canceled because he could still take his movie other places. He could still try to produce his movie himself. It's cancel. This is the reason why I don't like the idea. I don't understand or care about the idea of people saying that things are canceled. People only have as much power as you decide to give that to them. That somebody owned that particular festival, and they decided that they did not want to show that movie. You don't have a right as a citizen to force them to show your movie. It's their festival. They could do what they want. If they decide they don't want to, you can find other avenues to show your movie from. If you give up because the one festival didn't want to show your movie, then you did not have the willingness or honestly the balls to push your own thing far enough to actually get something done.
If your movie gets canceled at a big festival like that and your name gets blacklisted because of social media, how the hell are you supposed to find?
What do you mean blacklisted? What does blacklisted mean? What are you talking about? You put your movie. You have the internet. You could put your movie on. You have streaming services. You could put your movie on. There's nothing stopping you from putting it on Amazon. You can call up Amazon to have it. Did Amazon cancel them? There's a lot of stuff you could do with your movie. There's all kinds of stuff.
So here even if when
blacklisting is only a thing in Hollywood. If you want to make a movie and release it and not without like I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't think anyone I've been fired from jobs. I've had jobs call other jobs and tell me not to hire me. It doesn't matter. I can always get a job. And I know it's a different situation. I get it. I just don't buy it. I don't like the idea that you could be held back because of what other people like, because of some other people's opinions. It's your movie. You have all the means you have to get it out there. Get it fucking out there. Like, what's stopping you? I don't see one.
I can see your point, but like at the same time, it's in a culture that is so tightly integrated, movie
that culture is kind of done though.
Well, not really.
Let me make a case for that.
But
let me make a case for that. So
let me finish
Matt
my point.
Walsh
let him finish his point. Let him finish his point. Let him finish what he's saying.
Who near him?
Him.
With something that is so tightly knit, like the culture behind movie publishers and all of that, with how like word gets around in a heartbeat, or even like the music production scene. If somebody says this is a no-go, it becomes a no-go to any reputable source. So yes, you can still publish it on the internet and maybe you make a small name for yourself, but you can't do that much with just a dream and a couple hundred fans.
I disagree.
Like, you can try.
No, you absolutely can. The Hollywood has so little power nowadays on how you can do what you do. It's incredible how little effect they actually have on you. Twitter does not control anybody's life, and I was pretty heavily involved in the film industry. I mean, I wrote screenplays for money. I was actually paid for it. It's how I put myself through college. You think that shit that I've written hasn't been fucking rejected and canceled because of the shit that I put in it? Are you serious? Have you even met me?
No, I'm sure it has.
Like it doesn't matter. There's always an avenue, and there are more avenues today than there ever have been before. Like if you maybe Hollywood rejects you and throws you out and kicks you, whatever, and they don't want you, and all of the big studios cancel you. Hollywood does not make 100% of movies. They never have.
Bollywood Bollywood actually makes more than them.
There's a lot of places that make other movies that you can go to and get your movie made. I've known people who've gone to other countries and filmed movies because it was cheaper over there, and they had their movies produced and released in another country, and it worked out. You go where you need to go. You either have the will to do the thing that you want to do, or you don't. If you go, I can't have. I'm not gonna say I can't have respect, but I kind of can't have respect for someone who says that they were canceled and they can't do anything done because one film festival pushed their movie away.
Well, I mean, he took his movie and went and did Lord knows what. So I honestly don't even know where he ended up.
Okay.
But it's just, my point is, one person or enough traction from one community can get a lot of stuff held back, if not outright removed. It can get it held back for years.
But at the end of the day, no, it can't. It can't. It can get it held back from particular people who own particular companies who don't want their stuff involved in that particular thing. There are always people. There are so many companies that are just straight up anti-cancel culture. Like that is like I can not off the top of my head I can't name them, but I've been introduced. Well, no, the reason why I'm saying this is because I don't remember their names. I know they exist. I've met them.
I do.
Fine.
Yeah.
There's several in Texas. I've talked to several of them. There's several in Louisiana. New Orleans used to be the Hollywood South. They were calling it Hollywood South for a while. You think any of those motherfuckers give a shit about cancel culture? No. It just depends on who you go to, who you talk to, what you do. It's fine. I had a friend who he wrote a screenplay for a movie he was making, and they told him that he couldn't get his movie made because he had a retarded joke in it. He had a joke making fun of a retarded kid. And they told him they wouldn't accept it. And he said, what was wrong with it? And they said, oh, the retarded thing. And he's like, why? And he said, you will not be able to get a movie made in Hollywood. What he said is that there's 3 groups you can't make fun of. And if you do make fun of either of these 3 groups, they're not going to let you. You can't make fun of retarded people. You can't make fun of gays or anyone in that community, gay, lesbian, whatever it's called, the alphabet people. And you can't make fun of black people. And as long as you stay away from those, we'll get your movie made. And he refused to do it because he's like, I'm not changing that. And he ended up going around and looking for some other people, and he eventually got it made. Now, it didn't get this massive release. It was a small release, but he got it made and he got it out there, and it was fine. And there's always other avenues. I completely reject this idea that like the whole world just barrels down on you and that Twitter can control everything you do because it introduced a couple of roadblocks. Roadblocks are a part of getting your thing made. That's the way it's always been. Cancel culture with quotations is not a new thing. Yeah, I don't buy it. Like there's some I'm not gonna say that something like this doesn't ever happen. Like I think there's some instances where people can get fired from their job for unfairly for certain things, but even then I don't necessarily say that that's cancel culture. People could fire you for stupid shit. Like it's just go get another job. It's fine. I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't buy into the idea. I think that people are taking something that has always existed and will always exist, and they're creating a new word for it and then exaggerating its extremeness. Like it's not quite like, bro, I haven't been canceled yet. How is that even possible? Like I don't
because as much as you think you aren't as outlandish as
I don't think I'm that outlandish. People keep telling me that I am. I did not believe that anything I said was weird until I got online, and everyone keeps sending me shit about the things I'm saying being so over the top. I mean, since I've been online, I've been called a racist. I've been called a misogynist. I've been called a right-wing extremist, which is crazy because I've never even released my political affiliation ever online, and I make fun of pretty much everybody. I've been called everything. I've been attacked online and off. Like it just is what it is. And I don't even have that many people. I got like 23,000 subs right now. And despite that, I'm constantly being assaulted by all sorts of people.
Maybe I'm just desensitized, but to me, you do not seem.
I don't think I do either.
Outlandish at all.
I don't think I do either. I mean, like I remember the first time I ever said retard in a video. And like everybody was like, Jesus, I've had never heard that been said by a real person before. And I'm like, really? I like it's weird. It's really weird where the culture has gotten. Like, the people just don't feel like they're free to talk and say what they want. I say whatever the fuck I want. I don't, and I feel like people should, and I feel like people should actively go to desensitize the people around them, because it's getting a little bit extreme. I don't feel this way in my normal life. I never come into contact with it in the real world. I only have come into contact with it since I've sort of entered the online sphere recently. And I'm going to do what I can to completely destroy it, because it sucks. I don't like it at all. I hate this.
Rouga, I 100% agree with you. I'm just using a real life example that I have heard about and
Sure.
that I know of firsthand.
But I would say if your friend came up,
that does exist.
I don't think that's cancel culture. It's not that I'm not saying that what you're trying to describe doesn't exist. I'm saying that the idea of cancel culture, of what people think it is, where they literally cancel you. Not that they block something, not that they try to prohibit you or put obstacles in your way from accomplishing something. You're going to hit that no matter what you try to do. I'm talking about that people can be canceled and literally deleted from life. Not like actual life, but like deleted from whatever it is part of their life they're trying to do completely, to the point that they can't get in at all. That doesn't exist. I don't buy it.
People mix up canceling with deplatforming. And with deplatforming, it's like, oh, they kicked me off this site, or they told me I couldn't.
It's fine. And most of the people that get deplatformed get back on the platform at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. It's like, and you even have people. It's like, okay, so who's that one guy? The dude with the glasses. He's bald. He's like in the manosphere. Tate or whatever. He was like deplatformed from everything, and now like he's still around. He's still doing stuff. He still gets fixed videos online. Like a lot of those red pill guys have been deplatformed, and then they came right back a couple months later. It's not a big deal. There's very few people that I've heard who have been permanently canceled. Like pretty much no one, to the point that they just straight up can't do any, unless they've committed a sort of crime, like they raped someone or something. Like, I mean, Gina Carano was blacklisted from Disney. She's still making movies. She just went with another company. It's fine. I mean, she lost some money. It sucks. I think it should probably be illegal. The blacklisting, the concept of blacklisting.
That's why she's
suing them.
Disney, and it's going forward.
She's suing them because they did something that's not legal. So like, I don't know. I don't buy it.
And to give you a point that even at the height of when cancel culture was most affecting people, it's just not really to that degree anymore. And the perfect example of that is Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire has been deplatformed so many times, and he's at the height of the everybody wants to cancel him. And he just put a movie out called Am I Racist? And that movie did better than all of the Hollywood movies for like the entire month and a half. And that was with people.
Again,
it was only domestic. It was only domestic, and it was like there were theaters that were trying to like.
I don't think it's rage. I think if you tell people that they're not allowed to do something, they're going to want to do it. If you tell everyone not to watch something, they're going to want to watch it out of curiosity. Also, for leader, you're saying that I'm taking the definition too far, and that nothing can be 100% with the cancel culture shit. I mean, it should probably at least be 20%, or something. There should be some percentage that actually matters. There isn't. The one time that you can talk about, which wasn't even 20% because she's still working, is Gina Carano, and she's suing them because what they did was illegal. So like, where's the cancel culture?
With the Daily Wire,
like, I don't. You're not canceled from society because Twitter doesn't want you on their platform anymore. I don't even have a fucking. Well, I do, but I don't.
You are canceled from a society if you lack the tenacity to say I'm not going to.
Yeah, but that's always been the case. That's not cancel culture. That's not new.
It's not a new thing. It's an old thing. It's just louder now because internet. But you don't have to let that affect you.
No, you can absolutely get through
opportunities.
Everybody can get through it. Unless I mean, shit.
Stuff, that's with like everything.
You have certain people like Louis C.K. who you thought was going to be permanently ousted because of the whole thing with like listening. Like he likes to women look at him while he's jacking off and shit in front of him. That was like a whole thing, and he's back. He's back in full force. Everyone's completely forgiven him. He was gone for a couple of months. People got over it, and he came right back. And I mean, people were saying he was canceled. Was he canceled? No. He did something that was weird, and people were kind of awkward around him, and then he came, and then after it like died, subsided, he came right back, and that's
the whole thing too with like outrage culture and stuff like that. It's only temporary. People forget what you did and move on to somebody else that they want to complain about.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
But
and there's a lot of actors who aren't
looking
actors anymore because of something like this, but that's because they don't want to be actors anymore because of something like this. They're done. They have enough money. They don't care anymore.
Yeah, they don't come back. But like a lot of any person I could think of, any actor, any director, whoever was like legitimately canceled to the point they didn't come back, they all committed a crime or was accused of committing a crime. That's not the same thing.
And if that's not the case, they just don't want to.
Yeah, they just come. Well, I can't think of any who didn't. But even if you could, yeah, it would have to be like, do they want to?
So for example, the guy who played Jack Sparrow, his name's not coming to me right now because
he didn't go anywhere. He didn't go anywhere. He's actually making a movie with Robert Downey Jr. right now.
Oh, well, there you go. Originally he wasn't gonna make another one because
no. He said you're misreading what he said. He said he's not gonna make another Pirates of the Caribbean film, and he would never work with Disney again because they turned his back on him. He chose not to work with Disney, but he is making a movie with Robert Downey Jr. currently, where I believe he's playing the villain to Robert Downey Jr.'s hero. I don't remember what the movie's called, but yeah, they're planning on making a movie together. A lot of people still want to work with Robert Downey Jr. It just is what it is. But you also have to think about like what's the difference between cancel culture and just people rejecting your shit because they don't think it'll sell. That's also something different. Like at what point is like, oh, you just made this thing. This thing is super risky for us to put out there. It's like we don't really feel comfortable with putting your thing out there, and then people just unanimously decide this. It's like, okay, well, they're not gonna let me put my thing out there. Okay, that's also not the same thing as being canceled. Anytime you're trying to use some sort of other alternative route that's not you yourself publishing and releasing something yourself, you have to abide by the rules of the person who is publishing your thing. That's with books, that's with movies, that's with television shows, that's with anything. Unless you make it and publish it yourself, people are going to have a say on what you put in it. That is the nature of art when it comes to business, the business of art. So your friend, if he wanted to, could have taken his movie, re-edited it, reshot it, and put it back in, and they probably would have allowed it to come in. Like that is most likely the case of what would have happened. If he refused to change it and alter it, and he stood by it, he can then go publish it himself.
I mean, he did stand by it. It wasn't about how it was shot or edited, because the festival actually did like it. It's because of the traction that the one person got on social media that ended up basically. He ended up looking really bad, even though he was accused of a bunch of shit he never did.
Yeah.
So
but
I actually was just messaging him, and turns out he took it and went and did something, and now he's living happily and doing filmography. So
I think my point has been fucking proven.
I mean, if you
anyway, can we move on to the Nosferatu looking person?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay. So next up we have everyone keeps calling this motherfucker Nosferatu. It's Count Orlok, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question. Has anyone seen Nosferatu?
I have. I had it on VHS. It was like
oh
the first
wow!
I ever watched.
I didn't think anybody was gonna see this movie.
I saw. Not only did I see the original Nosferatu, I also saw Shadow of the Vampire with Willem Dafoe.
I've seen that one too. Did the other guy have something to say? I don't know. You, I guess. Somebody was saying, "Can I say it?"
Nosferatu.
Okay. Anyway, so Count Orlok. I think I could say this is probably the creepiest movie on this list. Maybe up there. Maybe up there with the Babadook saying it. The fact that it's a silent film, especially nowadays, makes it far more terrifying than it otherwise would be. It looks creepy. The way the camera is creepy. It's weird sitting in a completely silent room just watching creepy images flash on screen throughout the whole thing. Yeah. And I think just like the nature of how the movie is made makes it scarier than most of these films at the very least, which I think should probably automatically put it relatively high on here. I'm going to let you talk since there's actually somebody else who's actually seen this movie. You talk about the movie for a bit.
So for people who don't know, Nosferatu, it's Dracula, but it's not Dracula because I guess the person that was making the movie couldn't get the rights from
and he got
widow.
sued. They sued the fuck out of him.
So there's actually parts in the movie where he's called Count Orlok, but there's also text scrolls where it says Dracula. So it very much is similar to Dracula, but they had to like change some certain things to like make it its own movie. I do see it as its own movie, even though it's very clearly like based on the book Dracula, or it's trying to adapt it. But I can still like separate that from my mind and just kind of examine it as its own thing. As its own thing, it is extremely creepy in the sense of just he casts such a great silhouette when he's going up the wall or when he enters a door.
Yeah, and then when he moves, he doesn't even look like he's walking. It looks like he's gliding across the. It's creepy. He's a creepy fucking dude.
So, just in terms of like visual presentation and how it works as a vampire story, I think they're both great. I think where it might lose a point or two for me, and I haven't seen it in a while, I will admit.
Same.
I can't really recall if it was like super compelling in terms of like characters. Like obviously Orlok looks great. That's a great looking villain, and he has a great design. But I can't distinctly recall like the Mina character who had a different name, obviously, or the Harker character who obviously, again, they couldn't use their actual names, but I can't recall them being like any particularly like fascinating characters.
So here's the issue with that, and it's true, but it's true because of the nature of it. It's a silent film. The characters don't talk. Like what happens is a character will talk, and then there'll be a flash of like the words that they just said, and then it'll go back to them talking. There's no in-depth characters here because they try to keep the talking and characterization to a bare minimum. It is a 1922 film.
Yes.
What is more important is them showing you things happening on screen, not showing you the details of those things happening, which is what is required to properly do characterization.
Right.
I mean, goddamn, this movie. This movie is 102 years old. Like Jesus Christ. So it's just.
I think another. Sorry, I think another good thing.
Turn your volume up, man. I can't hear you.
Sorry, one sec. I threw down my. Let's see. One sec.
All right, somebody else talk until he gets his mic shit in check.
Was that Squidward?
Somebody else take
the
lead here.
I've seen this guy before.
Is that better?
No,
not
you're
really.
still talking like
no, you're
there's
super
no
low.
Change. Yeah. Rouga, did you ever
Alright, I'll go
figure
deal
out
with
how to
him.
right-click
Somebody
somebody's
else
name and
talk.
turn them up manually?
Wait, what were we saying?
Did you ever figure out how to right-click somebody's name and turn their volume up manually for yourself?
Oh, can I do that?
Yeah.
Is that an option? Okay, whose thing was fucked up?
His name was the Ghost Fedora.
Huh.
Yeah,
Oh, he left?
He's in cock science.
He left the chat.
You can still right-click him. Or I think you can even drag him back here. Can I drag him back here? No, I can't.
No, it's fine. It is. He'll just do it.
Yeah, you can bump up user volume if he's coming in kind of low.
There. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, put him up to like 150.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, cool. I learned something. I learned things, people. Technology.
Yeah, that's
I'm
great.
glad I could help.
Okay, so for the other guy who's seen Nosferatu, where would you put him on the tier list?
It's tough.
It's tough.
It's hard to look at Nosferatu and not think of how innovative it was for its time. So a big part of the factor is its age, and we kind of can't deny that, can we?
No, it's very much so held back. But you can't really, you can hold it back a little bit because while it is held back in a lot of aspects by its age, it's also held up in a lot of ways by its age.
No,
if
that's what
you
I'm
show
saying.
that
I'm like,
film to people nowadays, they would be creeped out by it
that's-
simply due to its age.
But that's what I'm saying is like I think for what it did for the 20s, still reflects like how good horror could be made today.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I think that if you showed this movie to people today, it would be scarier than it was when you showed it back in the day, mainly because they're not used to seeing movies that look like this.
True.
Like the way the black and white is done. It's not just normal black and white. Like the edges of the screen are blackened. You barely see anything. It's kind of it's got like the way characters move and the film is, and the fact that you're just sitting in a silent room watching a screen, especially if you turn the lights out, and you're just seeing this creepy image on screen moving around silently. Not a lot of people nowadays have experienced something like that watching on a screen. And back then, every movie was like that. So it probably lost a lot of its fear factor.
I know there's a couple shots in the movie. They're day to night shots. It's supposed to be night, but they filmed during the day, so they had like some filters over it or something. Like I think it was like a shade of like green or something. Like it looks so weird. Like the whole movie kind of looks like it almost has like a dream like feel to it. And it's something we don't really like think of now, but this was like just common practice for back then.
Yeah. One thing I like to do is I like to tell my like kids, like my nephew or my niece, be like, hey, you want to watch a horror movie? And then I put in the Nosferatu and just watch them freak the fuck out. And this is and these are kids that have seen like It Chapter 2 and like he loves Evil Dead and he loves Halloween. And then you put on this movie and he's just creeped out the whole time. He starts having nightmares. Like that's crazy. Like and it's just like the nature of how the movie's made, because he's literally never seen anything like that. Yeah. Like all the blood and all the guts and all the more like the more obviously horrifying shit that happens in the more modern horror movies are completely outdone by this movie that came out in 1922, simply due to the fact that they just didn't have sound or like proper shit to make things. And like, I mean, how many kids do you know that were absolutely terrified watching SpongeBob because this motherfucker showed up in one scene to turn a light on, and it actually.
I laughed because I actually knew who he was.
Actually, like people got legitimately terrified from a scene of SpongeBob just because this motherfucker showed up in a single scene in an image. Not even, and the context wasn't even supposed to be horror. It was just like a comedy scene, and it makes kids freak out. Just based on its appearance. Like that's something I think that due to the fear factor, we can't put it super low.
No, I don't want it to be low.
So, B or A?
That's hard.
I mean, that's just what I'm hearing based on our normal pattern.
Now we're treating it as just like its own standalone thing. We're not going to count like Shadow of the Vampire or any other like attempt.
No. That's not even. Shadow of the Vampire. Wait, with Willem that was based on the production of the movie.
Yeah, but so it's they like film it, but the character playing the actor Max Schreck was a real vampire who happened to be played. That was the point of the movie. It's the filming of Nosferatu in the 1920s, but they just happened to hire a real vampire.
Yeah,
I thought that was funny.
Yeah, it's like a very really meta movie. So, in case you guys didn't know, a really solid horror director is making a remake of Nosferatu.
Yes, it's Robert Eggers.
Yes, it's the guy who made The Northman, which, by the way, amazing fucking movie if you haven't seen The Northman. He made The Witch. He made The Lighthouse.
He's 3 for 3 for me.
Are those his only 3 movies?
They're all great.
Are those all his only 3 movies?
I think so.
I saw The Northman and I saw The Lighthouse. I did not see The Witch. I've seen pieces of The Witch. But The Lighthouse is weird. I'm not going to say I like The Lighthouse.
I loved it.
It's weird
for how weird it is. I can see people watching it and being like turned away by it. I'm not gonna act like it's for everybody. It's extreme. It's a weird.
I'll tell you this. I didn't hate it while I was watching it. It was interesting, but I'm never gonna watch it again.
That's okay. That's how I felt about Hereditary.
The Northman, however, I've seen like 3 times. I'll definitely watch it again. I love that fucking movie.
I like that Willem Dafoe is becoming like Robert Eggers' guy. He's like, I want to keep putting you in my movie.
I always like when a director gets a guy. Yeah. And then you just keep seeing them, and you're like, they're like buddies now, and all their movies they make are just like they recently did that. Who's the guy who made You ever seen Dragged on Concrete or Bone Tomahawk?
Bone. That sounds familiar, but I don't think
I saw it. It's good. What's the other one? Brawl on Cell Block 99.
Did not see that one.
Jesus Christ. Okay, these are also solid movies. No, it's cool. They're also solid movies. They were all directed by the same guy. They're really, really good. Like, check them out. I'm forgetting the name of the director, but he likes to use Vince Vaughn in drama roles, and Vince Vaughn is a shockingly great drama actor in all 3 of these films. Oh, I've known he could do drama since The Breakup, because he made the breakup. When I saw the breakup, I was like, this dude might actually be able to act pretty well. And yes, he can act. Cell Block 99 is a fantastic film. Dragged on Concrete is fantastic, and Bone Tomahawk is fantastic. Any three of those, he is one of my favorite up and coming directors.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bone Tomahawk was his first. I'm looking at his filmography now.
Oh, dude, he's only made 3 movies so far. But 2 out of his 3 movies, 2 of them have Vince Vaughn. The Brawl and Cell Block 99 and Dragged on Concrete. They're both really good, and all 3 of them are very different. One is like a Western horror film, and then Brawl and Cell Block 99 is, I'm not even gonna say what that one is because it kind of shocks you as it goes on. And then the third one is like a crime film. But they're all solid. They're really good. They're really good. Nice. So anyone who hasn't seen them, check them out. They're amazing. But
all right. Based on what you guys were saying and what I'm reading online, I feel like this Nosferatu movie is like, it has to be somewhere in A. Do you disagree? Do you want to put it higher, lower? What are you thinking?
I think it belongs in A. But
I think it belongs somewhere probably around somewhere where Godzilla is, to be honest with you. I think it has all of the same
bottom of A, or because I would honestly grade it more harshly if it was a little more modern. I think the fact that it's so old and is still
no, I'm basing it on what it does.
An impression.
I'm basing it on what it does. It does what it needs to do well. It is very in terms of creep factor, nothing else comes close. But much in the same way that I kind of the negatives that I gave Godzilla, a lot of those same negatives I have to give Nosferatu as well. Nosferatu. So is it the Count?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Count Orlok as a character is not a particularly interesting character, and I know I'm kind of shitting on myself a little bit because I already talked about how like it's because it's a silent film and stuff. There's limited, but when you see something like Primal or like a lot of these different movies and shows that are able to do really interesting stuff with just body language, it doesn't really take advantage of that, and it does sort of hold itself back when it comes to the characterization of all of its characters. I agree with you. So that's sort of going to hold it back.
I think high B, like probably like next to Godzilla.
I would probably say somewhere around where Godzilla is.
Yeah. Probably even above Godzilla.
Oh,
just because Godzilla is a good monster movie, but it's not really. Nosferatu is legitimately like creepy. Like it's like you said, you could see people today.
Nosferatu is a scarier movie.
Yeah,
for sure. Nosferatu is a scarier movie because
I was gonna say that I would imagine it would be higher than Godzilla, given that it's designed to be a horror movie as opposed to Godzilla, which is designed to be a warning and thought compelling, as opposed to horror.
Yeah, well.
You guys agree with that?
Well, Godzilla is trying to feed off of, like some people were saying earlier, an existential horror, which is the fact that like this overarching fear that was sort of affecting the entire country at the time. Nosferatu is more interested in making you scared, sitting in your seat while you're watching the film.
Yeah, regardless of what country you're from or
like
whatever.
It's not an existential. It's not like something that's bearing on you. It's like, we're gonna sit you in this chair and you're gonna look at the screen, and the thing that you're watching right now is gonna creep you the fuck out.
Yeah, I think.
And it does a really good job at doing that. So I'm gonna say B, above or below Godzilla.
I say above.
Yeah, that's the question, above or below.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna make it a poll. Should Nosferatu go above or below Godzilla? So
I don't know. That's a good question, because Nosferatu is a really good horror character, and I think because of the time period he was in, the phrase "less is more" helps out. Because if it was released nowadays, there would be a lot of swearing, a lot of blood, a lot of nudity, probably a lot of jump scares. Nosferatu, they didn't need any of that. They just made his eyes go bug-eyed, put a bald cap on him, point his ears, and then put, I don't know, extended Pringles on his fingers as claws, and then there you go. They made him look creepy as all hell. and because of the limited stuff they were able to do with it, they made it look creepy because of it being black and white.
Well, funny enough, he actually looks closer to what Dracula looks like in the books than the Dracula that we know of.
Yeah.
Dracula looks way more like Count Orlok does in the books.
He's missing like the white hair because he's like bald.
Yeah.
I like this look. I just wish it came back in some way, but people are so entranced with like how the Bela Lugosi one.
It is. I told you they're making a remake of Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Well,
the guy who made
that's
the
one
Northman
film.
is making
I
a
hope
remake.
it comes back more.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it hasn't. There are versions of this vampire in fiction like that. Like, I mean, you could say that. What do you call it? What's the Masquerade, Bloodline, whatever, the Masquerade games? There's a type of vampire in that game that looks exactly like Nosferatu does. In The Witcher, I think there's like the vampire elder that looks kind of like Nosferatu. There are versions of the Master from Buffy the Vampire Slayer looks exactly like Nosferatu. That design has been placated and added to different versions of vampires throughout, like.
Yep.
You know, throughout fandom, like there's a lot of vampire types that are based off of that version of the character. So it's not like you haven't seen this since 1922.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But what I'm saying is that it's more. They're more using him like for like minions and like stuff like that. And I'm sure they're using the design here for once in a while for like main character stuff, side characters. But mostly I've been seeing it for like minions and like creatures and stuff, not fully like full on like main villain guys.
Looks like it is down the middle 50-50.
Oh shit.
Oh, wow.
And it's been there for a bit. So,
real quick, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
No, we cannot.
I don't really know too much about the movie itself, but based off everything I've said to this point, I think it should go low A, just based off of how long the movie's been out and it's still able to create that level of fear in people.
Well, it's able to create that level of fear of people because it's been out that long. Like it's that, like I said, a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are not used to seeing that type of movie anymore. And like you just sitting in it's hard to really talk about if you haven't done it, because most people haven't seen silent films ever. But if you're sitting in a dark room looking at a TV screen, a black and white TV screen, where there's no sound coming from the screen and all you're seeing is creepy ass images the whole time, there's something unsettling about it just inherently, because there is no sound and because there is no color and because you are in the dark. And it's one of the more terrifying experiences that you can have in a movie, to be honest with you. And it's something that you're not going to get if you sit in a dark room and watch, It or The Shining. You're not going to get that. It's something you can only get from an old silent black and white horror film. Anyway, I'm putting him below Godzilla. It was 50-50 for the longest time. I'm putting it. Right, and then right when I press that, it becomes 60-40. Okay, fine. I'll change it. They only had 5 votes. Damn, nobody was voting. Okay, I guess I'll change it. I was gonna put it below Godzilla.
People don't vote if they don't know it.
It's not a super popular movie.
I know.
Like,
well, yeah. Did the 5 people who vote even fucking watch the movie? That's a good point,
That's
actually.
probably why you only have 5.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, well, I was gonna put him below, above 160. Yeah, and it's free. Oh, Avery, you actually watched it? Can't say much because I didn't. Yeah, most people have. More people have seen it than I thought. The reason why I think I'm gonna put it below Godzilla is because there's better characters in the film than there is in Nosferatu. I still stand by the fact that Godzilla is not a particularly great character in the film, but the people in the film are. The doctor, I'm forgetting his name, is actually like a legitimately solid character.
Chiwetel.
Yeah, and it's going to make the film a little more enjoyable. Also, it's been a while since I've seen it, but isn't Nosferatu like a stupidly short movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's not even an hour and a half, right?
I guess less than that.
Yeah.
Like considerably
like-
less. It's
It's like an hour. Barely.
Yeah, I don't. It's very short. You could watch. You could check. And also I saw it. Did I see it on Max? I saw it recently. Like I didn't watch the movie recently, but I saw it. It was either on Max or Prime, but it's for free on one of those stations. I'll probably check it out in the next coming week since it's on there, because it's been a while since I've actually seen it. But
So somebody who voted said they wanted to. The Philip wanted to say he wanted to change his vote to below, but so that would reverse it.
Philip, have you seen Nosferatu? Because you haven't seen it, that doesn't matter. It's only relevant if you've seen it. And
Slightly off topic, Rouga, but did you see Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula? Since we're on the topic of the different Dracula adaptations.
Francis Ford Coppola. Oh, with
Gary.
Gary. I was gonna say Gary Coleman. Gary. Actor's
Oldman.
name. Someone help me out.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
yes, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
I love that movie.
It's solid. It's not bad. It's not. I'm not like in love with it, but it's pretty good. It's decent enough. All right. So next up we have Krampus. Who has seen Krampus?
I have not.
Krampus is a fun movie. I don't even think it was trying to be fun, but it's a fun movie. It kind of gives me like Evil Dead vibes in a lot of ways. It's about like a family of people who have to fight off all of these weird Christmas-themed monsters. It's very violent. It's very fun. Krampus himself is not a particularly great character. He's not even in the movie until the very end. And then when he shows up, it's like you see him and he's like a cool like monster design. And then they have to like overcome him and escape and all that different kind of stuff. But yeah, it's basically he's punishing this family because this family is very shitty to one another. And like the family learns to come together, and Krampus shows them the wrongdoings of their ways. It's solid. It's a solid little like action film. I'm sorry, it's a solid little horror film that sort of tilts towards the action area because they have to like fight off these monstrous Krampus minions that are coming at them. And that's essentially the whole premise of the film. Where do you guys think that this should be?
I have not seen the movie, but I am familiar with like the mythology.
Okay, who has seen the movie?
What about the other Krampus movies though?
No, what do you mean other Krampus movies?
There's been newer Krampus movies.
I'm talking about the one that came out a couple of years ago. I didn't know there were more than one.
Oh yeah, there's like 4, 5.
Wait, no, but is it a part of the same? Is it a part of the same, like movie line, or are these all reboots?
Described sounds a little different than what I'm used to.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me what this is. I know of one Krampus movie that came out a couple years ago. It was about a family and all this kind of stuff. What Krampus movie are you talking about?
So I'm talking about the Krampus from the 20-teens, where like he goes after children that are bad at the behest of Santa Claus, and he abducts them in his sack, which kind of looks like a man-eating sack. And they're just like they're typically not heard from again. And then what the weird part of it is that he likes women, so he'll like hypnotize a woman even though he's like this kind of monstrous looking creature.
When did this film come out?
Santa Claus gets mad at him when he does that.
When did this film come out?
It's like the 20. Hold on a second.
I'm talking about the one with Adam Scott and Toni Collette.
I know which one you're talking about. It's not part of the same franchise.
I don't know which one. The one I'm talking about came out in 2015. I have no idea which one you're talking about.
So the one I'm talking about came out in 2013.
Okay, I'm talking about the one that came out in 2015. I don't know the one that came out in 2013.
I've also seen the 2016. I have not seen
There's a 2016 one too? How many fucking Krampus movies have they made?
There's 8 of them, but I think 3 of these are not legit Krampus movies.
Okay, I'm talking about there was specifically a Krampus called. It was just called Krampus. It was a Krampus movie. It was a horror film. It came out in 2015. It went in theaters. Everyone liked it. It was a well-known movie. I don't know about all. I didn't know there was fucking 19 Krampus films that come out every year. I was talking. I don't know. Were these like straight to DVD or?
So you saw the one with the boy?
Many of them.
I mean, most of them don't hit theater.
Okay,
so you
the
saw
one
the
I
with the
saw
boy
hit theaters. I'm not talking about the straight to fucking video Sci-Fi Channel Krampus film. I'm talking about the movie went to theaters Krampus film. It's got that guy.
One of these was in theater. The one I saw, the 2016 one, was in theaters.
You might be talking about the 2015 one because there was a Krampus movie that came out in theaters in 2015. I don't know about 2016. I doubt there was a second Krampus. Well, maybe. A lot of times they'll do that. They had like 2 Hercules movies come out the same year and shit. Maybe.
Yeah, there's one that came out the same year. There was Krampus, and then there was Krampus: The Reckoning. I've seen Krampus: The Reckoning, and I've seen Krampus Unleashed. Unleashed came out in 2016.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Krampus. So, has anyone seen Krampus from 2015? The one that... I didn't know there was 16 Krampuses. This makes it confusing. Okay, so based on the people who have seen the 2015 Krampus movie, where exactly do you guys think the Krampus should be placed?
Mid to low B, maybe C tier.
What's up?
I'm thinking B.
D?
B, Bravo.
B is in Bravo. I kind of...
I'm thinking more C.
Well, the problem with C is that C are the ones that are kind of a mixed bag, and Krampus isn't necessarily a mixed bag. He doesn't really do anything wrong. He's fine. The movie's fine. It's good.
The movies are very faithful to the lore of where Krampus came from.
Yeah. The only issue I have
there's not a lot of inconsistency. There's inconsistency maybe in the quality of the film, but not by much because they all came out right after each other.
Not all. There's one movie we're talking about. We're talking about one movie.
Yeah, I know.
We're talking about one movie that came out in 2015. Not every fucking Krampus film that's ever come out.
Yeah, they're all about the same.
Not all. We're talking about one movie. Stop trying to confuse people. But yeah, Krampus is it's a solid movie. It's a fun movie. It's the horror is decent. There's not much of a character in the characterization. I think B is a good spot. I would never put it anywhere near Tremors in terms of just sheer enjoyment value. And I would probably struggle a lot to put it in front of Host as well. I think Host is probably a better movie as well.
Quick question: are we rating the whole movie or just Krampus a character?
So we have a couple of different. The movie quality that the character is in is an important factor. It's not the only important factor, but there's the fear factor, how scary the monster is. There's the quality of the film that the monster exists within, and there's 2 other factors that I don't remember. Dan wrote them down, but I think Dan's been gone.
Hold on, I have them here. Hold on.
Oh shit, you've been silent forever. What were the other 2? I don't remember. We haven't brought them up in a bit.
Which 2 did you mention?
See. Hold on.
With the fear factor, movie quality, characterization, and premise.
There we go. Yeah, the premise of the film, the characterization of the monster itself, the movie quality, and the fear factor of the movie itself. So there you go. As far as characterization, there's not much to talk about because he's barely in the fucking movie. He comes in at the very end, and he is sending his minions to come and fuck with them and torture them throughout pretty much the whole movie. So he's there, like his presence is felt throughout the movie. But as a character, there's not a whole lot. He's Krampus. He's there to torture this family who is not like the best family. And it's not until the very end that they actually come face to face with him, and then he shows up, and then there you go. So, as far as characterization, you can't really put him all that high. In terms of fear factor, the movie's not really scary. It's more of like a fun
Action flick, yeah.
Not action, kind of like they have to survive. It's like I kind of put it in a similar category that I put something like Evil Dead, where they have to fight against the monsters. I don't consider the first Evil Dead. It's a horror movie, but I don't really feel like it's a horror movie. It's more like, let's see how cool it is for these guys to fight off these demons, And I kind of put that in a similar category. Overall, in terms of all of these sort of categories put together, I kind of want to put it at the bottom of B. My only question would be whether or not it would be above or below Splinter. That's kind of, I think it's fine. I think it's good. I think it does what it needs to do properly. I think the monster's cool looking, although not all that interesting. Yeah, it's fine. I kind of put it.
Doesn't need to be. I can't speak on the movie that you just spoke on, but it's a cool movie, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of put it in that category of horror film where it's like you watch it, kind of like I was saying earlier, you watch it with your girlfriend or somebody, you enjoy the movie, you move on, you don't really think about it ever again. It's not gonna stick with you, but it also doesn't have anything that is outright egregiously bad like some of the movies that are below it. So I would have to put it in B. Probably bottom of B, definitely under Host, possibly under Splinter.
Rouga, are you sure you don't want me to talk about the sequels?
Are there sequels or are there spin-offs? Or I mean, not spin-offs. Are there sequels or are these just reboots?
There's the sequel. I mean, there's legit sequels to it.
To this movie we're talking about.
If there's a legit sequel, then yeah, you could talk about it. But you were talking about totally different Krampus films.
Well, they're different Krampus films, but they're sequels to this one. So
you didn't say that. You specifically said that they were different movies.
What's odd is that he doesn't really use minions in the sequels. He's more direct. He has more direct characterization. What he does in the sequels is he's literally roaming and hunting down children that misbehave and stuffing them into these
Are you sure that it's a sequel?
This is not the sequel. This is a completely different film.
Yeah, I don't think this movie does not have sequels.
They're all different directors, so maybe that's the point. Except for one.
They are not the same movie. They're different movies. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This movie doesn't have a sequel.
I know exactly what film he's talking about. This is completely different.
It doesn't have any sequels. I'm literally looking it up right now.
I don't see any other movies by Michael Daughtry in this lineup, so.
That doesn't matter. That's not a measurement of whether or not it's a sequel or not. Like you're saying that you're saying it's a sequel. You're telling me that it's a sequel. And you're just guessing, I guess. I don't know what you're doing, because you then start describing a totally different movie with a totally different premise. So it's like, what made you even think that it was a sequel?
Well, I mean, it has the same thing of like where if people are bad for
that's what Krampus is about.
Come for you.
That's what a Krampus film would be about, but that doesn't make it a sequel. Like.
Okay.
Like it's there's only one film in this franchise, and then other people have tried to make it's like saying that it's like trying to say that all fucking Santa Claus murder movies are all part of the same fucking timeline and shit. It's like no, they've done that premise several times. So does anybody? Yeah, it is. He's very very confused. No, but so. I kind of agree with Leader here in the chat. He said that Krampus should probably go below Splinter because it's a far more unique premise, and it's kind of showing you something that's unusual and sort of you know what you're getting with Krampus. Krampus, like there's no reveals, there's not like an interest, like it's a Christmas themed home invasion film where at the end you get to meet Krampus and have to overcome Krampus, but you're fighting monsters and they're Christmas themed. Splinter has a lot more going on in terms of premise, so I think I agree with him and it should be below Splinter. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, I think it's fine.
No one disagrees. Okay, yeah, Splinter is likely better as a horror and as a monster. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Krampus is fun. I agree that Krampus is a fun sort of thing, but okay. So next up we have the Crawlers, I believe, from The Descent. I think they were called the Crawlers. Who has seen The Descent?
Nope.
Oh my God! Where's everybody who's seen movies? Where did they all leave?
I don't remember much about that movie.
Yeah, a lot of them left Rouga. I mean, to be fair, it is now 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, because
a lot of them did leave.
No, it's understandable. I'm not
they
complaining
go
with
in
anybody.
Cave and
I'm just seeing where
things
people
are.
are.
Pulling them in there, and they're like cannibals, right?
I got you. We got two more people to get through, and then we're gone. Yeah, we fucked off a little longer than we normally do in this stream, but it's fine. It is what it is. We'll finish
Don't
this.
worry, I have enough info on Chucky to help you out.
All right. Does anyone know anything about Crawlers?
I believe so. Yeah. I remember.
I was asking to make sure that I had the right movie. This is the one where they like find like a hole and there's like a cave. There's all these like subterranean humans that they cannibalize.
That's the one.
Okay, I can do this one then.
All right, cool. So the Crawlers are basically what you just said. They're a species of subterranean. They used to be humans, but they evolved down a different path, and they essentially become cannibals that can see in the they don't, well, they're blind, they don't need to see in the dark, and the heroes of our story, who aren't really heroes, they're kind of shitty people, are down in this cave in pure darkness with very limited light sources, fighting off a bunch of these things that can see them, but they can't see them. It's a whole darkness, we're being eaten alive sort of thing. Cool movie, cool premise, good movie. But honestly, to be real with you, I think the fact the movie is good is the only thing the movie really has going for it. The quality of the film and the fear factor. As characters, the crawlers are not characters. They're just something that's coming to kill you. And
also the protagonists are not that great of characters, I think.
They're meant to be unlikable, almost. Like they're not good people. Like they're backstabbers. And they're sort of terrible to one another. Like they're all like, I think what is it, like one of the characters is sleeping with the other character's boyfriend or something. And then her husband. I'm sure and then when she finds out, she tries to kill her and leave her dead in the cave. And it's like, man, you guys are all awful. like
yeah, it was a. Oh right, these were actual people who knew how to spelunk, so at least they should theoretically know what they're doing.
Well, I mean, they get lost in the cave, so obviously they don't know all that well. But
yeah, it's an interesting presence, but it's not like an incredibly. It's not a compelling premise.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the idea that they're
2 out of 4.
In terms of compelling, it's it's inherently scary to be trapped in a cave underground where you don't know your way out, and you have a limited light source. You have a limited light source with a limited battery that's going away slowly, and you have and you're on a timer to escape the cave before because once that light source is out, you're going to be eaten alive by monsters. That's inherently scary.
Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers.
That is inherently. I'm not going to say it's the most unique, but it's inherently scary. So premise wise, it's not bad, and the movie wise, it's not bad. It's really good. It's solid. And it's only got, it's got 2 films. The second one's not good. So that's not great.
I didn't know it had a second one.
Okay, so there's 2 versions of the film. The UK version can't have a second one because the UK version ends badly for all the main characters. They made a US version, and the version in the US, they changed the ending to give it a happier ending, which is dumb. But they did that, and then they decided to make a sequel to the US version. So, like, the US, basically, in the UK version, if you saw it in the UK, it makes no sense for it to have a sequel. And if you saw it in the US, it has a sequel. So, I haven't seen the sequel. I've heard that it's very bad. I've heard there's no point in seeing it. I didn't like the fact that they changed the ending of Descent just to make the sequel even possible. So I sort of I sort of like don't care.
That's gonna knock it down points for me then.
I imagine it would. Well, it's not the filmmaker's fault that they changed the ending. That's because the U.S. forced them to change the ending just so they can release it there. That's not. Well, the U.S. didn't force them. The producers.
It has a bad sequel.
Yeah, like if you watch, the whether you watch the U.K. or the American version, they're both pretty much equally good. It just depends on what ending you like more. The whole point is in the UK version. She gets out of the hole and she escapes. She gets to her car and she drives away, and she's out. That's no, you haven't. So once she's driving away, she's all happy. She eventually wakes up and realizes that she was essentially having a diluted sort of dream from lack of water and food, and she actually never left the cave. And the movie ends with the light dying and her being eaten alive. It is a hopeless.
The American one.
Yeah, the American one takes out her waking up. Yeah, they completely remove her. It's like they take out the fact that last section was just a dream. So and then they make it, and then the sequel they make is based on that not being a dream. But in the actual UK version,
I actually saw the sequel.
I'm gonna actually be honest. That I'm sorry. That actually sounded like a smart decision. I get the hopelessness, but you literally it's all but just a dream.
No, it's not all just. It's literally just like 2 minutes. This dream, like the whole like and the thing that makes it make.
I meant the whole being safe thing.
No, it makes sense when you watch the film because it makes no sense that she escaped in the dream. Like she just sees a hole there and walks through the hole, and then she's like, oh, it's too easy. Her escaping, and it's too because because she is and they talk about in the movie how they're running out of water and they're starting to hallucinate and they're starting to have like mental issues with it.
And
like
she
it's a
was
part
very
of the movie.
depressed. She lost her husband.
Yeah, and that's true. She was also extremely depressed, and she was dealing with a lot of mental issues as well. So all of this stuff it was set up. The ending being a fake out was set up from the beginning of the film. And so when it ended up being a fake out, it shocked a lot of people, but it's not like the movie didn't explain that it was properly. It wasn't just like it was all a dream. When the American version took out that whole section and was just like, oh, she just randomly comes across a hole and leaves and everything's so fine and dandy, it doesn't feel right. It feels like something's off and weird. That she got out way too quick. Like she's been spending the last who knows how many days in this hole not being able to get out. She just accidentally comes across a hole right when she needs it.
Did you see the sequel?
No, I didn't.
I did.
Is it bad? I've heard it's bad.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm not fully fresh on it. I don't know if I would say it's bad, but it's definitely a big downgrade. I'll explain what I remember. So she's in the hospital.
No, you don't have to do that. No, please don't do that. You don't have to. You don't have to do the whole thing. Is like you don't have to give us a whole like synopsis of the film. But
I'm just giving you the gist of the like where.
No, I mean
starts.
I know the basic premise. They continue where they left off on the first movie, and it's where
but it's really dumb because she forgets everything because of trauma. So the cop sees her as suspicious, so he has her like tied up to him with handcuffs, and they're sneaking into there, and eventually, of course, they get separated. But the cop always is super suspicious of her, and also, Juno, the bitch that she seemingly killed, or left.
Yeah,
she is not dead.
Gotcha. Yeah, no,
and actually Juno is the one who gets to escape because the other girl sacrifices herself.
Yep.
Because they get over their hatred of each other.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad movie. It's not good. I get it. So and also what shit I missed his message. Somebody cunt buckets. He said when you're watching it, the fake escape actually pisses you off until they reveal it being a delusion. That's true. And that's kind of the point I was saying, that they like the ending for the UK version actually works really well. Because it feels off until they reveal it's a delusion. The problem with the American version is that they take out the part where by taking out the part that it's a fake out, now the ending just pisses you off because it doesn't make sense. It made sense when
the ending of the second one makes more sense than the American ending because, like, the main girl who escaped the first time sacrifices herself to get eaten by the monsters so Juno could get out, but then Juno like crawls out of the hole. And she runs into this weird guy who apparently has been feeding these creatures to keep them away. So he just knocks her out and drops her back in the hole. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. No, it sounds awful. So okay, based on what we know, where should the crawlers go? I feel like I don't want to just keep dumping everybody into fucking B, but it feels like No, I guess you could. It's got two movies.
They definitely deserve to be lower.
It does. It does.
I was gonna put them over Tremors until we started hearing also other stuff about like the different variations.
If it was just the first movie, it would be in B because it kind of meets that sort of criteria. But with the second movie and that terrible ending that they altered and not making a whole lot of sense, and then there being like an ending, there's like a right ending and a wrong ending, and there's like a sequel that only ties the one ending. That's about as mixed bag as it gets.
Like the creatures themselves, there's not much to them. They're humans that were trapped in there a long time. They evolved and adapted to the cave. There's like they're pretty creepy, sure, and they're ugly, and the design is decent, and there's a few good jump scares or like good moments in there, but there's nothing like amazing. There's no characterization. There's not much depth to them.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm wearing headphones, and your voice sounds like it's raping my ear.
Yeah, I was about to say, Carnifex, can you get a pop filter or something for that mic?
It's like it's.
Oh, sorry.
I wasn't even talking about his popping. I was talking like the way he's talking. He's like he's slithering into me. He's like this thing. I was like,
I know,
dude, why are you
it's
like
made me
fucking
shiver
inside
a
of my
few
head?
times.
Oh
yeah.
It's like.
But Ruga, I do think that these guys should probably be like low C based on like what you've been saying about them.
Well,
Because
okay, so
it's about as mixed a bag as it gets.
The first movie's solid. The first movie's really good, actually.
Yeah, the first movie's probably
it's
better than
any of the
quite a
films
few.
that Freddy, Jason, or Pumpkinhead have. It's like a
Yeah.
really good movie. Having said that, this is about the monsters, and the monsters are
Yeah.
not memorable. Like,
So they're kind of in the bottom.
yeah,
Just because of the
so
monsters.
yeah, so probably I think below
yeah.
Pumpkinhead might be maybe above Pumpkinhead. I say
Maybe
above.
above
I'll
Pumpkinhead,
say above.
but their premise is boring. Their characterization isn't there. Like
I
the
like
quality of the
Pumpkinhead more
movie
than them,
is.
but I like the movie
all
more
right.
than Pumpkinhead.
No,
It's
if you go, you should go watch Descent. Like the first Descent is a good film. It's creepy. The monsters work in the film as what they are, as this thing that's trying to kill these. It's a good film. It's worth watching. But yeah, if we're talking, if this is a list about the monster itself, kind of not a whole lot going on other than the fact that they're scary because they're chasing you and they're trying to kill you in the dark.
That feels about right.
Yeah. So
Right, so shall we move on to the cursed doll?
yes, we're moving on to Chucky.
Yes.
Okay. Chucky, honestly, kind of the same situation. He's got more bad movies than good.
Very true.
Considerably more bad movies than good, and even his best movies are average at best. So
Yeah, his
Yeah, no, I
also
was
the
gonna say
show
Chucky
goes
should probably
along
be here.
too.
one person at a time. Sorry. Say what you're gonna say. Whoever.
I was gonna say also the show follows that pattern. It gets worse as it goes along.
Damn. Dan, what were you
I
saying
haven't
about
seen it
Chucky?
yet.
I was gonna say he should probably be in D tier.
Yeah. I agree.
D? Really?
I don't know.
Yes.
He'd be. I
I
think
don't
he's
know
like
if I'd.
C.
Well,
Like
How bad do his bad
I
movies
would
get?
put him low C. I
His-
don't think I'd
no,
put him D.
His bad movies
have you
get
ever seen-
really bad. Like they hit lower lows than
You talking
Jason.
about the ones
So
with the
okay,
twins?
does he have movies that get worse than Bride of Chucky or Son or what Chucky Child or Son
Yes,
of Chucky?
he has movies that
Seed
get
of
worse
Chucky.
than that.
I haven't
They
seen all
get
the
movies that
but I
get
don't
worse than those.
He has worse movies than that. Yeah.
Oh, because I thought
Yeah,
those
yeah,
I thought those were the
yeah,
rock
he does.
bottom of Chucky films.
No, those are like mid to high tier Chucky films.
Yeah.
Damn.
Also,
What's the worst
the
one?
army of Chucky is just like completely disappointing.
So what's the
So-
worst one if it's not Bride and because I remember when Bride of Chucky came out,
The last two are
everyone
pretty bad.
agreed unanimously that was the worst one. And then when they came out with Son of Chucky, everyone was like, okay, never mind, this is the worst one. And that was like the lowest of the low for that series.
I kind of feel like the Son of Chucky is still the worst of the worst, but
Goddamn.
I could see the other two being.
So Dan, what movie do you think is
pretty
worse?
bad.
Sorry, I'm looking up the names of them right now.
Okay, yeah, because Bride of Chucky and Son of Chucky are
Me too.
trash. They're bad
Okay.
movies, and
I
they're
haven't
weird.
seen the last one.
So Son of Chucky is called Seed of Chucky, and it is honestly terrible. But
It's awful.
honestly, Curse of Chucky, which came out in 2013,
That
I
was
would
a reboot.
say is worse.
That was a reboot.
And it's still worse. But
Wait,
even
was Curse
so,
of Chucky a reboot?
Cult of Chucky is the really shit one. It's
I
like
mean,
it's
that's-
TV series.
That's saying a
No.
lot considering how bad these movies are.
So yes, technically, Curse of Chucky is a reboot, but it's still somehow worse than the.
Okay, I'm not gonna count it
Other
because it's a reboot.
Okay, then if we're not going off the
Cult of
reboot,
Chucky
then
is not
Seed
a
of Chucky is
reboot.
definitely the worst.
Okay, that's a terrible movie.
It
Bride
is
of Chucky,
an absolutely terrible
Bride of
movie,
Chucky is
and
is
Bride of
also-
Chucky hits low lows about as bad as that one does.
So are
That's
we
just why
saying
Chucky should be D tier?
Are we saying that he's at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yes,
Like the very bottom?
Yes, we are.
Absolutely.
Because even my favorite Chucky films, I don't think are better than the first Jeepers Creepers or Hellraiser. Like not even
Absolutely.
close.
He belongs below
I need to rewatch
Hellraiser's.
these movies. I don't remember enough.
Hellraiser, on merits of the first Hellraiser alone, which is the only one I've seen, is much better than Chucky.
Oh, Hellraiser's great. I really like the first Hellraiser. I'm glad. I'm so glad you saw it today. I really am. because I've never actually talked to anyone who just recently seen it. Everyone I talked to have seen it for years, but yeah, I will intend on talking to you at some point.
It was really good, but I can't really say much about this series as a whole, so I don't agree with him being a D tier because I've only seen the first movie.
Two and three are
Just leave
worth
it that
watching to an extent, but you don't realize how bad. Like I've already explained it to you, but yeah, how they literally just had to keep the rights to the film, so they just kept throwing like tens of thousands of dollars at random people to just keep making the movies past a certain point, just so they can keep the rights. Those ones that they made, they don't have the same actor who plays Pinhead. He's terrible. The new guy they get, and it's awful. It's garbage. A lot of them take place in like 2 rooms that you could tell they just like threw some shit on to try and make the rooms look like different rooms. They're barely even filmed outside. They're garbage. They're like they look like college students came together and made fan films because they just wanted to keep the rights. Oh, they also went straight to video. Unlike any of the, in like the first like 2 or 3 that went directly in theaters.
Yeah, see, I'm not surprised.
So everything you're saying about Hellraiser is kind of what you could conceivably say about the Cult of Chucky. It feels like they made it just so they could make TV adaptation.
I guarantee you, it is nothing like the worst of Hellraiser.
I can't say anything about the TV show Chucky here, but I've heard that the show was not great.
If we took all of these, if we took all of these series, every single horror movie monster that's on this list right now, and we take all their movies and we put them from best to worst, I guarantee you the bottom 3 or 4 are going to be Hellraiser films. Like there's like
I guarantee you Chucky makes it into the bottom consistently though. Like overall, his movies are not good enough to warrant being good.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I will say the worst of Hellraiser is probably worse than Bride of Chucky.
Probably.
Maybe Seed of Chucky too.
Seed of Chucky is worse than Bride of Chucky.
I know.
Everybody says so.
I know it is. I'm saying that's why I'm saying that his films are worse than the Bride of Chucky. Because I've actually seen the Bride of Chucky more than once, which is saying something because that movie's terrible.
Why?
Yeah, I know. I have not seen Seed of Chucky more than once. I don't want to.
I would say Seed of Chucky is probably the worst movie on that list if we were to make them all. But Hellraiser's probably, according to like what you've been saying, probably makes a very close second.
Okay, let's ask somebody who's actually seen them. Has anyone in the text chat seen the worst of the Hellraiser movies and Seed of Chucky? Which one's worse? I've seen them both. I put Hellraiser easily below. It is a travesty of a film.
So you got Bucket over here saying that that the worst Chuckies are not as bad as the worst Hellraisers. He's saying that right here.
Yeah, I don't think the worst Chuckies are worse than the worst. The Hell just when I explained to you what they were, the fact that they were literally just like college student films that they just tried to keep the rights for, that automatically should assure you that this is a terrible fucking movie.
Do we have that Discord link again still?
Yeah, why?
Victor and Isaac are asking about it.
Oh, sure, yeah. Hold up, let me get you some stuff. Motherfucker's coming in like the last few minutes of the goddamn stream. What are you doing, man? Alright, hold up. Boop. Boop, boop.
There you go.
So, are we putting him below? Okay, never mind. I see where he's going. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with him being in the bottom now that I think about it.
Yeah, like I said, all 3 of these at the bottom have more bad movies than good movies. But unlike Chucky, Hellraiser and Jeepers Creepers at least have one solid movie, and Hellraiser actually has a couple of solid movies. Hellraiser, I'm not happy about it being down here because the first 3 are pretty decent. But you have 9 movies, and they're all trash after 3, to the point they're so bad
when 66% of your movies are that bad.
Yeah,
you can't be higher than D tier.
Yeah,
I really like Chucky, but if the last movies are as bad as you say, I can't blame you.
Bro, you are raping.
Chucky 1 and 2 are
is like a third of his movies are like better than average.
After it stopped being called Child's Play, it got crap.
Yeah,
but
that's
even,
so
yeah,
true.
pretty pretty much.
Even at the third
Literally.
Child's Play, it was not great.
Yeah, like exactly. The first two
Yeah, like,
were
the first two Child's Play, I think, were fantastic.
I wouldn't go that far. They were all right. They
This
were
makes
not
me want to rewatch all the movies.
Yeah, there's no comparison based on the rest of what's on this list, but like they were still very enjoyable. Like there's a reason I watched all of them, and it was because I was essentially Chucky has this weird thing where even its worst movies have its moments.
Yeah.
And like if you made the entire franchise into a highlight reel, it'd be a damn good highlight reel.
Yeah, I like Chucky.
And the show is the show actually does that. The show does highlight reels.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is a Chucky abridged would work out much better than what we got.
What's the selling point of Chucky? I don't get it.
Chucky.
I think
Well,
Killer dolls are creepy.
Well, no,
So,
like,
yeah,
it's a slasher film.
He's a voodoo stereo.
No, I've seen. I don't need you to explain me the premise. I know what the movie's about. I'm asking. I've seen most of the films. I'm saying. I'm saying people who like Chucky. Why do they like it? Because the whole premise of a slasher film is to watch him kill people in interesting ways.
Yeah,
but Chucky's never been good at the actual kills.
So the whole reason, like the whole selling point of it is the fact that it's a doll with a knife, and people were like, they jumped on that really early 80s nostalgia, or not nostalgia, the early 80s and 90s, like the porcelain doll trope of like how dolls were super creepy. Goosebumps did the same thing with Slappy, and it's like with the fact that they got they actually did his design fairly well in the early Child's Play, but he is a very boring slasher. I'll agree with you there. The thing is, he is a pretty funny, so it's like it's supposed to be comedy horror.
That's what actually I was gonna say.
And he's an unconventional slasher because it takes into effect his size.
Yeah, there's that, but it's definitely horror. It's horror comedy.
He at least keeps its strength.
Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna say. In terms of personality, I would probably put him above Freddy Krueger.
Probably.
Because
maybe
he's a riot.
Maybe they're both really enjoyable and funny and
well, I think Freddy Krueger, he has his moments, but I think he became a parody of himself, and I think he's they got to a certain point in the Freddy Krueger movies where I no longer gave a shit about Freddy Krueger. I didn't really get to that point with Chucky. His movies got fucking terrible, but even when you're watching like Chucky like jack off into a cup so he can impregnate the pride of Chucky. Like,
oh my god,
he still does it in a relatively entertaining way, which is a weird thing to say.
He's somehow consistent, even though his movies just keep jumping the shark.
He still has a lot of moments though. He's got that iconic laugh. It's the fact
the laugh's great.
Well,
the laugh and voice are great.
Yeah.
That's why
there's always those few kills in every movie that you're just like, how the heck did he do that? And
a lot of the kills are really great too, like in the sequel. For Child's
Play. That's what I'm saying. Like if this were a highlight, Dan put it succinctly. If it were an abridged series or just highlight reels, you got it.
Well, like to your point about saying the whole like a highlight reel thing, I fucking hate Bride of Chucky, or maybe it was Seed of Chucky. One of these two. There's one scene where finally, after so many movies of Chucky trying to get her body back, he just accepts the fact that he's in a doll body, and he basically just says, "Fuck it, I'm Chucky, the killer doll," and then he starts like howling and laughing hysterically. I just choked on my fucking spit. He just starts howling and laughing hysterically after he's like, "I'm Chucky, the killer doll," ha ha ha. And then, like that scene, I'm like, that was really well done. I like
Chucky,
I like that part.
I mean, at this point, he probably
that was Seed.
And of course, the setup, like, basically everyone was arguing. It's like, I'm trying to get back to this. I'm trying to get back to a version of this. You know what? Fuck it. I'd rather be a 2-foot legend.
So, but that's exactly it. Like, Chucky has good moments in terrible films.
Really bad.
Remember the
do you
reveal?
Yeah, I
You
can't.
remember
I
the
can't
reveal?
rewatch. I'm never gonna rewatch. See, I might. I might at some point see Bride of Chucky again.
To see how bad it is.
It's just. It's so.
Again.
Okay,
There's.
Ruga, I cannot
don't-
tell you enough. Stay the fuck away from Seed of Chucky again. I
Oh, I'm not
Oh
watching
my
Seed of Chucky
It is
again.
awful.
I know.
I
I've
wouldn't
seen
even
it.
necessarily
You wanna
watch.
Oh my god.
Listen,
Ruga, let me
Versus
give you a
Chucky,
compromise.
That one's like really weird.
Bride of Chucky has a plot point where they're trying to steal Redman's sperm, the rapper Redman, so that they could properly swap out his sperm with Chucky's sperm so they can impregnate the actress who plays the Bride of Chucky, who is also playing her real life self in the movie,
Right.
so
Jennifer
that they
Tilly?
can yes, Jennifer Tilly, so
Yeah,
that
Jennifer
they can
Tilly,
then have
yeah.
a child. This is a real plot point in a real horror movie. And this is Bride of Chucky, not the worst one. Like, just think about that for a second. That's crazy. People remember how much people hated on Michael Myers because he got into a fight with Busta Rhymes.
That shit was hilarious.
And that was like
That was
broke the
hilarious. That
that
was
like
hilarious
broke
for
the
entirely
internet
different
and the
reasons.
entire
That
fandom
was-
because people hated it so much.
Wait a minute.
This is like so far beyond that, and it's not even
then ends
in the worst film they made.
Michael Myers getting in a fight with Busta Rhymes is funny for entirely different reasons because it kind of fit with the premise, you know, what like the reality TV shit. This one was just like random as all hell.
Yeah,
that's true.
honestly, the late the 80s and the early 90s and stuff, they lost their fucking minds when I respect the 90s a lot. I really like 90s movies in general, but the thing I like about 90s movies so much is the same thing I dislike about 90s slasher films so much. The 90s films, they threw everything at the wall. There was nothing that wasn't allowed. You could do anything. You could try anything.
Very true.
They literally put anything on screen. They're like, let's see how this works out.
Yeah.
It was the golden year for cartoons in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
They had some of the best shows in the 90s. That's when HBO started making like things like Sopranos and shit. Started making like R-rated movies, but in show form on TV that no one had ever seen before. Like the 90s did all kinds of crazy shit, and also. Like, probably 2 or 3 of my favorite movies of all time are from the 90s. If I had to give you, like, a top 5 list, probably 3 of them would be from the 90s. The 90s were great, but...
Cartoon Network was definitely hitting its peak in the
Oh,
90s.
yeah. But
Yeah.
slasher films also threw everything at the wall, and it fucked them bad. Like, they were just doing anything in the worst ways possible. I mean...
Leprechaun in the Hood.
Dude, it's
everything's in the hood.
Leprechaun in the hood.
Oh, dude, it's awful. Leprechaun in the Hood was
Leprechaun
weird.
Back to the Hood.
Wait, why was this Leprechaun here?
There's a lot. Chucky, like the whole Chucky. Actually, I don't think that was the 90s. That was early 2000s. But the weirdness started pretty early on. But yeah, they were
You
just
said
trying all
why
kinds of fucked up crazy shit and
Wait,
slasher
you said
films.
why isn't Leprechaun here? Did somebody say that?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, why wasn't Leprechaun here?
I said that.
We actually were gonna
alien or
add.
something?
I thought we were gonna add Jin, and he's not on here.
Well, a part of
Yeah,
okay, so
you're not-
normally
he
at the
went to
beginning of the
space.
stream, normally at the
He
beginning of the
did go to
stream,
space.
I'll ask people who do you guys think are missing and who do you want to add or who do you want to take off. I didn't
Yeah, I
do
was
that this
wondering.
time because I already had like 22 people on here or some shit, and the stream is already almost 7 hours long, so it's probably
It's 3 a.m. where I'm at.
it's
pretty much.
it's
3
2
a.m.
where I am.
Almost
Yeah,
3 where I'm
we went quite a bit longer on this one, mainly because there was 2 or 3. Well, first off, we spent a lot of time on certain characters like Jason, but also
Jason,
after that, we stopped and went on other tangents quite a few times on conversation.
Yeah,
At one point, we
right.
were talking about fucking Superman versus Superboy versus fucking Goku. It has nothing to do with what
I mean,
we were
I
fucking talking
stopped that one before. I got
you put that dead in the water, Dan.
Yeah, I did.
He was
I
like,
was not
I
letting
see where
that.
this is going. I would like to get back to my life at some point.
Yes.
No, it's
pretty
understood.
much.
So
And
everybody,
also, there's enough scalers and anti-scalers in this chat that I feel like if we started something like that, I'm gonna be stuck here for 5 hours.
if I can
No,
get,
it would
look, if
never
I can
end.
get to a point,
Never end.
if I can get to a point where we come on here, we come on the stream, and there's people in the chat and everybody ready to actually start talking about a specific topic or debating something, or like we have something to actually talk about, then we can do that. We don't have to do the tier lists every day. The tier list is a placeholder so that it has something for us to do while we're doing it. Because I don't want to get to I don't have any designated people other than me and Dan that are designated to show up here every week. And Dan's actually missed twice. So and Alder, that's true, and that's true. And I didn't want us to, when I first started streaming, I didn't want us to show up and have nothing to talk about. So I did the tier lists. But we don't have to do the tier lists. We can, if we have another topic or another activity or something like that we could do over streams, we could do that. But so far the tier lists are doing pretty well. But it is true that the tier lists are running longer and longer each fucking time we do, because we're getting like way like. But also
we keep cutting the numbers of people we're talking about down.
I don't think we have. We haven't. It's been about 20 each time.
They've stayed around the same.
Yeah, it's about 20. We had 20, 21, 22. It's just
we constantly have more and more to say about them.
Yeah,
and more tangents as well.
Ironically, though, this one had the least amount of polls because we all were in agreement all the time.
Yeah, like we got through the first 7 or 8 characters without any issues, and it went by relatively well. Like I said, we spent a lot of time on it. I think Jason. We spent a ton of time. It was like
Jason.
What's up?
It was Art. Art was a huge
and Art.
We spent a
Oh, was it Art? I thought it was Jason.
Well, there was
Art was
Jason too. But we got through like the first 8 or 9 with no problem.
Oh, right,
and
because
I was like, oh, we might be done at like 1 p.m.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because we were discussing your future as a mime channel.
Yeah, I'm not making a mime channel.
That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
You don't have a reason not to make a mime channel.
You can pay me $1,000 right now, and I'm not making a mime channel.
It's happening. I don't see how. I don't get why you're trying to avoid it.
No.
Because you don't control me, Rouga, and you don't pay me. So
it's happening. It's not me. It's fate. It's the fates. This is going to happen.
Fates.
It's going to happen.
I don't give a shit what chat says. I don't give a shit what you say because you're not paying me.
No, you're
and
making
I don't give a shit what any of you in the Discord say.
But here's the thing, though. If you made the mime channel, YouTube would pay you.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. YouTube can't pay me enough to make that channel.
Which is crazy because you would fit in that niche. Like that's a niche that I feel like not enough people are really filling. And you go into it, you got it covered.
If he's joking or not at this point.
Bucket, I ain't fucking making a mime channel.
You get 1 million subscribers right off the bat, bro. Because they're like, all these mime fans are like, where do we go for our goodness? And then all of a sudden, you'll start appearing on all of their in their algorithm, man, on their thing, and they're like, oh shit, what's this? You know,
Rouga, I ain't making a mime channel.
Oh yeah, the mime
Just
fan
make an
right next to the
informational
modern
channel.
audience.
you could talk about harlequins and mimes and clowns, and it'll be great. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Rouga, we could just literally like do casual chats like we've done before. Because like how we always end up in the chat after all the tier list is done is kind of how we should do it. Like just have random talk, random conversation.
Okay,
whatever goes.
Ninja, the reason that we always end up in a conversation like this after the fact is because most of the people have already said like something that they wanted to say, or they bring up old topics again, like the mime.
Right.
So it's you can't just jump into the call and expect everybody to start riffing, because it does take that time that we use with the tier list for everybody to kind of get comfortable and to start riffing off each other.
And so here's the issue. There's been
that's why we need a consistent group.
No, here's the issue, and here's the real issue that I come when it comes to doing these streams, right? I don't everyone who's in this stream are people that I don't know in real life. They're people that I don't, so it's just like random people who I talk to on Discord and stuff. So when I start on 2 separate occasions in this stream, I stopped talking to tell other people and give them the opportunity to speak. And even though they were talking over me before, they hit dead fucking silence and wouldn't say anything. And then I sat there for like 5-10 seconds and nobody said anything. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll continue talking. And I'm not getting to a point like, guys want to talk while I'm talking, and then when I give them the opportunity to talk, they don't want to fucking say anything. I don't know if it's a stage fright thing, or I don't know what it is. But I can't guarantee to the people who are watching the stream that other people are going to engage the same way that I will. That's
Yeah,
why I
and-
do the tier lists. Because a lot of times I'll bring up things and you guys look at me like y'all are stupid or something all of a sudden. Y'all won't say anything. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to keep talking.
To Ruga's point as well, like, I'm pretty sure out of this entire call, Ruga and I probably have the best rapport, and that's just because I spend hours with him just setting up tech shit.
That's true.
And we just sit there riffing off each other for hours while he sets shit up.
Yeah.
So we've probably built the best rapport, but that's also because we spent the most time together. And of course, Ruga doesn't fucking know me. I live in Canada.
Ruga and I actually have a lot in common. I would actually really love to spend time with him. He's never online when I'm online.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a tech guy to replace Dan too when he goes off to start his career and his mime career, his mime channel career. He's got to.
All right,
I'm gonna lose him for the
I got
stream.
some guys who can teach me everything.
Okay, Jesus, Ruga, I swear to God, even if I'm making a mime channel, I'm not leaving the streams. You think I'm gonna grow my fan base without just dragging all of your 23,000 subscribers with me?
Well, they're not. Well, to be fair, 23,000 subscribers do not enter these streams. We've had a. What was our max so far? It's been like 30. I think it was 39.
I don't know. It's 674, which I think is peak views on a stream so far.
No, it's not. The peak views we've had on a stream, it's gone.
Oh right,
it's
no,
gone.
the peak views was 900.
It's like it was like nine something. I don't remember what it was exactly, but yeah, it's lower. But weirdly enough, I'm making more money though. Yeah, like I made more money last week. I made $31 this week. I made $40 last week. But the week before that, I made like $9. And that was like, and I think my peak viewership when I had like 900 viewers, I only made like $9. So it's all over the place. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I don't care. It is what it is. We're doing the streams.
Ruga, it also doesn't help that we're streaming to 3 a.m. in the fucking morning.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, that
actually,
too.
your
That's
videos
fine, though.
have at least 1,000 views.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
Your videos. I'm looking at your live videos, and they have over 1,000 viewers each.
Well, yeah, now they do. The newest one is a week old now, but they weren't when they went up. They've built those over the last couple weeks.
Live making a game swordsman tier list.
Yeah, that was a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah, that one when that one went up.
I didn't say at once. I meant in general, like they would get.
Yes, but I can also almost guarantee you nobody has watched the
whole
entire
thing.
6 hours of that.
True.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder if that
somebody's
would make a
maybe watched
difference.
an hour or two, but it would
It
definitely
helps
make a difference
you in
because
that. It
YouTube
helps
sticks
slightly
ads in it for
the
you.
algorithm.
I'm curious if
Yeah.
that would make any bit of a difference if it was sick. Whether it was sick. Like if it was only 2 hours, would be more like would it do better views or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, more people would be more likely to
People
watch
would
the
watch the
whole
whole
thing.
thing.
If we managed to make a tier list in 2 hours,
Yeah.
you'd
3
probably
hours
get
even.
people who would watch the whole
Yeah,
tier
but how
list.
the fuck are you gonna make a tier list with 20 characters in 2 hours? Without
You
like
have to edit
rushing
out
through
riff
it
as much.
significantly.
Maybe 3
You
hours.
don't fucking riff as much.
Well, if
No,
you're
I
gonna
guess
make a
all these times we go on tangents, you'd have to edit that
Cut
out.
all that out.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't edit; you just post it as is. But well, I mean, okay. So I did the
Some of
first
tangents
tier.
are fun, like mine.
The first tier list I ever did was the Cult of the Lamb tier list, and that had about 19 person, and I did it in a little over an hour. But I was by myself with no one else in stream, literally just talking into a camera, and I edited it down by cutting out little pieces where there was pauses in conversation, and it was still like an hour and 15 minutes, hour 30 minutes. Someone, if they could see that video, remind me how long it was. So if I do it on stream, it is literally not possible to do that in less than at least an hour and a half, if not well over 2 hours. Like it's just not going to happen unless literally no one else talks.
Actually, I have a suggestion. It's gonna be half annoying, but I do have a suggestion.
Okay.
A live, well, I hate to say this, a live survival challenge. I'm not suggesting the survival challenge. I'm just saying maybe a live survival challenge.
How would that even
Hey,
work?
Ruga, I think that made it 3 weeks before we actually got another suggestion. So
That wasn't. I mean, no, I got suggestions last week and the week before too. While you were-
I didn't. At least I didn't make a.
It wasn't a survival challenge suggestion, so I'll let it slide. This was going to be the first week that we haven't had a legitimate survival challenge suggestion.
Yeah,
So-
I was only suggesting how you could use a survival challenge. I wasn't suggesting one.
I think that
Okay,
that would be longer trying to do
Well,
that.
it would only
Yeah.
be. Well, most of them are just 4s, so.
Well, yeah,
Let me
you'd
let
pick
me
less
say something real
characters,
quick
but it
before I
probably
go.
would be a little longer because like so many people would have an opinion. Anyway,
Right.
Square, what do you want to say?
Yeah. So since I'm the only person who's been in every stream from start to finish, I won't be here next weekend, and I want you to know that. And because I'm going on a trip. But also to answer your earlier question, the Survival Cult of the Lamb tier list you did an hour 2 minutes. It's had 9,000 views since. So yeah, shorter does appear to be better because it's got almost.
That's not a no. Because that's not a live. That's not live.
Right, but since you asked.
No, that's not what I was asking. I was asking how many. I was asking how long the video was. I know that any video I post. Any video I post that's not a live stream is going to do better in views. The live streams don't do it. 100%. You can't even find the live streams in the video category. You have to go to the live category. That's just a given. Streams
really
don't do as well.
It appears in your subscriptions though. And also to that point, I have actually been here for every stream. I just watch them muted on my phone. I'm just not always in the Discord chat, but I am always monitoring.
I got you. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, but no. If anybody in the text chat have an idea of something that we could do other than tier lists, I'm open to anybody telling me that. You just have to send me a message or something, or you can go to the Discord and let me know. We could talk about it. We could discuss things. We could have something else planned in the future because I do this every Saturday. And if you guys are getting sick of the tier list or we can do something else, I'm always looking for new shit to do. So it's really up to you guys. Like I said, this is something that I'm doing because it's just something I thought of and I was planning on doing it for a while. But I don't want you
to.
Have you ever
considered? Fun and there's so many things you could do still though.
Wait, have you ever considered like getting these older movies that are not copyrighted and then like streaming those while you give commentary?
Wait, we're gonna be a mystery science theater based thing?
No.
Yeah, I'm just curious if he's ever considered it.
Wait, what like watching something and commentating on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like live commentary.
Yeah,
not
live
really.
Commentary.
I feel like that would drive me crazy.
Not really.
It probably would drive you crazy.
I mean,
I think
we kind of did do that for Malignant in this video for a few minutes.
True.
Just for a little bit, not for very long. We were watching something and then talking about it and stuff. I don't know if I would do that with fucking 13 people on a stream though. I would probably do that.
No, you'd probably have to reduce the number.
Yeah, I would have to basically not, because right now it's an open chat. It's an open general chat and anybody can jump in who wants to jump in and join.
That includes all of you, chat. We keep posting the Discord link. You can jump in anytime.
Yeah, that's been the case on every stream so far. Anybody who wants to can jump in and talk. But I wouldn't be able to do that if we were just like commentating on different things. Also, I would have to have something to commentate on. We could watch the entirety of Big Stan on YouTube, and then commentate the entire film of Big Stan because it's all on YouTube. You can just find it on there. So I mean, that could be fun.
The reason I didn't have you join General earlier while we were setting up the emojis is because I knew it would blow up into like 13, 14 people joining if they saw you or me in there.
Is what it is.
Well, of course.
So I just kind of went, you know what? I just want to set up the emojis and then walk away because I need to do things.
Oh, dude, we never told people about the emojis.
I need to check the
You can
emojis.
see the emojis.
Can you?
But I mean, the only person who can use them right now is Philip. He's the only one in chat who has access to these.
How does he use them? Philip, use the emojis.
So he's a member, so he can just post an emoji.
So he knows how that works? Okay.
He should.
Yeah.
Hey! Okay, it was just testing. I was just testing out. I put just a bunch of random shit on there. You did not post the best one though. I will say that there's
he did
better.
Post perfection. No, he posted
that's
perfection.
not the best one. I'm not egotistical. That's not the best one. There's a better one in there. There's a better one.
Is it that one?
Rambo is definitely a good one.
Always be Rambo tier.
But there's another one. There's one more. Dan doesn't like it, but it's,
I'm fine with it. I find it fun.
He doesn't like it. He hates it.
I think YouTube terms of service will hate it.
Why? It's chicken.
Chicken noodle?
It's chicken, guys. It's fine. There it is.
Also, Philip,
you can't even tell what that
the
is.
most money at Rouga, so if you
small.
want to suggest anything, I'm sure he'd probably take it.
I have a suggestion for like a stream we could do.
What's up, man?
Maybe we can do like a movie script or something like that. Since all the trailers have been about movies, maybe we can do something like that.
What do you
Like,
mean a
that'd be
movie
like,
script?
More
Like
like,
us reading a
more
story?
more like come up with an idea for a movie. Like would it be horror, action? What would the story be? Pretty much, it's like a
Actually,
story
yeah,
stream.
Ruga, you always come up
Rudo,
with these great
pitch meeting?
ideas in your video of like what would it be if these characters like fought. That would be really cool. Like, and we could talk about it. We could
Well,
evolve
at
that.
some point on the channel, not anytime soon, I'm sure, but at some point in the channel, I would like to make a web series, like a legitimate web series with actors. And
Yeah,
shit like
the-
this. I
the
mean,
Rugaverse.
I went to school for film, and I professionally
Like
wrote
audio
for years.
dramas?
So I would like to direct and write my own web series and actually hire
I mean,
actors and shit.
I-
I'm far
I
away
can
from doing
do
that.
my vocal exercises again and get back into my voice acting.
I don't. I
Maybe we
mean,
can practice in the
that-
stream.
it wouldn't be animated. It would be live action because I don't have the
I'll
skills.
be your
to
narrator. I'll be
animate.
your narrator.
Awesome. But no, I would have to. That's gonna be far in the future because right now I don't think I have an audience that would really make it like kick off like that. You know?
Would that be based on your Rugaverse?
No. Hell no.
Something else entirely?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, just like no, because I'd have to start off with something that I could do. You know, if I did the Rugaverse and I made like that would have to be like an animated show or something. Like that would have to be something totally different. No, this would probably maybe be a crime series or something. I don't know. I'd have to think about it what I would want to do. But
Ooh, true crime, and then a narrator fits in perfectly.
Oh boy.
really wanna
I
be
have
a narrator.
another suggestion.
Okay,
that's...
so
Oh,
didn't
I like narrating. You
somebody
go first.
suggest Jack in the Box or something? Doing that, playing a game.
Oh yeah, Jackbox.
Basically.
I mean, Jackbox is
Or
a bad idea.
Jackbox.
Yeah. Jackbox. People love doing Jackbox.
I don't know what that is.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
a
so-
party game.
Would
basically,
Ruga
with
survive
random-
Jackbox?
Oh my god.
So what it is Jackbox is a collection of party games you can play with others online or locally. And what they would do is they don't need a controller. They could just use their own computer, phone, or tablet as a way to join into the game, and you would be the host. And depending on the game, there'd be like there's a lot of fun depending on the game. Like for example, what was it? Quiplash. You would have to put in the funniest answer to a question.
And then people vote on it. It's like I actually have a few of the collections, Ruga. I can show them to you at some
Same
point.
here. And there's also another one. What was it called?
The picture one where you draw pictures or something.
Yeah, there's Drawful.
There's Drawful, Drawful 2. There's TKO.
We'll look into it at some point during the week and see if we can make something work. I don't know. We'll see. I got a week before I have to plan out the next stream, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, we'll look into it. But I don't know. Anything anybody else can do or whatever, we'll do that. And like I said, anyone in the text chat, go to the Discord. You could send me. Don't. Yeah, I guess you could DM me. I'm okay with you DMing me.
Let's post the Discord link one more time.
No, right. I gotta get rid of
I'll see if I
Alden's.
can get Swift to watch a few more of your videos because he actually likes to debate.
Just before Ruga unpins that link at the top of the chat,
clicked
go
the
check
wrong-
out
I just
Alden
clicked the wrong fucking
Faller
thing.
Gaming. If you like FromSoft content, Ubisoft content, or Elden Ring content. Yeah, that's about as good a shout out as he's gonna get because he's not here. So
Can you link me that directly, Dan? I want to see his.
dude, it's literally pinned to the top of the chat. You can just click there.
Into the.
There's-
Oh. Did not see it.
Boop.
All right, I'll subscribe.
There we go. There you go, guys.
Because I've actually been looking up stuff. I'm already subscribed to him. What? Okay.
I mean, he's routinely
I
in
wonder
this
what
voice
the
chat. I'm
first
not
video I
surprised.
watched of his was.
Yeah,
Well, no, but
I mean, he's
I never
in
went- I
the
never went
Discord
through this channel.
constantly. He's in my Discord more than he's in his own. Like,
Very
Right,
true.
but I never-
I've noticed he hangs out more with like me than he does in his own chat.
yeah, well, no, his Discord has like 10 people in it. My Discord has like 800 or 900 people now.
His
I think.
Discord has more than 10.
I don't know. He told me it's very little. He told me it's not a lot. I'm exaggerating for effect, but or the opposite of exaggerating, whatever that is. Yeah, he told me it's not a lot. There's over 900 people in ours, and he does our streams and shit. Yeah, it makes sense that he would be in ours. It's more active, but yeah, it's that's all it's cool. I like his channel.
61 members in his Discord.
Oh,
So, yeah, 60, 10, pretty close.
I've always wanted to show this website. I think
Almost 61.
I think you'd love this. I think you'd love this website. So there's this website that used to be called the Electric Ferret back in the day, but due to changing owners, it's now called the Comic Book Universe Battle. And what it is that you could literally make a matchup between characters, and you can have people vote on who would win and why. And it doesn't just have to be fights; it could be competition. It could be like timed events, like how long can they survive? And what it is that you have your you just make your account, you go to a thing called the control panel, and you look for characters that you want to use in a database of hundreds, from like books, comics, video games, movies, and you choose who you want to use, and you write down your fantasy matchup. And then you leave it to like the crowd to see who would win in the voting bracket, and it's as easy as just clicking this guy wins or this guy wins. Let me send you let me send you the website. It's a lot more intricate than it sounds, and it's a lot better than I'm putting it, because
just send it to me in Discord. I'll look at
like who would win in an eating contest?
Yeah,
Goku versus Shaggy and Scooby Doo.
Yeah, Goku versus Shaggy and Scooby Doo in an eating contest.
I can re-up the tournament brackets, because I originally on the YouTube posts I did tournament brackets. I did like one time I did like the Forgotten Beauties tournament, or not the Forgotten Beauties tournament.
I
did
feel like the tournament brackets would actually be very interesting to do over like the course of a week and then talk about them.
Perhaps. Well, one thing that I had, like I've talked about this. One thing that I do is that in my videos I say, hey, if you disagree with anything that I've said in these videos, if you have any sort of reactions to these videos, come to the stream. We'll talk about it. Nobody ever shows up from the videos. Like they don't want like. I would be.
I didn't want to interrupt the Halloween episode.
Because people constantly argue with me about stuff, and I'm like, I would love to have a debate on here. But nobody who wants to do a debate ever shows up, so I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what to do.
I would actually be happy to debate you about Space Marines.
What would you debate me about? What do I disagree with you on when it comes to Space Marines?
Well, I guess we might have to watch the BioShock thing video, but
it would have to be something that I have a strong disagreement towards. If it's like, oh, you said. The Space Marines can't breathe underwater, but they can. I'm not gonna be like, yes, they can. Okay. Like I'm not that passionate about it.
Fair enough.
No, but it would have to be something like, I actually think on the last stream we had a decent conversation about Jesus and all that stuff afterwards. For people who weren't there, it was not like we weren't talking about the Bible and giving you a goddamn fucking lesson. But we had a conversation. We had multiple people. No, we weren't evangelizing. We had a bunch of people on. We were talking about my Jesus video and like things that I got wrong and things that I did, and people were coming on and arguing with me about things that I said in the video and stuff. And it was like it was fun. It was nice. If we do stuff like that, if we do stuff like that, I'm cool with that. Or like certain reactions. But yeah, I'll find something. The bracket thing could be cool. We if I don't get something else, we'll get another tier list at the end of the week. But like I said, if anybody in the chat, the text chat, has anything else that they want to tell me, or something that they want to say, oh, this would be cool if you guys did this, send it on over. If I'm feeling lazy at any point and I just straight up don't feel like doing a tier list, or not necessarily lazy, but just kind of get tired of them, which will probably happen at some point. Then maybe we'll do commentary on something. We'll just watch all of Big Stan and then just talk through the whole movie. That'll be fun. No, who knows? I don't know. It's still up there.
It's the same thing as director commentary when you watch with the bonus action or the
bonus
features of the DVD.
Yeah.
Or Blu-rays nowadays.
So Philip wanted you to know that he thinks Rouga is
I see
Rambo
it.
tier in development.
I see it.
There you go.
Beg a tier list
Oh,
of
wait,
people who
you
can
know what?
survive the Matrix.
I think I do. Wait, I actually do have a few things I'd like to disagree with you about. Slashers versus Rambo. I was actually debating about that.
do you
Not
mean?
today. Now it's too late, but next time I definitely would.
Yeah, it's 7 hours and 18 minutes. Well, what you think? Like the slashers would beat Rambo?
Yes.
Hey,
Okay. You're allowed to be
I
wrong.
gotta-
It's okay.
Okay, Rambo is in there as a gag character. Like, Rouga put him in there because Rouga loves Rambo. At the end of the day, Rouga isn't a horror movie villain, so his placement on a horror movie tier list doesn't fucking matter.
You said
Oh, I
Rouga
know,
isn't
I know,
a horror
I
movie
know
villain.
he's here for a joke, but
No, I said Rambo isn't.
You know you should do? You should make it a,
You did say Rouga, though. That's funny.
you know what you should
Okay,
do? You
whatever.
should make it a legitimate Rambo
It is
tier
3
list, and
a.m.
there's all-
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's because
it
Dan's expecting me to continue the running gag, but I don't think it fits here, so I'm not going to do it.
What? No, I said I don't like that gag.
What
I
gag?
know.
What, that Rambo's in there?
No,
No.
that
The
you
mime?
that Gregor tries to put you in every tier list at the end of it.
Oh, that.
No,
Oh, he
here's a gag
does?
though.
Oh.
Here's a gag you could probably do.
I didn't even realize that was a
make tier
gag.
list. You should make a tier list of like Rambo characters, and it's all just Rambo from different movies.
But
I've thought
Rambo's
about
pretty consistent.
What, him in different outfits?
I've thought
Is it
about
different,
doing
like-
something similar to that, not the Rambo thing, but I've thought about doing something similar to that, like maybe like could
Like
this
different
character
actors?
survive? Could this character survive the Predator or some shit, and then just have like 4 different versions of Arnold Schwarzenegger characters, and be like, which of these Arnold Schwarzenegger
Oh,
characters
that's
can
actually
survive, or like
interesting.
something like that.
Yeah, that's
I've
not
thought
bad.
about it,
That's
dude.
not bad.
I've literally thought of dozens upon dozens
Hundreds.
upon dozens of ideas that I for survival challenges that I just haven't done because I don't feel like it, or it just hasn't interested me enough to do it. But I have so many. I have like a whole notebook filled with like a small book's worth. Like I wouldn't even be able to read all of them because I would be gay before I got to the end. So it's
You
I-
can't even read your own words. in a
No,
book. That's
it's very
crazy.
gay. If no, you can't. Reading's gay.
Yeah,
So
Ruga, I mean,
read
if
it
you
while
want
you
to scan
wrote
the
it.
notebook and send it to me. I already read. So.
and then you can read it. Yeah, and then you're already gay. That's why you won't make the mime channel.
I'm gay with a girlfriend, so
Because that's
I mean,
super
I'm
straight. No,
What
I
the
think you're capping.
Yeah,
Isn't that what
somebody
kids say?
says
You're
she's
capping.
What the fuck did I join back to?
Dan's gay and he's
Really
gonna make a mime channel.
Ruga, I'm
And
not
Ruga
making
is
goddamn
super
mime
straight.
channel, and I don't care what Bucket says. I don't care what Lost Soul says. I don't care what Philip says. He could throw $100 at you right now. I'm not making a fucking mime channel.
You heard him, Philip.
What if
Why are you so against
you
making a mime
making
channel?
that mime channel is the solution to world peace? What if?
And the world can stay at fucking war. I'm not making a mime channel.
That's
if you were
terrible,
making
bro.
$1 billion bucks?
That's terrible. Okay.
Lost
Okay.
Soul, do you have $1 million to send me?
I would like a
That's fine.
sad emoji of a clown added to the chat so that we can.
You know what? That is an
promote that.
excellent. I'm gonna find a sad mime emoji, and every
Is there a
time
Rambo
he
emoji?
rejects doing the mime channel, people are gonna have to text in that sad
We'll
mime.
all-
that
we'll
sad
all
mime.
put that in there.
You're about to have this running gag.
It is going to be spammed in your chat.
The
constantly.
world has
Anytime
lost
somebody brings it up, I am going to say, I am not doing the fucking mime channel.
No, the only the only way you're gonna get
different
people to
running
stop telling you to make a mime channel is if you actually make a channel of
Just
some
make a
kind.
channel
Yeah,
of your own about something.
It's
About
like-
something,
It's
and
like
then they
AIDS,
stop bringing
baby.
it up.
It ain't going away anytime soon.
I don't give a shit. I'm not making a channel.
We're bullying you into making a channel. Is what it sounds like.
It's not
Philip found a
bullying.
happy clown.
It's not bullying. It's negative reinforcement. It's different.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
I
The-
know it's not.
One is
I'm-
Pavlovian, but I'm not a fan of it.
Oh my god.
Negative
I'm just
reinforcement's really
simplifying
good.
it.
It's like the whole you touch a stove, you don't touch it anymore
Hot
because it
stove,
burns
you don't
you.
touch it again. Yeah.
You know, it works. It generally
Stick
works.
your fingers in the fan. Don't stick it anymore.
Yeah, see, Cunt Bucket
Bucket,
says it's aggressive encouragement.
it's definitely aggressive something, but somebody's gonna end up with my foot up their ass if they keep going.
I'm done.
Ruga.
Put a
We
put
don't
a
talk
fork in
about
his
minds.
pocket,
Love.
never do it again.
Well, good luck, motherfucker. I'm all the way across the Atlantic. Unless you can stretch like Mr. Fantastic, you have no chance in hell.
General, I didn't say you. I said Ruga. And besides, planes exist.
Fair enough.
It's true. All right, so I think we've gotten to the end of this stream. Anybody have anything else that they would like to add to the good people at home before we fuck off?
Yeah, there will never be a fucking mime channel.
There will be.
There
It's
will
gonna
be a
happen.
mime channel one day.
There's no getting around
Watch
it.
the Babadook and
Really hosted by
Malignant.
Dan.
If you stick your dick in crazy, make sure to watch where their hands are at all times.
That's right. Like I said, everyone in the chat, if you have any ideas for what we could do on the next stream, go to the Discord, post the ideas. There's a whole section called a suggestion box that you can go to, and you can post shit at the suggestion box, and I read them sometimes if I feel like it. And we'll come up with new things. I don't know what we're doing next stream. We only had planned up to this stream. We planned like the last 4 weeks, so who the fuck knows? It's up in the air right now. I'll probably release a post at some point during the week telling you what the stream's gonna be about, but I gotta figure it out. And thank you all for coming out, and see you guys next week. All right. Oh, and I'm making a video on, just for people to know, I'm making a video Monday. I'm off tomorrow. I'm not doing shit tomorrow, but I'm making a video on Monday. It'll be out by Tuesday morning, so you guys can expect a video coming out Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. So yeah. Sorry, Japan. You came in at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning my time. Of course you fucking came in at the end. Anyway, try and make it next week. I'll see you guys later. Y'all have a good one.
No fucking mime channel ever.
Bye. Oh god.